onion?
Yes, definitely.
You don't consider enjoying less of that?
Yes. Yes, definitely. But, probably I experienced most of that on X. But that's also where I find most of my guests. That's also where I get a sense of the zeitgeist, which is necessary, for example, to be a podcast host. It's necessary for me to make my lectures on point of the day, to get a sampling of the current moment. You have to be up to the moment in many ways to function at a high level. Is there a price? There's a price to be paid for that because you're exposed to everything in a sense.
You can also oversample darkness.
Yeah, definitely.
It can make you more cynical.
Yeah, well,
it's a danger.
Well, luckily for me, I have many things to counterbalance that. The familial relationships we talked about, the friendships, and then also all of the public things I do are positive. The lecture tours, for example, which I'm on a lot, they're basically 100% positive. So I'm very buttressed against that.
That's great.
Very element.
As a fan in the arena watching the gladiators fight, your mind is too important to be lost to the battles with the abyss.
Well, you have a moral obligation too to maintain a positive orientation. It's a moral obligation. Of course, right? Contradictory possibilities, and I suppose in some ways the more rapid the rate of transformation, the more possibility for good and for evil is making itself manifest at any moment. But it looks like the best way to ensure that the future is everything we wish it would be is to maintain faith that that is the direction that will prevail. And I think that's a form of moral commitment when it's not just naive optimism.
Well, Jordan, thank you for being courageous and being the light amid the darkness for many, many people. And thank you for once again talking.
Thanks very much for the invitation and the conversations. But it's always a pleasure to see you. And you're doing a pretty decent job yourself about their illuminating dark corners and bringing people upward. I mean, you've got a remarkable thing going with your podcast, and you're very good at it. Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Jordan Peterson. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, into these useful words from future teaching. I would like to learn more and more, to see as beautiful that which is necessary in things. Then I shall be one of those who make things beautiful. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. The following is conversation with the founding members of the Cursor team, Michael Truel, Swali Asif, Arthur Lundmark, and Ahmad Senker. Cursor is a code editor based on VS Code that adds a lot of powerful features for AI-assisted coding. It has captivated the attention and excitement of the programming and AI communities. So I thought this is an excellent opportunity to dive deep into the role of AI in programming. This is a super technical conversation that is bigger than just about one code editor. It's about the future of programming, and in general, the future of human-AI collaboration in designing and engineering complicated and powerful systems. This is the Let's Read the podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, dear friends, here's Michael, Swale, Arvid, and Ahmad. All right, this is awesome. We have Michael, Ahmad, Swale, Arvid here in the Cursor team. First up, the ridiculous question: what's the point of a code editor?
So the code editor is largely the place where you build software. And today, or for a long time, that's meant the place where you text edit a formal programming language. And for people who aren't programmers, the way to think of a code editor is like a really souped up word processor for programmers. Where the reason it's souped up is code has a lot of structure. And so the quote unquote word processor, the code editor, can actually do a lot for you that word processor processors, sort of in the writing space have been able to do for people at text there. And so, that's everything from giving you visual differentiation of like the actual tokens in the code, so you scan it quickly, to letting you navigate around the code base, sort of like you're navigating around the internet with like hyperlinks. You're going to sort of definitions of things you're using, to error checking, to catch rudimentary bugs. And so traditionally, that's what a code editor has meant. And I think that what a code editor is going to change a lot of things. As what it means to build software maybe starts to look a bit different.
I think also a code editor should just be fun.
Yes, that is very important. And it's actually sort of an underrated aspect of how we decide what to build. Like a lot of the things that we build, and then we try them out, we do an experiment, and then we actually throw them out because they're not fun. And so a big part of being fun is being fast. I like fast.
Yeah, fast. Yeah. Yeah.
like fundamentally, I think one of the things that draws a lot of people to building stuff on computers is this like insane integration speed, where in other disciplines you might be sort of kept by resources or the ability, even the ability to get a large group together, and coding is this like basic network. It's doing the computer, and that alone you can do stuff quickly.
So for people who don't know, Cursor is this super cool legal editor that's a fork of VS Code. It would be interesting to get your kind of explanation of your own journey of editors. How did you? I think all of you are big fans of VS Code and Copilot. How did you arrive to VS Code, and how did that lead to your journey with Cursor?
Yeah. So
I think a lot of us, all of us,
sure, hear him.
yeah,
No need of him, hear him in a terminal. And at least for myself, it was around the time that Copilot came out, so 2021, that I really wanted to try it. So I went into VS Code, the only platform, the only code editor in which it was available. And even though I, really enjoyed using it, just the experience of Copilot with VS Code was more than good enough for VS Code. And so that kind of was the default when we started working on Cursor.
And maybe we should explain what Copilot does. It's like a really nice autocomplete. It suggests, as you start writing things, it suggests 1 or 2 or 3 lines of complete thing. And there's a fun experience in that. Like when you have a close friendship and your friend completes your sentences. Like when it's done well, there's an intimate feeling. There's probably a better word than intimate, but there's a cool feeling of like, holy shit, it gets me. And then there's an unpleasant feeling when it doesn't get you. And so there's that kind of friction, but I would say for a lot of people, the feeling that it gets me overpowers that it doesn't.
And I think actually one of the underrated aspects of Copilot is that even when it's wrong, it's like a little bit annoying, but it's not that bad because you just type another character and then maybe then it gets you, or you type another character and then it gets you. So even when it's wrong, it's not that bad. Yeah, you can sort of iterate. With the other underrated part of Copilot for me, this is the first real AI product. So the first language model consumer product.
So Copilot was kind of the first killer app for iOS.
like a bit of that.
Right. Okay. So what's the story of Cursor?
So around 2020, the scaling left paper came out from OpenAI, and that was a moment where this looked like theoretical progress for the field. Where even if we didn't have any more ideas, it looks like you can make these models a lot better if you have more compute and more data.
By the way, we'll probably talk for 3 to 4 hours on the topic of scaling velocity. Just to summarize, if the paper instead of ideas, the same paper would be better for model size, data size.
It's bigger and better, but predictably better.
Okay, this is a conversation.
Yeah.
But anyway,
So around that time, some of us, there were like a lot of conceptual conversations about what's this going to look like, what's the story going to be for all these different launch market fields, about how they're going to be made better by this technology getting better. And then I think there were a couple of moments where like the theoretical gains predicted in that paper started to feel really concrete. It started to feel like a moment where you could actually go and not do a PhD if you wanted to work do useful work in AI. I actually felt like now there was this whole set of systems going into it that were really useful. And I think that the first moment we already talked about a little bit, which was playing with the early bit of Copilot, that was something magical. I think that the next big moment where everything kind of clicked together was actually getting early access to GPT-4. So it was sort of end of 2022 was when we were tinkering with that model. And the step-up in capabilities felt enormous. And previous to that, we've been working on a couple of different projects. We've been, because of Copilot, because of scaling Oz, because of our prior interest in the technology, we have been tinkering around with tools for programmers, but things that are like very specific. So, we were building tools for financial professionals who have to work with industry, for example, or like, playing around with, can you do static analysis with these models? And then the step up in GPT-4 felt like, look, that really made concrete the theoretical gains that we had predicted before. Felt like you could build a lot more just immediately at that point in time. And also, if we were being consistent, it really felt like this wasn't just going to be a research thing. This was going to be all of programming stuff like these models. It felt like that demanded a different type of programming environment, a different type of programming. And so we set off to build that sort of larger vision around that.
There's one that I distinctly remember. So my roommate is in an IMO Gold winner. And, there's a competition in the US called the Putnam, which is sort of the IMO for college people. And it's this math competition. He's exceptionally good. So Sheng Tong and Ahmad, I remember it's June of 2022, had this bet on whether the 2024 June or July you're going to win a gold medal in the IMO with like models.
IMO is international mathematics.
Yeah, IMO is international mathematics. Yeah, and so Arvin and I are both also competing in it. So it was sort of personal. And, and I remember thinking that this is not going to happen. This was like, even though I sort of believed progress, I thought, I'm going to build just like a lot of contribution. Yeah. That was the, and to be honest, I was, to be clear, very wrong. But that was maybe the most prescient bet.
So the deal was also keep mind. It turned out that you were correct. That's what I mean.
Well, it was technically wrong.
Very correct. 1 point away. Amon was very enthusiastic about this stuff. And before, Amon had this like scaling on speaker that you were kind of went through. It had the like charts and like the formulas on it.
So you felt the scale.
Yeah, I distinctly remember there was one conversation I had with Michael where before I hadn't talked to critically about scaling. And he kind of posed the question, why isn't scaling all easy, or why isn't scaling a result of massive progress? I think I went through like the stages of grief. There is anger, denial, and then finally at the end, just thinking about it, acceptance. And I think I've been quite hopeful and optimistic about progress since. I think one thing I'll caveat is I think it also depends on the domain process. Like math is a great domain because, especially like formal theorem proving, because you get this fantastic signal of actually verifying that is correct. And so this means that they don't really well. And I think like you could have systems that are perhaps very secretive in math and still not technically have API.
Okay, so can we take it all the way to Cursor? And what is Cursor? It's a fork of VS Code, and VS Code is one of the most popular editors for our time. Like everything's fine well with it. And we left Vim. I left Emacs for it. Sorry. So it unified in some fundamental way the community. And then you look at the space of things, you look at the scaling law of AI is becoming amazing. And you decided, okay, it's not enough to just write an extension for VS Code because there's a lot of limitations to that. So if AI is going to keep getting better and better, you need to really rethink how the AI is going to be part of that process. So you decided to support VS Code and start to do a lot of the amazing features we'll be able to talk about. But what was that decision like? Because there's a lot of extension, including Copilot of VS Code. They're doing sort of AI for stuff. What was the decision like to just work VS Code?
So the decision to do an editor seemed kind of self-evident to us for at least what we wanted to do and achieve. Because when we started working on the editor, the idea was these models are going to get much better, they can improve, and it's going to entirely change your software. Both in a, you will have big product needs, but also radical and like the active building software is going to change a lot. And so you're very limited in the control you have over a code editor if you're plugging into an existing coding environment. And we didn't want to get locked in by some features. We wanted to be able to just build the most useful stuff.
Okay, well then the natural question is, VS Code is kind of with Copilot a competitor. So how do you win? Is it basically just the speed and quantity of features?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a space that is quite interesting, perhaps quite unique, where if you look at previous tech waves, maybe there's kind of one major thing that happened in any way of companies, but every single year, every single model capability, or don't you get model capabilities, you now unlock this new wave of features, things that are possible, especially in programming. And so I think in AI programming, being even just a few months ahead, let alone a year ahead, makes your product much, much, much more. So I think the cursor a year from now will need to make the cursor from today. And I think Microsoft has done a number of like massive things, but I don't think they're in a great place to really keep innovative at this moment.
These rapidly implemented features.
And kind of doing the research experimentation necessary to really push the ceiling.
I don't know if I think of it in terms of feature sets. I think of it in terms of like capabilities for programmers. It's that like as the video or one model came out, I'm sure there will be more models of different types of context and faster. Like there's all these crazy ideas that you can try, and hopefully 10% of the crazy ideas will make it into something kind of cool or useful. And we want people to that's to rephrase it, like an underrated baggage we make it ourselves. When we started Cursor, we really felt this frustration that in a model, you could see models getting better. But the cobalt here did not. It was you guys that the ceiling is getting higher. Like, why is it not making things? Like, you're just making things. Where's all the alpha features? There was no alpha features. It's like, I'm sure it was selling well. Like, I'm sure it was great business, but it didn't feel. I'm one of these people that really want to try and use new things. It's like just additional new things, but like a very good formula.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know how you put that into words, but when you compare Cursor with Copilot is beginning to feel stale for some reason.
Yeah, I think one thing that helps us is that we're sort of doing it all the time. We're developing the UX and the way you interact with the model, and at the same time as we're developing like how we actually make the model better answers, how you build up that context, or like how do you find the context and for Cursor tabs, like how do you train the model. So I think that helps us to have all of it like sort of like the same people working on the entire experience. Yeah, it's like there's a person making the UI and this person training the model like stick to like 18 feet away. So yeah, I'll have you the same person. So you can create things that are sort of not possible if you're not talking, you're not experimenting.
And you're using, like you said, Cursor to write Cursor.
Oh yeah.
Well, let's talk about some of these features. Let's talk about the all-knowing, the all-powerful, pretty beats with that. Autocomplete on steroids, basically. So how does tab work? What is tab?
To highlight it more at the high level, I'd say that there are two things that Cursor is pretty good at right now. There are other things that does. Two things that it helps programmers with. One is this idea of looking over your shoulder and being like a really fast colleague who can kind of jump ahead of you and type and figure out what you're going to do next. And that was the original idea behind. It was kind of the kernel of the idea behind like the other features, making what you're going to do next. You can make that concept even more efficient by just putting the characters after your cursor, actually breaking the next character, next step, next person, next step. And the second thing cursor is pretty good at right now too, is helping you sometimes jump ahead of the AI and color question it and go from instructions to code. And on both of those, we've done a lot of work on making the editing experience more ergonomic, and also making this look smarter and fast.
One of the things we really wanted was we wanted the model to be able to edit code for us. It was kind of a wish. We had multiple attempts at it before we had a sort of a good model that could. Then after we had a good model, there's been a lot of effort to make the inference fast, having a good experience. And we've been starting to incorporate microservices and just really jump to different places. And that jump to different places, I think, came from a feeling of, once you accept an edit, it's like, man, it should be just really obvious to the terminal. It's like I made this change to models just now that like the next place to go to is like these new lines down. Like if you're a Windows user, you can press 1/8JJ or whatever. Or like why am I doing that? Like the model should and then so the idea was well, you just press tab and it would go each new lines down and then maybe show you the next edit and you press tab. It was just as long as you could keep pressing tab. And so the internal competition was how many tabs make the one faster. Once you have like the idea, more sort of abstractly that you think about it, sort of like once how are the edits from zero entries. So once you sort of express your intent and the edit is there's no like new bits of information to finish your thought. So you still have to type some characters to like make the computer understand what you're actually thinking. Then maybe the model should just sort of read your mind and all the zero entry bits could just be like passed away.
Yeah.
That was sort of the abstract.
There's this interesting thing where if you look at language model locks on different domains, I believe the bits per byte, which is kind of character normalized loss for code, is lower than like which means in general there are a lot of tokens that are super difficult, a lot of courses. And this is I think being magnified. You're not just trying to autocomplete code, but predicting what the user's going to do next because they're editing system code. And so the goal is for your tab is like eliminate all the low entity actions when the intent is effectively determined. Let's just jump into it.
So, what's the intuition or what's the technical details of trying to do next cursor prediction? That jump, that's not so easy.
Yeah, I think I can speak to a few of the details on how to make these things work. They're incredibly low latency. You need to train small models on this task. In particular, they're incredibly refill token hungry. What that means is they have these really, really long prompts for these a lot of code, and they're not actually generating that many questions. And so the perfect fit for that is using a sparse model in general. So that was kind of one breakthrough we made that's substantially different from the context. The other being a variant spectrum called spectrum editing. These are two, I think, important pieces of what it point high quality and very fast.
Okay, so MOE the input is huge, the output is small.
Yeah.
Okay, so what else can you say about how to make things caching?
Caching plays a huge role because you're dealing with this many empty tokens. If every single keystroke that you're typing in a given line, you have to rerun the model, all of those tokens passed in, you're just going to, one, significantly create latency, two, you're going to kill your confusion load. So you need to design the actual computation model such that they're cache aware. And then you need to reuse the KB cache across the class. Just that you're expecting less data.
Again, what are the things that Tab is supposed to be able to do kind of in the near term? Just to like sort of linger on that. Generate code, fill empty space, also edit code across multiple lines.
Yeah.
And then jump to the file. And
I'll just jump to different files if you can edit it once. Maybe you have to go to another file to finish your thought. You should go to the second file.
And then the
culture organizations like mixed action solution. Like sometimes you need to write a command or determine, and it should be able to suggest the command based on the code too. Or sometimes you actually need to like it suggests something, but it's hard for you to know if it's correct because actually need some more information to learn. Like you need to know the type to be able to verify that it's correct. Because maybe it should actually take you to a place that's like the definition of something, and then take you back so that you have all the requisite knowledge to be able to accept that decision.
So providing humans the knowledge.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
Can you integrate, like, I just got to know a guy named Jet, who I believe has an you can order coffee via SSH.
Oh yeah. Oh, we did that.
So came out and also the Model T app, like, you and providing the chat. Okay, so that's the general framework.
Yeah. And the not programming if programming is this weird display where sometimes the next 5 minutes, not always, but sometimes the next 5 minutes what you're going to do is actually critical from the stuff you've done recently. And so if you get to a world where that next 5 minutes either happens by you disengaging and it taking you through, or maybe a little bit more of just you seeing next step was okay, that's good. We have to pass through these big changes.
As we're talking about this, as you mentioned, one of the really cool and noticeable things about Cursor is that there's different situations going on. So, like the model suggests the red and the green, like here's how we're going to modify the code. And then in the chat window you can apply, and it shows you the difference, the accepted difference. So maybe if you choose whatever direction of that.
We'll probably have like 4 or 5 different kinds of diffs. So we have optimized the diff for the autocomplete, so that has a different diff interface than when you're reviewing larger blocks of code. And then we're trying to optimize another when you're doing a bunch of different files. And so at a high level, the difference is for when you're doing autocomplete, it should be really, really fast. Actually, it should be really fast. In autocomplete, so you really like your eyes focus in one area. You can't be, the humans can't look into many different things.
You're talking about on the interface side, like
So it currently has to block on the side. So the current blocking is because you delete code in some place and try to add other code. It tries to show you a box on the side.
You maybe show it through code after this is what we're
So that box is like 3 or 4 different attempts at trying to make this thing work. Where first the attempt was like you crossed out much. So before there was a box on the side, it used to show you the code to delete by showing you it's like Google Doc style. You would see like a line through it, then you would see the new code. And that was super distracting. And then we tried many different there was deletions and trying to keep that highlighted. Then the next iteration of it, which is sort of funny, you would hold on Mac the option button. So it would sort of highlight a region of code to show you that there might be something coming. So maybe in this example, like the inputs and the values would all get blue, and the blue would highlight that the AI had accepted. So instead of directly showing you the thing, it would show you that the AI, it would just hint that the AI is accepted. If you really wanted to see it, you would hold the option button, and then you would see the new suggestion. And if you release the option button, you would then see the original.
so that's, by the way, that's pretty nice. You have to know this.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm not a Mac engineer, but I got it.
It was
It's a fun, I guess. You people have.
it's not intuitive. I think that's the and I am personally very excited for making a lot of it. Like we often talk about it as a verification problem, where these are great for small edits. For large edits, the idea for like multiple files, it's actually a little different to 6. And So there are like a couple of different ideas here. Like one idea that we have is, okay, like parts of the diffs are important. They have a lot of information, and then parts of the diff are just very low. They're like example, like the same thing over and over. And so maybe you can highlight the important pieces and then lay out. Or maybe you can have a model that looks at the different and sees, oh, there's a likely here. I will like mark this with a little bit and say like you should probably like preview this for this. And yes, and that makes it part.
Yeah, that's a really fascinating space of what you guys design engineering. So you're basically trying to guide the human programmer through all the things that you can get the document.
Yeah, and you want an intelligent model. Like currently, algorithms are they're like they're just like normal algorithms. There's no intelligence. There's like intelligence that went into designing the algorithm, but then there's no like you don't care if it's like this thing or this thing, unless you want a model to. So I think the general question is that these models are going to get much smarter. As the models get much smarter, the user will be able to control it for much more. So as the changes get bigger and bigger and bigger, the humans have to do more and more. Yes, more hard. Like just you need to help them out. I don't want to spend all my time.
Can you say a little more across multiple files? So,
Yeah, I mean, so GitHub tracks development, right? With code review. When you're doing code review, you're reviewing multiple different documents. But like Arvin said earlier, I think you do much better with code review. Code review kind of stuff. Like you spend a lot of time trying to grok this code that's often quite unfamiliar to you, and it often like doesn't even actually have that. So I think you can significantly improve the review experience using image models, for example, using the types of tricks that Arvin described, as maybe when you use your that actual metrics. I think also if code is produced and it's not produced by someone else, like the code review experience is designed for both the reviewer and the person that produces the code. In the case where the person that produces the code is a language model, you don't have to care that much about code. You can design the entire thing around it. So that the reviewer job is as easy as that possible. And I think that feels like the issue, kind of naively trying to make these things look like code. I think you can be a lot more creative and push it out there. Just one idea there is ordering that. Generally, when you read the MCR, you have this list of files and you're reading them from top to bottom. But actually, like you actually want to understand this part first because that's when you like watch it first, and then you want to understand the next part. And you don't want to have to figure out that yourself. You want the model to guide you through.
and is the step recognition going to be more natural language versus that?
I think I don't think it's going to be the case that all of the and the reason for that is, if I'm programming with wallet also, sometimes if I'm like driving, I want to take this wallet, hey, like implement this function, and that works. And then sometimes it's just so annoying to explain to wallet what I want him to do. And so I actually take over the keyboard and I show him. I write like part of the example, and then it makes sense. And that's the easiest way to communicate. And so I think that's also the case for AI. Like sometimes the easiest way to communicate with AI would be to show an example, and then it goes and does the thing everywhere else. Or sometimes if you're making a website, for example, the easiest way to show to the AI what you want to do, like tell it what to do, like drag things around, draw things, and yeah, and like maybe eventually you will get to like three-dimensional interface or whatever, so understand what you're thinking. And so I think natural language will have a place. I think it will definitely not be the way most people program.
Really feeling the age guys. It feels like there's a lot of machine learning going on underneath. Tell me about some of the ML stuff that makes it all work.
For Cursor, really,
fork this ensemble of custom models that we create alongside the frontier models that are fantastic at producing section. And so Person Path, for example, is a great example of where you can specialize technology even better than even frontier models, which is a really well of the path we set it out. The other domain, which it's kind of surprising that requires custom models, but it's kind of necessary and works quite well, is in applying. So I think these models are, like the frontier models, are quite good at sketching out plans for code and generating like rough change. But actually creating it is quite hard. Frontier models, or your training models, like you try to do this with Sonnet, O1, and frontier model, and it really messes up stupid things like counterclockwise especially super large files. And so what we've done is we let the model kind of sketch out this rough code block that indicates what the change will be, and we create a model to then apply that change to the file.
Or you say that apply is the model looks at your code, it gives you a really damn good suggestion of what new things to do, and the seemingly trivial step of combining the two, you're saying is not trivial.
Contrary to popular perception, it is not a deterministic algorithm.
Yeah, I think like you see valid copies of files elsewhere, and it just breaks like most of the time because you think you can kind of try to do some deterministic matching, and then it fails, at least 40% of the time, and that results in failure. I think in general, this regime of you are going to get smarter and smarter models, and like the one other thing that like lets you do is it lets you use fewer tokens. This is both expensive in terms of latency for generating all these tokens, and cost. So you can get this very rough sketch, and then have your small model go and it's much easier task. It's very fast. I think that this regime will continue where you can use smarter models to do planning, and then make it with perhaps you'll have maybe O1, maybe it'll be even more capable models, given an even higher level plan that is kind of recursively applied by Sonnet.
Maybe we should talk about how to do that.
Yeah, there's always yeah.
How do you think of that?
Yeah, so one big component of making it fast is speculative. So speculative edits are a variant of speculative coding, and they can be helpful to briefly describe speculative coding. With speculative coding, what you do is you kind of take advantage of the fact that most of the time, and I'll have to caveat that it would be when you're memory bound and model generation. If you process multiple tokens at once, it is faster at generating one token at a time. So this is like the same reason why if you look at tokens per second, with prompt tokens versus generated tokens, it's much faster prompt tokens. So what we do is instead of using what speculative coding normally does, which is using a really small model to predict these graphs that get large models that go in and verify. With code edits, we have a very strong prior resolution. And that prior literally so what you can do is you can just feed chunks of the original code back into the model. And then the model will just pretty much agree most of the time that, okay, I'm just going to stick this back down. And so you can process all of those lines in parallel. And you can do this with sufficiently many chunks, and eventually you'll reach a point of disagreement where the model will now predict that's different from the graph. It'll generate those tokens, and then we kind of will decide after enough tokens match the original code to restart generating. What this actually ends up looking like is just a much faster version of the code. It's just like it looks like a much faster version of the model rewriting of the code. So just we can use the same exact interface that we use for diffs, but it will just stream down a lot faster.
And then the advantage is that while it's streaming, also be start reviewing before steps like with no big loading speed. maybe that is part of the.
So that you can start using the stuff.
I think the interesting with here is something like speculation is a fairly common idea nowadays. Like not only in language models, there's obviously speculation in CPUs, and speculation for databases, speculation all over the place.
Let me ask this sort of curious-based question of you going the code GPT clause. Who wins in the context of programming? I'm sure the answer is was because it sounds like every single part of this involves a different model.
Yeah, I think there's no model that Pareto dominates others, meaning it is better in all categories that we think matter. Categories, speed, ability to edit code, ability to process blocks of code, long context, a couple other things, and kind of coding capabilities. The one that I'd say right now is just kind of net best is Sonnet. I think this is our one's really interesting. It's really good at reasoning. So if you give it really hard programming interview style problems, it did quite well. But it doesn't feel like it kind of understands your rough intent as well as Sonnet does. Like, if you look at a lot of the other models, what problem I have is it feels like they're not necessarily over. I'm not saying they train as benchmarks, but they perform really well in benchmarks relative to kind of everything that's kind of considered. If you try an old benchmark and things that are in the distribution of benchmarks they're evaluated on, they'll do really well. When you push them a little bit outside of that solid, I think we want that kind of does that at kind of maintaining that same capability. Like you try to have the same capability in the benchmark as when you try to instruct it to do anything.
What another of those questions is the difference between normal programming experience versus what benchmarks represent? Like where do benchmarks fall short, do you think, or evaluating the progress?
Whether that's like a really hard. It's like critically sort of detail how different like benchmarks are versus like real coding. For real coding, it's not interview style coding. You're doing these, humans are saying like half broken times, and you're saying like, oh, do what I did before. Sometimes you're saying, go add this thing and do this other thing for me and make this UI element. It's just like a lot of things are context dependent. You really want to like understand the UI and do see what you can stuff other code capabilities. Maybe the way to put it is sort of abstract. The interview problems are very well specified. They need a lot of specifications, while the human stuff is less specialized.
I think of this benchmark question is really complicated by what Scholar just mentioned. And then also, what Amon was getting into is that even if you, there's this problem of like the skew between what can you actually model in the benchmark versus real programming. And I think calculate since like real programming is like very messy and sometimes people won't specify what's correctly what isn't. But then it's also doubly hard because of this public benchmark problem. And that's both because public benchmarks are sometimes kind of ill-timed on. Then it's like really, really hard to also get the data from the public benchmarks out of the models. And so, for instance, like one of the most popular like agent benchmarks is really aggregated in the training data of these foundation models. And so if you ask these foundation models to do a speed bench problem, you actually have to in the context of this. You can like release file paths, they can listen to function names. And so it's also just the public aspect of these things is tricky. In that case, it could be trained on the literal if you make a request. And maybe the labs will start to do a better job, or they've already done a good job of handling everything. So they're not going to event the actual training data of the repository itself. Like these are all like some of the most popular like sort of SIP-wise. I don't think they're going to handicap the models on SIP-wise, all the popular types of repositories in order to get true AI. I think that given the good benchmarks, there have been like a few interesting projects that places that build systems with these models or build these models actually use to get a sense of are they going in the right direction or not. And in a lot of places, people will actually just have humans play with them and give quality feedback on these. Like one or two foundation model companies, they have people. That's a big part of their role. And also qualitative knowledge and actually lean on that a lot in addition to like our evals that we have.
Like the live.
Provide benchmark, human benchmark. When you pull in the humans to the vibe check.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's kind of what I do. I just like reading online and just like, well, I don't know how to properly load in people's opinions. I was thinking things like, I feel like Claude and GPT's gotten better. I feel like, and then I sometimes feel like that too. But I wonder if it's the model's problem in mind.
With Claude, there's an interesting thing that where I think AWS has different kits, and I suspect they have slightly different numerics than if they get used. And someone speculated that Claude's better integrated performance has to do with maybe using the quantized version that exists on AWS docs versus whatever was running it on Anthropic CPU.
I interviewed a bunch of people that conspiracy theories. I'm sorry.
Well, it's not they're like they're humans are humans. There's these details, and you're doing like these queasy one of plots, and the shits are messy, and that's just the bugs. Like bugs are. It's hard to overstate how hard bugs are.
What's the role of a good prompt in all this? You mentioned that benchmarks are really structured, well-formulated prompts. What should a human be doing to maximize success? And what's the importance? Do you have a blog post on called the prompt design?
Yeah, I think it depends on which model you're using, and all of them are slightly different, and they respond differently to different prompts. But I think the original GPT-4 and the original last year, they were quite different. They also had a very small context for this. And so we have all of these pieces of information around the space that would maybe be relevant in the prompt. Like you have the docs, you have the files, you have the conversation. And then there's a problem like how do you decide what to actually put in the content when you have an element of space. And even for today's models, even when you have one context, filling out the entire context window means that it's slower. It means that sometimes models actually get confused. Some models get more confused than others. And we have this one system internally that we call Triumph, which helps us with that a little bit. And I think it was built for the era before where we had 8,000 token context windows. And it's a little bit similar to when you're making a website. You want it to work on mobile, you want it to work on a desktop screen, and you have this dynamic information, which you don't have, for example, like designing a print magazine. You know exactly where you can put stuff. But when you have a website or when you have a prompt, you have these inputs, and then you need to format them to always work. Even if the input is really big, then you might have to cut something down. And so the idea was, okay, like let's take some inspiration. What's the best way to design websites? Well, the thing that we really like is React and the declarative approach where you use JS in JavaScript, and then you declare this is what I want, and I think this has higher priority, or like this has higher Z index than something else, and then you have this rendering engine in web design. It's like Chrome, and in our case, renderer, which then fits everything onto the page. And you clearly decide what you want, and then it's what you want. And so we have found that to be quite helpful. And I think the role of it has sort of shifted over time, where initially it was to fit small content windows. Now it's really useful because it helps us with splitting up the
data that goes into the prompt and the actual rendering of it. And so it's easier to debug because you can change the rendering of the prompt and then try it on your prompts because you have the raw data that went into the prompt. And then you can see that you might change the actual encrypted for like this entire
You literally prompt JSX.
Yeah, exactly. So it kind of looks like React. There are components, like we have one component that's a file component, and it takes in like the cursor, like usually there's like one line where the cursor is in your file, and that's like probably the most important line, that's when you're looking at. And so then you can give priorities to like that line has the highest priority, and then you subtract one for every line that is farther away. And then eventually when it's rendered, it figures out how many lines to actually fit in this around.
And you can do like other fancy things where if you have lots of code blocks from the entire code base, you could use retrieval and things like embedding integration supports to add priorities.
So should humans, when they ask questions, also try to use something like that? Like, would it be beneficial to write JSX? And the whole idea is to be loose and messy.
I think our goal is kind of that you should just do whatever is the most natural fit. And our job is to address how do we actually like receive the relevant things so that goes in the actual thing.
Well, this is sort of the discussion I had with Ari on complexity. It's like his whole idea is like you should let the person be as lazy.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, that's a beautiful thing. But I feel like you're allowed to ask more for it, right? So like if you say just do what you want, I mean, you're lazy. There's a kind of tension between just being lazy versus like provide more. Being prompted, almost like the system pressures you or inspiring you to be articulate. Not in terms of the grammar of the sentences, but in terms of the depth of thought that you convey inside the prompt.
I think even as the system gets closer to some level of perfection, often when you ask the model for something, you just are not that intent is conveyed to know what to do. And there are like a few ways to resolve that intent. One is the simple thing of having models ask you, I'm not sure how to do these parts. Could you clarify that? I think the other could be maybe there are 5 or 6 possible generations, given the uncertainty present so far. Why don't we just actually get all of those things?
How hard is it for the model to choose about that? So let's so like do I choose to ask for more information to reduce the ambiguity?
One of the things we do is it's like a recent edition is try to suggest files that you can add. So while you're typing, one can guess what the uncertainty is, and maybe suggest that like maybe you're writing your API, and we can guess using the commit that you've made previously the same file that the client and the server is super useful. And there's like a hard technical problem of how do you resolve it across all commits, which files are the most important given your current prompt. And we're still sort of initial version is rolled out, and I'm sure we can make it much more accurate. It's very experimental, but then the idea is we show you like you just want to add this file, this file, this file also to tell the model to edit those files for you. Because if you're making an API, like you should also edit the client and the server that it's using the API and the other one resolving the API. So that'll be kind of cool. Both there's the phase where you're writing the prompt before you even click enter. Maybe we can help resolve some of the uncertainty.
What do we use agent equations? How do you fire?
We think agents are really useful. Like I think agents is like it's like resembles sort of like it's sort of like this like you can kind of feel that it like you're getting closer to API because you see a demo where it has as a human would, and it's really cool. I think are not yet super for we're getting close to where the UX was. And so I think there are certain types of tasks where having an agent would be really interesting. I would love to have an agent. For example, like we have a bug where you sometimes have Command C and Command V inside our task box. And that's a task that's super well specified. I just want to say, like, in case this does not work, please fix it. And then I would love to have an agent that just goes off, does it, and then a day later I come back and I do it.
You mean it goes finds the right file?
Yeah, it finds the right files, just like tries to reproduce the bug, it like fixes the bug, and then it verifies that it's correct. And this could be a process that takes a long time. And so I think I would love to have that. And then I think a lot of programmers, like there is often this belief that features will go over all this programming. I don't think we think that that's the case because a lot of programming, a lot of the value is in iterating, or you don't actually want to specify something up front because you don't really know what you want until you've seen an initial version and then you want to iterate on that, and then you provide more information. And so for a lot of programming, I think you actually want a system that's instant. That gives you an initial version, instantly back, and then you can iterate super.
What about something like that you can turn on replicating that does also like setting up the development environment, installing software packages, configuring everything, configuring the databases, and actually deploying the app?
Yes.
Is that also in the set of things you dream about?
I think that would be really cool. And for certain types of programming, it would be really cool.
Is that what you expect with person?
Yes, we aren't actively working on it right now, but it's definitely like we want to make the programmer's life easier and more fun. And some things are just really tedious, and you need to go through a bunch of steps, and you want to delegate that. And then some things you can actually have an agent in the background while you're working. Like let's say you have a PR that's both backend and frontend, and you're working on the frontend, and then you can have a background agent that does some work and figure out kind of what you're doing, and then when you get to the backend part of your PR, then you have some like initial piece of code that you can iterate on. And so that would also be really cool.
So one of the things we already talked about is speed. I wonder if we can just linger on that for more, the various places that technical details involved in making this thing really fast. So every single aspect is always a lot of cursor. Most aspects of cursor is really fast. Like I mentioned, the apply is probably the slowest thing.
It's a pain that we're feeling, and we're feeling it.
Yeah, I mean, it says something that's really that feels slow. That means that's a leap that shows that everything else is just really fast. So is there some technical details about how to make things fast? Like the chat is fast, how to make the divs fast? Is there something that just jumps to mind?
Yeah, I mean, so we can go over a lot of strategies. One interesting thing is performance. And so what you can do is, if as the user typing, you can have, you're probably going to use some piece of content, and you can know that before the user starts. So, as we discussed before, reusing the baby cat results in lower latency, lower costs, cross requests. So as you start typing, you can really warm it with, like, let's say, content. And then when they press enter, there's very few tokens it actually has to reload before it starts generation. This will significantly lower.
Can you explain how KB cache works?
Yeah. So the way transformers work, I mean, one of the mechanisms that allows transformers to not independently, like the mechanism that allows transformers to not independently look at each token but see previous tokens, are the keys and values detention. And generally the way detention works is you have at your current token some query, and then you have all the keys and values of these tokens, which are some kind of representation of all the previous tokens. And like by default, when you're doing a chat, the model has to, for every single token, do this forward pass model. That's a lot of data that happen, and that is really slow. Instead, if you have already done that and you store stored the keys and values. We keep that in the GPU. Then when let's say I have stored the last n token, if I now want to compute the output token for the n plus 1 token, I don't need to pass those first n tokens through the entire model because I already have all those keys values. And so you just need to do forward pass through that last token. And then when you're doing attention, you're reusing those key values that are computed, which is the only kind of sequential part of the sequential attention.
Is there a title of the caching?
I see. Yeah, there's other types of caching you can kind of do. One interesting thing that you can do for is you can basically predict ahead as if the user would accept the suggestion and then trigger another request. And so then you've done speculative. It's a mix of speculation and testing, right? Because you're speculating what would happen if they accepted it. And then you have the value that is capped with this suggestion. Then when they press tab, the next one would be waiting for them. It's kind of clever heuristic structure that uses a higher level caching. And it feels fast, despite they're not actually in the book.
And if you can make the key track smaller, one of the advantages you get is like maybe you can speculate more. You can guess here's the 10 things that could be used for like you predict the next 10, and like it's possible the user hits the one of the 10. It's like much higher chance that the user hits like the exact one that you should. Maybe the typing out of character or sort of hits something else in the cache. But there's all these tricks with it. The general phenomena here is, I think it's also super useful for RL. Maybe a single sample from the model isn't very good, but if you predict like 10 different things, turns out that one of the 10 that's right, the probability is much higher because passive key curves. And part of RL, like this what RL does, you can exploit this passive key phenomena to make many different predictions. And one way to think about this, the model sort of knows internally has some uncertainty over like which of the key things is correct, but like which of the key things just the human wants. When we RL on pressure tab model, one of the things we're doing is we're predicting which of the 100 different suggestions the model produces is more amenable to humans, like which of them humans more right. Maybe like there's something where the model can predict very far in that versus like a little bit and maybe somewhere in the middle and then you can give a reward to things that humans would like more and sort of punish the things that would like it, then train the model to output the suggestions that humans would like. You have these like RL loops that are very useful to exploit this pattern because Amon can even more discussed.
Yeah, it is a little different in speed, but I mean, like technically you tie back to it because you can get away with smaller model if you RL your smaller model and gets the same. That's like, and Paul was mentioning stuff about maybe about reducing size of your capture. There are other techniques there as well. So kind of back in the day, all the way 2 years ago, people mainly use multiple. And I think there's been a migration towards more efficient attention schemes like group query or multi-query attention. And this is really helpful for that with large batch sizes, being able to generate the tokens much faster. The interesting thing here is this now has no effect on that time to token frequency. The thing is not as storage now generated. And why is that? Because when you're generating tokens, instead of being bottlenecked by doing these super parallelizable matrix multiplies across all your tokens, you're bottlenecked by how quickly for long context with long stack size, by how quickly you can read the cache. And so that's how that's memory bandwidth, and how can we make it faster? We can try to compress the multi-query attention is the most aggressive. Where normally with multi-head attention, you use some number of quote-unquote attention heads. and some number of query heads. Multi-query just preserves the query heads, gets rid of all the p-value heads. So there's only one kind of p-value head, and there's all the so with group query, you instead preserve all the query heads, and then keys and values inside. There are fewer heads, but you're not reducing it to one. But anyways, like the whole point here is you're reducing the size.
And then there's Emily.
Yeah, multi-linked. That's a little more complicated. And the way that this works is it kind of turns the entirety of your keys and values across all your heads into this kind of one latent vector that is then kind of expanded in further time.
But MLAs from this company called PC. It's quite an interesting algorithm. Maybe the key idea is sort of in both SUA and in other places, what you're doing is sort of reducing the number of AV heads. The advantage you get from that is there's less depth, but maybe the theory is that you actually have a lot of different. If you want each the keys and values to actually be different, so one way to reduce the size is you keep one big shared vector for all the keys and values. Then you have smaller vectors for every single thing, so that when you can store the only smaller thing in terms of like lower rank reduction. And the lower rank reduction will that, and at the end of the time when you eventually want to find the things, remember that like the memory vector, which means that like you still have some compute left you can use for these things. So you can expand the latent vector back up, and somehow like this is far more efficient because like reducing, like for example, reducing this like the size of the vector.
Yeah, there's perhaps some risk in having a separate set of keys and values and query that kind of pairwise match up versus compressing it all to one. So that interaction at least.
Okay, all of that is dealing with being memory bound.
Yeah.
And what? I mean, ultimately, how does that match to user space?
Yeah, the two things that it maps to is you can now make your cache a lot larger. It gives you less space allocated to KB cache. You make cache a lot more aggressive with a lot more things. You get more cache hits, which are helpful for reducing the time per token, the reasons that were kind of described earlier. And the second thing is when you start doing queries with more and more requests and larger batch sizes, much to slow down as it's generated. Yeah. So the size of your cache is the size of all your prompts multiplied by the number of prompts you want to parallel. So you can increase either right, the batch size or the size of the prompts without increasing the latency of generated tokens.
Like you wrote a talk called Shadow Workspace, iterating that code in the background. What's going on?
And so to be clear, we want there to be a lot of stuff happening in the background. We're experimenting with a lot of things. Right now, we don't have much other than like the cache warming or like figuring out the right context to your communication prompts, for example. But the idea is, if you can actually spend conversation in the background, then you can help the user maybe like at a slightly longer time horizon than just mixing the next few lines of coding, but actually like in the next 10 minutes, what are you going to face? And by doing it in the background, you can spend more time in computation. And so the idea of the shadow workspace that we implemented, and we use it internally for like experiments, is that to actually get advantage of doing stuff in the background, you want something that's because otherwise, like you can get higher performance by just letting the model think for longer. And so like one is a good example of that. But another way you can increase performance is by letting the model iterate and get feedback. And so one very important piece of feedback when you're a programmer is the language system, which is this thing that exists for most different languages, and there's like a separate language for per language. And it can tell you, you're and then gives you an error. allow you to go to definitions or understand structure. So language servers are extensions developed by, like, there's a TypeScript language server developed by the TypeScript people, the Rust language server developed by the Rust people, and then they all interface over the language server protocol. So that VS Code doesn't need to have all of the different languages built into VS Code, but rather you can use the existing compilers for the infrastructure. It's harder to implement it for the implementation. And if we're like seeing the right that you're using, yes, by checking and going to references. And that's like when you're working in a big project, you kind of need that. If you don't have that, it's like really hard to code in a big project.
Can you say again how that's being used to push it to language server protocol communication thing?
So it's been using for the programmers. But then the idea is you want to show that thing information to the models. And you want to do that in a way that doesn't affect people, because you want to do it faster. And so the idea behind the shadow workspace was, okay, like one way we can do this is we spawn a separate window of cursor that's hidden. And so you set this flagging of the selection is hidden. There is a window where you don't actually see it. And inside of this window, the AI agents can modify code however they want, as long as they don't see it, because it's still the same filter. And then can get feedback from the vectors and go to definition and the data.
So like literally run everything in the background, like as if
Right. Yeah.
maybe doing running code.
So that's the eventual version.
Okay.
That's what you want. A lot of the blog post is actually about how do you make that happen. Because it's a little bit tricky. You want it to be on the user's machine so that it's exactly mirror the user's environment. And then on Linux, you can do this cool thing where you can actually mirror the file system and have the AI make changes to the files, and it thinks that it's operating on the files, but actually that's stored in memory, and you can create this kernel extension to exploit. Whereas on Mac and Windows, it's a little bit more difficult, but it's a hard technical problem.
One maybe hacky but interesting idea that I like is holding a lock on savings. And so basically, this, and then instead of you operating in the ground truth version of the files that are saved against you, you actually are operating what was the shadow workspace before. I'd say same general system memory that you still get the errors where you can code in. And then when you try to maybe run code, it's just like there's a small warning that there's a lock, and that you kind of force to get the lock from whether you're trying to do it correctly, or from the shadow workspace if you're trying to do this concurrently.
That's such an exciting feature, by the way. It's a bit of a tangent, but like to allow a model to change files. It's scary for people, but like it's really cool. Be able to just like let the agent do it instead of tasks. You come back the next day and kind of observe, like it's ecology or something like that.
And I think there may be different versions of like runability where for the simple things where you're doing things in the span of a few minutes on behalf of the user as they're programming, it makes sense to something more appropriate than machine. I think for the more aggressive things, you're making a larger changes and taking longer periods of time. You'll probably want to do this in some sandbox or environment. And that's another incredibly tricky problem of how do you exactly mostly reproduce point out of this game. Effectively put like for running code, the user's environment or
I'm curious what kind of agents you want. You want them to find bugs? You want them to like implement features? Like what is this?
So when I think about agents, I don't think just about coding. I think so for this podcast, we think about it. And a lot of, if you look at the code, a lot of different code behind it's very slowly calculated code, but you can interact with Premiere, for example, using code. And basically all the uploading, everything to YouTube, everything as you could probably imagine, I do all of that through code. So, and including translation, all of this. So I envision all those kinds of tasks. So automating many of the tasks directly into editing. So that, okay, that's what I was thinking about. In terms of coding, I would be fundamentally thinking about bug finding. Like many levels of book finding, and also book finding is logical bugs, not logical, spiritual bugs. Ones that sort of big directions of implementation, that kind of stuff.
That's just common book finding.
Yeah. I mean, it's really interesting that these models are so bad at bug finding. When just snipe is popular find bugs. They're incredibly poorly calibrated. Even the exactly. Even though
How do you explain that? Is that good intuition?
I think these models are a really strong reflection of the pre-training distribution. And I do think they generalize as the loss gets lower and lower. But I don't think the loss scale is quite the loss is low enough such that they're like really fully generalizing. But like the things that we use these things for, the frontier models that they're quite good at are really code generation and question. And these things exist in massive quantities, with all of the coding of the skill set that code and questions makes sense like that and so when you try to put these things that really don't exist very much online, like for example the first half of that, so predicting the next edit in the edits up so far, the brittleness kind of shows. Then bug detection is another great example, where there aren't really that many examples of like actually detecting real bugs and the model just kind of like really struggling. But I think it's a question of transfer, like in the same way that you get this fantastic transfer from pre-trained model, just on code in general, to the person cloud objective. You'll see a very, very similar thing with generalized models that are really good at code to bug detection. It just takes like a little bit of time to judge in that direction.
Like, to be clear, I think they sort of understand code really well. Like, while they're being trained, like, their representation of things of that, like, almost certainly, like, somewhere in between, there's the model knows that maybe to get something sketchy going on, right? The passion sketchiness, but actually eliciting the sketchiness of people. Well, actually, like, part of it is that humans are really intelligent enough to work for it. It's not just actually saying like there's something sketchy. It's like it's sketchy trivial. It's the sketchy like you're gonna turn the server down. It's like part of it is maybe the cultural knowledge of like why is the staff engineer is good because they know that 3 years ago someone wrote a really sketchy piece of code that took the server down. As opposed to like maybe like this thing is like an experiment, so like a few bugs are fine, like we're just trying to experiment to get the feel of the thing. And so if the model gets really annoyed when you're writing experiments, that's really bad. But if you're writing something that's super production, you're like writing a data sheet, right? You're writing code structure with the next program. Like your line is horrible. It's unacceptable to bounce. Just having the calibration of like how paranoid is it? Like
even then, like if you're putting in a massive scenario, it's still just like doesn't quite get it.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's hard for humans to understand what we're trying to close and social. Like I think one of your principles in the website says if the code can do a lot of damage, one should add a comment saying this line of code is dangerous.
All caps.
No, you say like for every single line of code inside the function, and that's quite profound. It says something about human beings because the engineers move on, even the same person. I just forget how consistent I can as a single function. You might not include that quickly, but it looks like it's just.
And I think that was also part of today's AI model, where if you actually write things every single line, like the model will more like
That's actually just straight up a really good practice of labeling how much data is contained.
yeah, I mean, some people think it's what I actually think it's like I actually think it was in the notes more like strategy, but I think there's certainly something where it's just useful for the models, and humans just forget a lot, and it's really easy to make a small mistake and cause like bring down, just bring down the server, and of course we test a lot or whatever, but there's always these things that
Yeah, like with normal docs, right? So like people will often go in and go, I know it's good. And you kind of read it.
Yeah, you have to be reminded that you do a lot of things. I think we don't really think about that.
Yeah.
We think about, okay,
until you have formal and you can do whatever you want, and you know for certain that you
Really, what do you think that future will look like?
I think people will just not write text anymore, and the model will suggest when you write a function, the model will suggest a spec, and you reuse the spec. And in the meantime, smart reasoning model computes a proof that the implementation follows the spec. And I think that for most functions.
I think this gets that a little bit, some of the stuff you were talking about earlier, but the difficulty with specifying intent for working on software. Where sometimes it might be because the intent is really hard to specify, it's also then
Like you think that spec is hard.
yeah, or just like, or a given that maybe you can, I think there is a question of like, can you actually do the formal verification? Like, that's like you said, also I think that there's like, the difference there. But then also, even if
Maybe not the spec. How do you
you have
the
the spec? Because it's a spec within the network. Yeah, how you
Now,
map the spec.
but how easy
Okay,
is that?
so then I think that you care about things that are not going to be easy to specify in the spec.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe an argument against verification.
The worry is there's massive
Replacing something like unit tests. Sure.
Yeah. I think you can probably also have goals that the spec pictures to capture some of the things that they don't really capture. Like I don't know. I think
and you're speaking not just about like single functions. You're speaking about entire code bases.
I think it's great because it's harder, but that is what it's must have. And I think because you can even there's like a lot of work recently where you can prove formally verified down to the hardware. So like through you formally verify the C code, and then you formally verify through the GCC compiler, and then through the Veritable down to the hardware. And that's like incredibly big system, but it actually works. And I think big code bases are sort of similar in that they're like multi-layered system. And if you can decompose it and formally verify each part, then I think it should be possible. I think the specification problem is a real problem, but how do you handle that?
Or how do you handle, I guess, external dependencies like all these web APIs?
You try to write a spec,
But like you can't do this for everything. Like, can you do this for everything you use? Like, how do you do for like, there's a language? Well, like maybe like people will use language models as conservatives purposely, right? And there's like a dependence on it. Like, how do you now do that?
I think it might be able to
Prove what about that?
I think it feels possible that you could actually prove that a language model is aligned, for example. Or like you can prove that it actually gives the right answer.
Yeah, that is. Yes, it's possible. I have a dream. It's possible. It will certainly help with, making sure coders on bugs and making sure AI doesn't destroy all civilization. So the full spectrum of AI safety to bug finding. So you said the model is struggle with bug finding. What's the hope?
My hope initially is, and I can let Michael chime in say this. It should first help with this debug. If it's just very quickly catches the debug, like off by one error, it's like sometimes you write something in a comment and do the other way. It's like very common. Like I just said, I suggested in a comment and I believe you guys and the model is like, ooh, like, you sure you want to do that? But eventually it's cheated.
Yeah, and I think that it's also important to note that this is having good bug finding models feels necessary to get to the highest reaches is having AI do more and more programming for you, where you're going to, if AI is building more and more of this, you need to not just generate, but also verify. And without that, some of the problems that we talked about before with programming with these models will just become. So it's not just for humans, like you write a bug, I write a bug, find a bug for me, but it's also being able to verify the AI's code and check it. It's really important.
Yeah, and then how do you actually do this? Like, we have had a lot of contentious internet discussions. How do you actually screen a bug? But what's very popular idea is, it's kind of potentially easy to introduce a bug than actually finding the bug. And so you can train a model to introduce bugs in existing code. And then you can train a reverse bug model that can find bugs using this sort of data. So that's like one example. But yeah, there are lots of it.
You can also do a bunch of work, not even at the model level, of taking the biggest models and then maybe giving them access to a lot of information that's not just the code. Like, it's kind of a hard problem to like stare at a file and be like, where's the bug? And that's hard for humans often, right? Because often you have to run the code and be able to see things like traces and stuff in the debugger. There's whole another direction where like I can support that. And it could also be that there are kind of two different product form factors here. It could be that you have a really special model that's quite fast, kind of running in the background and trying to spot bugs. And it might be that sometimes, sort of to Arvid's earlier example about some nefarious input box bug, it might be that sometimes you want to like there's bugs, you're not just like checking hypothesis free, you're like, this is a problem. I really want to solve it, and you zap out some custom compute, and you're willing to put in like $2 to solve that bug or something you want.
Have you thought about paying money into this whole thing? Like, I would pay probably a large amount of money for a bug. Even generating code. I got a moment a few days ago. I started using Cursor where it generated perfect interact with the API to update captions and for localizations like different things. The API application is not very good. And the code across it, I grew with it for a while. I couldn't find exactly a lot of confusing information. The Cursor generated perfectly. And I was like, I just sat back, read the code, I was like, this is correct. Yes, this is correct. One button that goes $5. One that goes just to support companies. And the other is that always in a strong suit. Like, good job. Right? There's a much stronger signal than acceptance that actually says like a strong good job. That is the bug finding obviously. Right? There's a lot of people, that would pay a huge amount of money for a bug, like a bug bounty thing. Right? Is that, you guys think about that?
Yeah, it's a controversial idea. I think it sort of depends on how much people really like, I think it would be really cool if you spend nothing to try to find a bug. And if it doesn't find a bug, you spend $0. And then if it does find a bug and you click accept, then it also shows in parentheses $1. As you spend $1 to accept the bug. And then of course there's a worry okay, we spend a lot of computation, maybe people will just copy paste. I think that's a worry. And then there's also the worry that introducing money into the product makes it it doesn't feel like fun anymore. Think about money and all you want to think about is the code. And so maybe it actually makes more sense to separate it out, pay some fee every month and then get all of these things for free.
There could be a tipping component. It's not like it
still has that dollars. Well, I think it's fine, but I also think it's very maybe switches.
Yeah, I was gonna say the moment that feels like people do this is when they share it, when they have a path that they have to share it with. There is also a potential world where there's a technical solution to this, like on our system problem too, where if we can get to a place where we understand the output of the system more, the stuff we're talking about with error checking with the LSP and then also running the code, because you could get to a place where you could actually somehow verify, oh, I have fixed the bug. Maybe then the bounty system doesn't need to rely on our system too.
How much interaction is there between the terminal and the code? How much information is gained from if you run the code in the terminal? Can you do a suggest like to change the code if the code at one time gets an error. How they're separate worlds. Like I know they do control K to the terminal, so do it.
You can use terminal context as well inside of that type of thing. We don't have the looping part. So we expect other methods to make a lot of sense. It's a question of whether it happens in the foreground too, or if it happens in the background, like what we discussed.
Sure, the background it's like you can run your code in different ways. Plus there's the database side to this, which I'm not modifying the database, but okay.
I mean, there's certainly cool solutions there. There's this new API that's been developed for. It's not an AWS, but you know, it's certainly it's missing kind of scale. I don't know kind of scale was the first one we added. This ability to sort of add branches to the database. Like if you're working on a feature, you want to test against a broad database, you don't actually want to test against a broad database, you could add a branch to the database. The way to do that is to add a branch right at once. And there's obviously a lot of technical complexity in doing it. I guess database companies use have the database staff. And I think like a terminal buffer, if you run the database we use is sort of it'll maybe that branching it'll right at long. And so maybe the AI agents will use branching. So like test against the branch. It's sort of going to be a requirement for students. What's branching?
We probably should do the right stuff.
Yeah. It's like everything we branch.
Yeah, like that's the problem with most of this. Like if you branch on everything, it's like a lot.
I mean, there's obviously this like super covered algorithms to make sure that you can actually use a lot of space or
Okay, this is a good place to ask about infrastructure. So you guys mostly use AWS. So what are some interesting details? What are some interesting challenges? Why did you choose AWS? Why is AWS good?
AWS is just really good. It's really like whenever you use an AWS, you just know that it's good. Like it might be absolute hell to go through the steps to set it up.
Why is the interface so good?
It's just so good. It's
The nature of winning.
Yeah. But AWS, you can always trust what it will always work. And if there is a problem, it's probably your problem.
Okay, is there some interesting like challenges for you guys are pretty new startup to keep scaling? Like so many people.
Yeah, I think that it has been an interesting journey, adding each extra zero to the request per second. But you run into all of these with like the general requests you're using for hashing and databases, running just uses you make things bigger and bigger, and now at the scale where we get like into proposed functions and things like that. And then also there have been some custom systems that we built, like for instance our retrieval system for computing expansion index for codebase and answering questions out of codebase. That I continue I feel like been one of the crucial reasons to scale.
I have a few friends who are super senior engineers, and one of their sort of lines is like it's very hard to predict where systems will break when you scale them. You can sort of try to predict in advance, but there's always like something weird that's going to happen when you have this like crazy idea. You thought to everything, didn't actually. But I think for that particular system, for concrete details, the thing we do is obviously we upload we chunk up all of your code, and then we set up sort of the code for embedding and embed the code. And then we store the embeddings in a database, but we don't actually store any code. And then there's reasons around making sure that we don't introduce client bugs. We're very paranoid about client bugs. So we store much of the details on the server, like everything's just encrypted. So one of the technical challenges is always making sure that the local index, the local code base state is the same as the state that's on the code. And the way that technically we ended up doing that is, so for every single file, And then for every folder, you could keep a hash with the hash of all the children, and you could just recursively do that on the and why do something complicated? One thing you could do is you could keep a hash of your file, and every minute you could try to download the hashes that are on the server, figure out what are the files that don't exist on the server. Maybe you just created a new file, maybe you just deleted a file, maybe you checked out the event, and try to reconcile the things between the server. But that introduces an absolute ginormous network overhead. Both on the client side, nobody really wants us to hammer their Wi-Fi all the time. But also, like when you introduce that, you really overhead. You would sort of be reading tens of terabytes database, but it's approaching like 20 terabytes in the database like every second. Kind of crazy, definitely don't want to do that. So what you do is you just try to reconcile a single hash with the root one. And then if something mismatches, then you go to find where all those things be. So you look at the children and see if the hashes match with the hashes don't match. So look at their children and so on. You only do that in this net of things. For most people, most of the time, the hashes match.
So it's kind of like hierarchical reconciliation.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, it's all the work.
Yeah. I mean, so yeah, this is cool to see that you can have to think all these problems.
And I mean, the point, like, the reason it's not hard is just like the number of people using it, and some of your customers have really, really large code bases to the point where, we originally wrote a dark code base, which is big, not the size of a company that's been there for 20 years, and ginormous number of files, you don't want to scale that program. There's all these details where like really the simple thing is easy, but scaling it to a lot of people and a lot of customers is obviously a little problem. Which sort of independent of actually, so that's part of the scaling my current solution is also coming up with new ideas, obviously, so that scaling that.
Yeah, and there are a lot of clever things that they wrote. For example, bottleneck cost is not storing database exceptions code. And you don't want to re-accept the code base for every single person in the company that is using the same exact code, except for maybe there's a branch of 2 different files or they make 2 applications. And so, because again, that is bottleneck, we do one clever trick and not have to worry about the complexity of like different branches and the other cases where you just have some hash on the actual vectors computed from the hash. And so this means that when the end person in a company goes to that code base, it's really, really fast. And you do all this without actually storing any code at all. We just sort that trace.
What's the biggest gain at this time you get from indexing code base? Just out of curiosity, like what benefits do you just have? It seems like longer term there'll be more and more benefits, but in the short term, you're just asking questions of the code base. What's the usefulness of that?
I think the most obvious one is just you want to find out where something is happening in your large code base. And you sort of have a fuzzy memory of, okay, I want to find the place where we do X. But you don't exactly know what to search for in a normal text search. As you ask the chat, you command enter to ask with the chat, and then very often it finds the right.
I think, like you mentioned, in the future, I think open source gets more and more powerful. But we're working a lot on improving the quality of our people. And I think the ceiling for that is really, really high.
One question that's good to ask here is, have you considered why haven't you much done sort of local stuff to where you can do it seems like everything we just discussed is exceptionally difficult to do. Like to go to all these things with caching. A lot of code bases, a large number of programs using the same code base, you have to figure out the puzzle of that. A lot of it, most software just does stuff, this heavy computational stuff locally. Have you considered doing sort of embedding locally?
Yeah, we thought about this, and I think it's cool to do it. I think it's really hard. And one thing to keep in mind is that, some of our users use the latest MacBook Pro, and like most of our users, more than 80% of users are in Windows machines, which and many of them are not very powerful. And so local models really only work on the latest machines. And it's also a big overhead to build that in. And so even if we would like to do that, it's currently not something that we are able to focus on. And I think there are some people that think that's true. But especially as models get bigger and bigger and you want to do fancier things with like bigger models, it becomes even harder to do it quickly. Yeah. And it's not a problem of like weaker computers. It's just that, for example, if you're some big company cookies, it's really hard to process big company cookies even the PC. Yeah. So even if it's not even a matter of like if you're just like a student, I think if you're like the best programmer at a big company, you're still gonna have a horrible experience if you do everything. So you could do it, sort of scrape by, but again, it wouldn't be fun anymore.
Yeah, like an approximate nearest neighbors of this massive code base and that's just that. Like, let's talk about like also the modeling side, where Sarah said there are these massive headwinds and social models where one things that move with well, like one benefit is maybe more memory than the past, which places safer local versus using GPUs or using NVIDIA GPUs. But the downside is these models are bigger and total, and they're going to need to fit often not even on a single node or multiple nodes. There's no way that's going to fit inside of even really good networks. And I think especially for coding, it's not a question as much of like does it clear some bar of like the model's good enough to do these things, and then like we're satisfied, which maybe the case for other problems, and maybe we're looking at the side. But people are always going to want that for those intelligent, for those things. And that's going to be really, really hard to explain. Almost all people.
Don't you want the most capable model? You want Sonnet?
And also with O,
I like that. Would you be satisfied with your model? I'm yes, I'm one of those. There's some people that really do stuff off of, especially like there's a whole obviously open source model that kind of resists, and it's good that they exist actually because you want to resist the power centers growing up.
There's actually an alternative to local models that I am really fond of. I think it's still very much in the research stage, but you could imagine to do homomorphic encryption for language modeling. So you encrypt your input on your local machine, and you send that up, and then the server can use lots of computation to run models on this encrypted data, but they cannot see what the data is, and then they send back the answer, which is the answer. So I think that's still very much research, and all of it is about trying to make the overhead lower because right now it's overhead. But if you can make that happen, I think that would be really, really cool, and I think it would be really, really impactful. Because I think one thing that's actually kind of worrisome is that as these models get better and better, they're going to become more and more economically useful. And so more and more of the world's information and data will flow through, one or two centralized actors. There are worries about, the traditional hacker attacks, but it also creates this kind of scary part where if all of the world's information is flowing through one node in Syntex, you can have surveillance and very bad things. And sometimes that will happen for, initially will be like good reasons, like people will want to try to protect against like bad actors using AI models in bad ways. And then you will add in some surveillance, so then someone else will come in and, you're on a slippery slope, and then you start doing bad things with a lot of surveillance. So I'm very hopeful that we can solve homomorphic encryption.
Yeah, doing privacy preserving machine learning, but I would say that that's the challenge with all software these days. It's like there's so many features that can be provided from the cloud and all this you rely on it and make your life awesome, but there's downsides to why you rely on it in security to protect from basic attacks. But there's also only a small set of companies that are controlling that data. And they obviously have leverage and can be infiltrated in all kinds of ways. That's the world we live in.
The thing I'm just actually quite worried about is sort of the world where Anthropic has this responsible scaling policy where they're on like the low ASLs of like of the models, but as we get to like quote unquote ASL 3, ASL 4, very powerful. But for individual security reasons, you want to monitor all the comms. But I think that's sort of reasonable and understandable for everyone to stand around them. That the real world is sort of like all the world's information is sort of monitored that heavily, it's way too centralized. It's like this really fine line you want. On the one side, like you don't want models to go rogue. On the other side, like things like I don't know if I trust like all the world's information to pass through like three model providers.
Yeah.
Why do you think it's different than Rothschild?
Because I think this is a lot of this data would never have gone to the providers in the first place. Where this is often like you want to give more data, or you want to give personal data that you never have to put online as personal, or to these models. And it also centralizes control, where right now for you can often use your own encryption keys. It's like it just can't do too much. But here it's just centralized actors that see the exact context of everything.
I mean, talk about context. That's actually been a friction for me. When I'm writing code in Python, that's stuff important. You can probably intuit the kind of stuff I've read into it. Is there, how hard is it to auto figure out the context?
It's tricky. I think you can do a lot better at computing context format in the future. One thing that's important to note is there are trade-offs you can create in automatic context. So the more context you can put these models, first of all, the slower they are, and more expensive they can cost, which means less protocols, less fancy stuff like that. Also, for a lot of these models, they get confused with what so the bar for accuracy and for relevance to the context should be quite high. But this is already we do some automatic context in some places in the product. It's definitely something we want to get a lot better at. And I think that there are a lot of cool ideas to try them. Both on the learning better systems, like better cutting models, better re-rankers. I think that there are also cool ideas. Stuff we've tried out internally, but also the field is grappling with writ large about can you get language models to a place where you can actually just have the model itself and understand the import of information. And the most popular version of this is you make the context infinite, then if you make the context infinite, you make the model actually pay attention to the infinite context, and then after you pay attention to the infinite context, to make it somewhat feasible to actually do it, can you then do caching for that infinite context? You don't have to do that all the time. But there are other cool ideas that are being tried that are a little bit more analogous to fine-tuning of actually learning this information into a model. And it might be that you actually get sort of a qualitatively different type of understanding if you do it more at the weight level than if you do it at different contexts learning. Like the jury's still a bit out on how this is all going to work in that. But in the interim, us as a company, we are really excited about better retrieval systems and picking the parts of the code base that are most relevant to what you're doing. We can see that a lot better.
Like one interesting sort of concept for the learning this knowledge directly in the weight is with the S code. So where the S code works and the S code, the code is all public. So these models in pre-training and self code, they've probably also seen questions and answers about it, and then they've been fine-tuned how to answer questions about code in general. So when you ask a question about the S code, sometimes it'll lose, but sometimes it actually does a pretty good job at answering questions. And I think like this just by it happened. But what if you could actually like specifically train or train a model such that it really was built to it's an open research question, one that we're quite interested in. And then there's also uncertainty of like you want the model to be hitting that end to end is doing everything. It's doing the retrieval of its internals and then kind of answering the question creating code, or do you want to separate the retrieval from the question model? Or maybe, look at some really capable models that are much better than like the best open source ones in a handful of months. And then you want to separately train a really good open source model to be the retriever, to be the thing that feeds the context to these larger models.
These people move from the training the model to machine intelligence. Like what do you mean by that? Is this a synthetic data direction? Is this?
Yeah, I mean, there's many possible ways you could try doing it. There's certainly no shortage of ideas. It's just a question of going in and like trying all those and being careful about which one works best. One very naive thing is to try to replicate what's done with the X code and these linear models. So let's like continue pre-training and continue pre-training that includes general code data, but also throws in a whole lot of the data of some particular repositories that you care about. And then in post-training, meaning let's just start with instruction fine-tuning. You have like normal instruction fine-tuning data set about code, and you throw in a lot of questions about in that repository. So you could either get the first ones, which might be difficult, or you could do it. You could either be tested using synthetic data, i.e., having a model ask questions about three pieces of the code. So you have to take the pieces of the code that prompt the model or have the model with those questions for that piece of code, and then add those as instruction types. And then in theory, this might unlock the model's ability to answer questions about that quickly.
When I ask you about OpenAI only, what do you think is the role with that kind of test time use system for them?
I think test time use is really interesting. So there's been the pre-training regime, which will kind of, as you scale up the amount of data and the size of the model, that you better and better performance goes unlocks, and then on downstream benchmarks and just general performance of the training or other tasks. We're starting to hit a bit of a data wall, meaning it's going to be hard to continue scaling up. And so scaling up test time compute is an interesting way of now, increasing the number of inference time blocks that we use, but still getting as you increase the number of blocks used inference time, getting corresponding improvements in performance of these models. Traditionally, we just have to literally train a bigger model that always uses that many more slots, but now we can perhaps use the same size model and run it for longer to be able to get an answer that's quality much bigger model. And so the really interesting thing I like about this is there are some problems that perhaps require 100 trillion credit model intelligence rather than 100 trillion code base. But that's like maybe 1%, maybe like 0.1% of all code. So are you going to spend all of this effort, all of this compute, train the model that costs that much, and then run it so infrequently? It feels completely wasteful when instead you get the model that you train the model that's capable of doing the 99.9% queries, then you have a way of inference time running it longer for those few people that really want to act.
How do you figure out which problem requires more level of intelligence? Or possible to dynamically figure out when to use GPT-4 or to use, when to use a small model and when you need to what?
I mean, yeah, that's an open research problem, certainly. I don't think anyone's actually cracked this problem quite well. We'd like to. We have like a real initial implementation of this for something like person chats. But at the level of like it's going between 4.0 sonnets to 1. It's a bit trickier. Like there's also a question like what level of intelligence do you need to determine if the thing is too hard for the 4-level model. Maybe you need the 1-level model. It's really unclear.
When you mentioned this pre-training process, And there's post-training, and there's a test time compute. That's there, those separate. Where's the biggest gains?
Well, it's weird because like test time compute, there's like a whole training strategy needed to get test time compute to work. And the other really weird thing about this is no one, like outside of the big lab, maybe even just OpenAI, no one really knows how it works. Like there have been some really interesting papers that show hints of what they might be. And so perhaps they're doing something with tree search using process word models. But yeah, I think the issue is we don't quite know exactly what it looks like, so it would be hard to kind of comment on like where it fits in. I would put it in post training, but maybe like you spent for this kind of for getting test time to work for a model is going to work pre-training actually.
So we don't even know if O1 is using like chain of thought, how they're using these. I don't know anything.
It's fun speculating.
Like if you were to build a computing model for people.
Yeah. So one thing to do would be, I think you probably need to train process reward model, which is, so maybe we can get into reward models, outcome reward models versus process reward models. Outcome reward models are the kind of traditional reward models that people train for language models, language modeling. And it's just looking at the final thing. So if you're doing the math problem, let's look at that final thing. We've done everything, and let's decide a trait there. How likely we think, like what's the reward for this outcome. Process reward models instead try to grade this. So OpenAI had some preliminary paper on this, I think, last summer, where they used human labeling to get this pretty large, several 100,000 data set of grading case plots. Ultimately, it feels like I haven't seen anything interesting in the ways that people use process reward models outside of just using it as a means of assessing how we choose to do the right thing. So, like what people do in all these papers is they sample a bunch of outputs in the language model and then use the process reward model to grade all those generations alongside maybe some other heuristics, and then use that to choose the best answer. The really interesting thing that people think might work or want to work is research with these process reward models, because if you really can grade every single step of the chain of thought, then you can kind of branch out and explore multiple thoughts, and then use these process reward models to evaluate how good is the strategy.
Yeah, when the quality of the branch is somehow strongly correlated with the quality of the outcome. So it's a really good model, like not just in the short term.
And like the interesting work that I think has been done is figuring out how to properly train the process. Or the interesting work that has been open source and people I think talk about it, how to train the process for models, maybe in a more automated way. I could be wrong here, could not be something, but I haven't seen anything super that seems to work really well for using the process reward models to create these research.
This is kind of an AI, so we can maybe a bit of a philosophy question. So OpenAI says that they're hiding the chain of thought, and they said that was a difficult decision to make. They, instead of showing the chain of thought, they're asking the model to summarize the chain of thought. They're also in the background saying they're going to monitor the chain of thought to make sure the model is not trying to manipulate the user, which is a fascinating possibility. But anyway, what do you think about hiding the chain of thought?
One consideration for OpenAI, this is completely speculative, could be that you want to make it harder to store these capabilities out of things. It might actually be easier to get access to that hidden chain of thought to replicate the technology. That's pretty important data. I like seeing these types of models like the models that you can probably train on that also. And there's sort of a mirror situation with this. Some of the large language models are, and also this is speculation, but some of these APIs used to offer easy access to log problems for intelligence that they're generating, and also log problems for functions. And some of these APIs take those away. Again, complete speculation, but one of the thoughts is that using those were taken away is if you have access to log probabilities, similar to this hidden chain of thought, that can give you a bit more information to try and distill these capabilities out of the APIs, out of these biggest models. As an asterisk on also the previous discussion about reading a lot. I think that we're still learning. So we made O1 available on Twitter because, like, when we got the model, we were really interested in trying it out. I do a lot of programming. I was really interested in trying it out. But O1 is not part of the default Twitter experience in any way. And we still haven't found a way to get integrated into the editor in a way that we reach for sort of, every hour, maybe even every day. And so I think that the jury's still out on how to use the model. We haven't seen examples yet of people releasing things where it seems really clear, like, oh, that's what happens. The obvious one to turn to is maybe this can make it easier for you to have these background things running, right? To have these models move stuff, models be agentic. But we're still discovering.
You can't really have ideas. We just need to try it, get something incredibly useful before we put it out there.
But it has these significant limitations. Like, even like barring abilities, it is not true. And that means it's really difficult for things where you want to supervise the actor. And you should wait before that show up. Also, it does feel like the early innings of test messaging search is like a very, very much a future. And there's so many things that like don't feel quite right. And I suspect in parallel to people increasing the amount of pre-training data, besides the models and pre-training and finding tricks there, so now this other thread of getting to work better and better.
Well, let me ask you about probably tomorrow eyes. So it looks like GitHub Copilot might be integrating O1 in some kind of way. And I think some of the comments are saying that this new cursor is done. I think it's on one common thing there.
It's on time to shut down.
Time to shut down cursor. So it's a time to shut down cursor.
I think this space is a little bit different from past software spaces over the 2010s, where I think that the ceiling here is really, really incredibly high. And so I think that the best product in 3 to 4 years will just be so much more useful than the best product today. And you can like wax poetic about most this and brand that, and this is our advantage. But I think in the end, just if you don't have, like, if you stop innovating on the product, you will lose. And that's also great for startups. That's great for people trying to enter this market because it means you have an opportunity to win against people who have lots of users already by just building something better. And so I think over the next few years, it's just about building the best product, building the best system, and that both comes down to the modeling engine side of things, and it also comes down to the editing experience.
I think most of the additional value versus everything else out there is not just integrating the new model fast like O1. It comes from all of the depth that goes into these custom models that you don't realize are working for you in kind of every class of product, as well as like the really thoughtful UX with every single feature.
All right, from the side of the phone, yes, and everyone can send that down. I think you mentioned the other taxonomy of synthetic data.
Oh yeah.
Can you please explain?
Yeah, I think there's 3 main kinds of synthetic data. The first is, so what is synthetic data first? There's normal data, non-synthetic data, which is data that's naturally created, i.e. usually it will be from human methods. So from some human process that's data. Synthetic data, the first one would be distillation. So having a language model with tokens or probability distribution of tokens, and then you can train a less capable model on this. This approach is not going to get you a net, more capable model than the original one that is producing tokens. What's really useful for if there's some capability you want to elicit from some really expensive high-risk model, and then distill that down into some smaller kinds of model. The second kind is when one direction of the problem is clear than the other. And so a great example of this is where it's a lot easier to introduce reasonable looking bugs than it is to actually attack them. So what you can do is you can get a model that's not very rapid data, that's not that smart. If you code, and then you can use that to then train, use it synthetic data. The last category, I think, is, I guess, the main one that feels like big labs are doing for synthetic data, which is producing text with language models that can then be verified. So, like, an extreme example of this is if you have a verification system that can detect if language is case, for example, like, you can eventually get enough training data to train a case. And I mean, this is the case, like, very much the case for math, where verification is actually really, really easy for formal languages. And then what you can do is you have an OK model generate a ton of rollout. Use the ones that you know can actually prove that. There's similar things in code with leak code like problems, where if you have some kind of tests that you know work on, if something passes these tests, it is actually solving problems. You can do the same thing over here by this passing test and same from all the outputs that have passed tests. I think it's going to be a little tricky getting this to work in all domains or just in general. Like having the perfect verifier feels really, really hard to do with just like open-ended, miscellaneous paths. You get them all or more like long horizon paths. Even if that's because you're not a scientist. But yeah.
So yes, that third category requires having to verify.
Yeah. Verification is, it feels like it's best when you know for a fact that it's correct. And like then like it would be like using a language model to verify. You could be using text or formal system
Or running the thing to do like important part of verification control. Yeah. But like the building software for that works like running things actually understands it outside.
Yeah, that's
Or somewhere between.
yeah. I think that's the category that is most likely.
What about RL feedback side, RLHF versus RLAIF? What's the role of that in getting better performance of models?
Yeah, so RLHF is when the reward model you use is trained from some labels you collected from people. I think this works if you had the ability to get a ton of feedback for what you care about. RLAIF is interesting because you're kind of depending on, like, this is actually kind of going to, it's depending on the constraint that verification is actually because it feels like, okay, like, what are you doing? You're using this language model to look at the language model outputs and first language model. But no, it actually may work if the language model had a much easier time verifying a solution than it does there. Then you actually could perhaps get this kind of, but I don't think it's going to look exactly like that. The other thing you could do is, that we kind of do is like a little bit of a mix of where usually the model is actually quite correct, and in this case, where you have between like two possible generations of what is the better one, and it just needs like a little bit of human nudging. It's only like a 100 examples to like kind of align that prior the model has exactly what it wants. It looks different than I think normal RLHF.
What's your intuition when you compare generation and verification generation and ranking? Is ranking way easier for generation?
My intuition is to say, yeah, probably it should be. Like, this is kind of going back to, like, if you believe heat is not equal at heat, then there's this massive class of problems that are much, much easier to verify. Yeah.
I wonder if the same thing is that'd be a metal by AI. We guess the credits. You know, philosophical question.
I'm actually I'm actually surprisingly curious what's like a good bet for when actually don't have. I don't know what it wants.
Sorry, Nobel Prize or Fields Medal?
Fields medal level. Fields medal. It's all.
Fields Medal comes first. What do you say?
But it's also this like isolated system. Yeah. Like I don't even know if I don't need to.
I feel like I have much more thinking there. It felt like the path to get to IMO was a little bit more clear because it already could get a few IMO problems, and there were a bunch of there's a bunch of low-hanging fruit given the literature at the time of like what to take. I think I'm one much less versed in space and zero proving now, and two, less intuition about how close we are to solving these really, really hard open conflicts.
So you think it'll be Fields Medal first, or it'll be like in physics or?
Well, I think that's probably like it's probably much more likely to don't get them. Yeah. Well, I think they put like I don't know, like DSP, which is a very from that. It's sort of unclear what the path to get even a solution looks like. Like we don't even know what a path looks like, let alone. And you this is like an isolated system. You have a good reward system. It feels like it's easier to train for that.
I think we might get Fields Medal before the AGI.
I mean, I'd be very happy. I'm very happy. But I don't know if I think 2028, 2030.
Fields Medal.
Feels good.
So feels like forever from now, you know how fast things have been going. Speaking of how fast things have been going, let's talk about scaling laws. So for people who don't know, maybe it's good to talk about this whole idea of scaling laws. What are they? Where do things stand? And where do you think
I think it's interesting. The original scaling laws paper by OpenAI was slightly wrong because I think of some issues they did with learning rates schedules, and it showed a more correct version. And then from that, people would again have deviated from doing the thing because people start now optimizing for shift or making the thing work really well, given the inference budget. And I think there are a lot more kinks to these curves than what we originally used of just compute, number of parameters of data. Like inference compute is the obvious one. I think context is another obvious one. So if you care, like let's say you care about the two things of inference compute and then context window, maybe the thing you want to train is some kind of XM because they're much cheaper and faster and super long context. And even if maybe it's 10x worse scaling properties during training, meaning you can spend 10x more compute to train a thing to get the same level of capabilities, it's worth it because you care most about that inference budget for a really long context window. So it'll be interesting to see how people kind of play with all these dimensions.
So yeah, let me speak to multiple dimensions. Obviously, the original conception was just looking at the variables of the size of the model as measured by parameters, and the size of the data as measured by the number of tokens, and looking at the ratio between.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a compelling notion that there is a number, or at least a minimum, and it seems like one was emerging. Do you still believe that there is kind of bigger is better?
I mean, I think bigger is certainly better for just raw performance and raw intelligence. I think that the path that people might take is I'm particularly bullish on this dimension. Like how many knobs can you turn to if we spend like a ton of money on training, like get the most capable cheap model, right? Like really caring as much as you can. Because like the naive version of caring as much as you can about inference time compute is what people have already done with like the model for overtraining the shit out of 70 models on way more tokens than but if you really care about it, maybe you can do what Gela did, which is let's not just train on tokens, let's really train on minimizing scale divergence with the distribution of gamma 27, right? So knowledge distillation there. And you're spending compute of literally training this 27 billion model, the billion parameter model on all these tokens just to get out this smaller model.
And the distillation gives you just a faster model, smaller and faster.
Yeah, distillation in theory is getting out more signals from the data that's trained on. And it's like it's perhaps another way of getting over, not like completely over, but like partially helping with the data flow. Where like you only have so much data to train on, like train this really, really big model on all these tokens, and we'll distill into this model. And maybe we can get more signal per token for this much smaller model than we would have originally.
So if I gave you $10 trillion, how would you spend it? I mean, you can't buy an island or whatever. How would you allocate it in terms of improving the big model versus maybe paying for HF and RLHF?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of these secrets and details about training these large models that I just don't know and are only privy to large labs. So the issue is I would waste a lot of that money if I even attempted to play with those things. Spending a lot of this and assuming that you had the know-how and offer, or if you're saying like you have to offer it, just like the limited information you have now.
No, actually, I would say you swoop in, you get all the information, all the little heuristics, all the little parameters, all the parameters that define how the thing is trained. If we look at how to invest money for the next 5 years in terms of maximizing raw intelligence.
Isn't the answer like really simple? You just try to get as much compute as possible. Like at the end of the day, all you need to buy is the GPUs, and you can find all like they can sort of you can tune whether you want between a big model or a small model. Like,
well, this gets into the question of like, are you really limited by compute and money, or are you limited by these other things?
And I'm more tribute to Arvid's belief that they're sort of idea limited. There's always like, but if you have a lot of compute, you can run a lot of.
You would run a lot of experiments versus like use that compute to train a judgment.
I would, but I do believe that we are limited in terms of ideas.
I think, yeah, because even with all this compute and like, all the data in the world, we really are ultimately limited by not even ideas, but just like really good engineering. Like, even with all the capital in the world, would you really be able to assemble, like there aren't that many people who are really making systems here. And there's so much work that goes into research that is just like, you are really, really hard engineers. As like a very hand-wavy example, if you look at the original paper, how much work was kind of joining together a lot of these really interesting concepts embedded in literature versus then going in and writing all the code, like maybe good kernels, maybe whatever else, I don't know, originally, so that it actually saturated the GPU performance, right? Getting no easier to go and do all this code, right? And that's probably the best. Or maybe going a step further, like the next generation models, having these things, like getting model kernels to work and scaling it on like, thousands of, maybe tens of thousands of like D100s, which I think GPT-3 may have been. There's just so much engineering effort that has to go into all of these things to make it work. If you really brought that cost down to, like, maybe not zero, but just made it 10x easier, made it super easy for someone with really fantastic ideas to immediately get to the version of like the new architecture that is like getting 50-40% utilization. I think that would just speed up research by a ton.
I mean, I think if you see a clear path to improvement, you should always sort of take the low-hanging fruit first, right? I think probably OpenAI and all the other labs that did the right thing to pick off the low-hanging fruit. Where the low-hanging fruit is like sort of you could scale up to or 0.25 scale, and you just keep scaling it. Like things keep getting better, and as long as like there's no point of experimenting with new ideas when like everything's working. You just sort of bang on it as much use as possible, and then maybe when you really need new ideas. I think if you're spending money, so then actually like reevaluate your ideas. Probably your idea would be at that point.
I think all of us believe new ideas are probably needed to get, all the way there to API. And all of us also probably believe there are just ways of testing out those ideas at smaller scales and being fairly confident that they'll play out. It's just quite difficult for the labs in their current position to dedicate their very limited research and engineering talent to explore moments of new ideas when there's like this core thing that will probably like improve performance for some like these amount of time.
Yeah, but also these people have like winning. You're just going wild. Okay. So how big question looking on to the future. You're now at the center of the programming world. How do you think programming, the nature of programming, changes in the next few months, in the next year, in the next 2 years, next 5 years, 10 years?
I think we're really excited about a future where the programmers will try to proceed for a long time. And you've heard us talk about this a little bit, but one that emphasizes speed and agency for the programmer, control, the ability to modify anything you want to modify, the ability to iterate really fast and rebuild it. And this is a little different, I think, than where some people are jumping to in the space. Where I think one idea that's captivated people is, can you talk to your computer? Can you have it build software for you as if you're talking to like an engineering department or an engineer over Slack? It cannot just be this sort of isolated text box. And part of the reason we're not excited about that is, some of the stuff we talked about latency. But then a big piece of the reason we're not excited about that is because that comes with giving up a lot of control. It's much harder to be really specific when you're talking in a text box. And if you're necessarily just going to communicate with an engineering department, you're actually advocating tons of really important decisions to this block. And this kind of gets at fundamentally what engineering is. I think that some people who are a little bit more removed from engineering might think of it as, the spec is completely written out, and then the engineers just come and they just implement. And it's just about making the thing happen in code and making the thing exist. But I think a lot of the best engineering, the engineering we enjoy, involves tons of tiny micro decisions about what exactly you're building and about really hard trade-offs between speed and cost and just all the other things involved in the system. And we want, as long as humans are actually the ones making, designing the software and the ones specifying what wants to be built, and it's not just like company run by all guys, we think you'll really want the human in the driver's seat dictating these decisions. And so there's the jury's still out on kind of what that looks like. I think that, one weird idea for what that could look like is it could look like you kind of can control the level of abstraction you do a code base at. And you can point at specific parts of the code base that maybe you digest a code base by looking at it in the form of pseudocode. And you can actually edit that pseudocode too, and then have changes get made down at the sort of formal programming level. And you keep you can gesture at any piece of logic in your software component of programming. You keep the inflow text editing component of programming. You keep the control of, you can even go down into the code, you can go at higher levels of abstraction, while also giving you these big productivity gains.
It would be nice if you go up and down the abstraction stack.
Yeah. And there are a lot of details to figure out there. That's sort of like a fuzzy idea of how Multilis actually works. But these principles of control and speed and driver seat we think are really important. We think for some things, like Rabbi mentioned before, for some styles of programming, you can kind of hand it off dropout style, if you have a product that's really well specified. But that's not most of programming, and that's also not most of the programming we think a lot of people value.
What about the fundamental skill of programming? There's a lot of people, young people right now, kind of scared, thinking because they love programming, but they're scared about will I be able to have a future if I pursue this career path? Do you think the very skill of programming will change fundamentally?
I actually think this is a really, really exciting time to be building software. We remember what programming was like in, 20 months, whatever it was. And it was just so much more craft, boilerplate, and, looking at something being gnarly, and that stuff. This is definitely not at net zero. for every say it's more fun back then. It's like we're really getting down to like the light concentration and all the things that really draw people to programming, like for instance this element of being able to build things really fast and speed and also individual control. Like all those are coming back a ton. And so I think it's just gonna be a really, really fun time for people who build software. I think that the skills will probably change too. I think that people's taste and creative ideas will be magnified and will be maybe less a little bit about text editing, maybe even a little bit less about carefulness, which I think is really important today. If you're a programmer, it'll be a lot more fun. What do you guys think?
I'm very excited to be able to change, like, just one thing that happened recently was like we wanted to do a relatively big migration to our Kubernetes. We're using async local storage and Node.js, which is not very performant, and we wanted to migrate to our context object. And this is a big migration that affects the entire code base. And Swallow and I spent, I don't know, 5 days working through this, even with today's AI tools. And I am really excited for a future where I can just show a couple of examples, and then the AI applies that to all of the locations, and then it highlights, oh, this is a new example, like what should I do, and then I show exactly what to do there, and then that can be done in like 10 minutes. And then you can iterate much faster. Then you don't have to think as much up front and stand at the blackboard and like think exactly like how are we going to do this because the cost is so high. But you can just try something first, and you realize, oh, this is not actually what I want, and then you can change it instantly again after. And so, yeah, I think being a programmer in the future is a lot of fun.
Yeah, I really like that point about it feels like a lot of times programming, there are two ways you go about it. One is like you think really hard, carefully up front about the best possible way to do it, and then you spend your limited time of engineering to actually implement it. But I much prefer just getting in the code and like, taking a crack at it, seeing how it lays out, and then iterating really quickly on that. That feels more fun.
Yeah, it just generating a little bit is great. Just focus on the difficult design, difficult design decisions. Migration, I feel like this is a cool one. Like it seems like large language models are able to basically translate from one program language to another, or like translate, migrate in the general sense of what migrate is. But that's in the current moment. So I mean, the fear has to do with like, okay, these models get better and better. Then you're doing less of it. And it's going to kind of move to a place where you're operating in a design space of natural language. Natural language is the main programming language. And I guess I could ask that by way of advice. Like if somebody's interested in programming now, what do you think they should learn? Like, do you guys start from Java and have you get the OS and PHP, Objective-C, there you go. I mean, in the end, we all know JavaScript is going to win. And not TypeScript, it's going to be like vanilla JavaScript from either world, maybe a little PHP. And I mean, it also brings up the question of like, I think Don Knuth has this idea that some percent of the population is geeks. And like, there's a particular kind of psychology in mind required for programming. And it feels like more and more that it expands. The kind of person that should be able to, can do great programming might expand.
I think different people do programming for different reasons, but I think truly like the best programmers are the ones that really love, just like absolutely love programming. For example, there are folks on my team who literally when they get back from work, they go and then they do the prayer coding on their side project for the entire night, and they say that's what they're doing. And when they're sad, they said, like, there's that level of programmer where like this obsession love I think makes really the best programmer. And I think these types of people will really get into the details of how things work.
I guess the question I'm asking, that exact way you think about that question. When the superton plays big tab succeeds, you keep putting this in tab.
That person in the team loves to do cushion tab more than anything else. Yeah, and it's also not just like pressing tab is like the just pressing tab. That's like the easy way to say it. But what you're actually doing when you're pressing tab is that you're injecting intent all the time while you're doing it. You're sometimes you're protecting it, sometimes you're typing it more. And that's the way that you're sort of shaping the things that's being created. And I think programming will change a lot to just what is it that you want to make. So it's sort of higher bandwidth. The computer just becomes higher and higher bandwidth as opposed to like just typing it's much lower bandwidth.
I mean, this goes to your manifesto titled Engineering Genius. We are an applied research lab building extraordinary productive human AI systems. So speaking to this like hybrid element. To start, we're building the engineer of the future, a human AI programmer that's an order of magnitude more effective than any one engineer. This hybrid engineer will have effortless control over their code base and no low entropy keystrokes. They will iterate at the speed of their judgment, even in the most complex systems. Using a combination of AI and human ingenuity, they will outsmart and out-engineer the best pure AI systems. We are a group of researchers and engineers. We build software and models to invent at the edge of what's useful and possible to our work to improve the lives of hundreds of thousands of programmers. And on the way to that, we'll at least make programming more fun. So thank you for talking to me.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Michael, Swale, Harvard, and Amar. And now I'm leaving you with a random, funny, and perhaps profound programming code I saw on Reddit. Nothing is as permanent as a temporary solution that works. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
For the vast majority of human existence, we've been nomadic and we've done these kind of wider or tighter nomadic circles depending on the geographic region. But they've moved. So once humans figured out how to stay in a place, that's the initial trigger to what would become civilization.
I think it's beauty of blood. Yes, that.
What I meant by that is they were absolutely comfortable with human sacrifice and ripping people's hearts out. They had this just grotesque, violent bent, but in the same way, they also absolutely loved flower gardens and poetry and music and dance. The same Aztec king who would order the hearts of 1,000 people extracted also would stand up at dinner parties to recite his own poetry. But they were really just surgical about it. It was a thick obsidian knife where they could just break the ribs right along the sternum and then push the sternum down, pull up, and
while the person was alive.
Yeah, while the person was alive.
The following is a conversation with Ed Barnhart, an archaeologist specializing in ancient civilizations of South America, Mesoamerica, and North America. This is the Let's Speak podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Ed Barnhart. Do you think there are lost civilizations in the history of humans on Earth which we don't know anything about?
Yes, I do. And in fact, we have found some civilizations that we had no idea about just in my lifetime. Where we've got text, and we've got the stuff that's going on in the Amazon. And there's some other less startling things that we have no idea existed and push our dates back and give us more civilizations we had no idea about. So
you think there's a lost civilization in the Amazon that Amazon jungle has eaten up or is hiding the evidence of?
Yes, I do. And we're beginning to find it. There are these huge, what we call geoglyphs, these mound groups that are in geometric patterns. I think that the average Joe, when they hear the word civilization, they think of something that looks like Rome. And I don't think we're ever going to find anything that looks like Rome in the Amazon. I think a lot of things there, I mean, wherever you are on the planet, you use your natural resources. And in the Amazon, there's not a whole lot of stone. What stone is there is deep, deep, deep. So a lot of their things were built out of dirt and trees and feathers and textiles.
But is it possible that all that land that's not covered by trees is actually hiding stone, for example, some architecture, some things that's just very difficult to find for archaeologists?
I think at the base of the Andes, where the Amazon connects to the Andes, there's a lot of potential there because that's where the stone actually starts poking up. When you get down into the basin, stone is meters and meters under the ground, except for a stray cliff here and there where the river rug dug deep. And even then, only in the dry season, because that river rises like over 100 feet every year.
That's one of the things, having visited that area, just interacting with waterfalls and seeing the water. I was humbled by the power of water to shape landscapes. Probably a race history in the context that we're talking about as civilization. Water can just make everything disappear for periods of centuries, millennia. And so if there's something existed a very long time ago, thousands of years ago, it's very possible it was just eaten up by nature.
Absolutely. In fact, in my opinion, that's almost a certainty in a lot of places. The Grand Canyon was done by water. There's this wimpy little river in it right now, and you can't possibly imagine that it dug that, but it did. The power of nature and geology is really kind of magical. And when it comes to ancient civilizations that could be from a long time ago, there's probably a lot that are just the ocean. It's just the wave action have destroyed them, and what they haven't destroyed buried deep
Under the ocean, do you think Atlantis ever existed?
I don't think that Atlantis existed. I do think it was one of Plato's many parables talking about putting in a story as a teaching device of his school. If one did exist or a shadow of it, my money would be on Akrotiri. Akrotiri is what's left of a big city that was on the island of Santorini. And when their volcano blew up, it blew up most of the city and shot chunks of it so fast that 70 miles away in Crete, there are chunks of Santorini in their cliff. So it blasted what was ever there, but what's left on the side of the crater, Akrotiri, is strangely advanced for its age. And so if there's anything that's a model for Atlantis, as Plato explained it, it's Akrotiri.
Akrotiri, the ancient Greek city. So it says the settlement was destroyed in the barren eruption sometime in the 16th century BCE and buried in volcanic ash, which preserved the remains of the frescoes and many objects and artworks. So we don't know how advanced that civilization was.
No, but we can walk around the ruins and see that it's got streets, it's got plumbing, it's got little sconces for torches at night. It was a vibrant city with a lot of, especially in terms of hydraulic engineering, it's very advanced for being 3,500 years old.
If you check out here's an image of the excavation, what a project.
It's an amazing place. And you can tell that it's just part of it because it's pretty close to where the crater began. So the city itself was probably much larger.
So in this case, there's a lot of evidence. But like we said, there could be civilizations there's very little evidence of because of the natural environment destroys all the evidence.
Right. And I think Akrotiri is actually a great example of that because here we have the side that didn't preserve that looks amazing,
but we know there was more of the city that was completely obliterated. It was shot. Chunks of that city are probably in the walls of Crete, 70 miles away. And Plato says that it sunk. It was on an island and it sunk. Well, that's exactly what happened to Bacteria.
The invisible places.
If at least the model of it, I think this is probably what it's talking about.
And there could be other civilizations of which Plato has never seen. That we have no record of. It's humbling that the entire civilizations, with all the dreams, the hopes, the technological innovation, the wars, the conflicts, the political tensions, all of that, social interactions, the hierarchies, all of that, the art can be just destroyed like that and forgotten, completely lost in ancient history.
I reflect upon that often as an archaeologist. I think about this great country that I live in and love and all the things we've achieved. But, we're a baby, historically speaking. We've been around 200 years. Heck, a lot of the cities I study in Central and South America, they had a run of 800, 1,000 years, and now they're ruined. We're barely getting started in terms of historical civilizations.
So humans, Homo sapiens, evolved. But they didn't start civilizations right away. There was a long period of time when they did not form these complex societies. So how did we, let's say 300,000 years ago in Africa, actually go from there to create civilization?
I think that a lot of human evolution had to do with the pressures that their environment put upon them. And a lot of things start changing right around 12,000 years ago. And that's when our last ice age really ended. I think there was a whole lot of things that just pressured them into especially finding new ways of subsistence. Here in the Americas, a huge thing that happened was all the megafauna went away. When the climate changed enough, the mammoths died out and the bison died out, and there was just, they had to come up with different ways of doing it. We were hunters and gatherers, and we had things we got from hunting, and we got things we got from gathering. And in the Americas, when the things that they were used to hunting went away, and they had to make do with rabbits, the gathering started to be a much more important thing. And I think that led to figuring out, hey, we can actually grow certain things. And gardens turned into crops, turned into intense crops, and then people were allowed to gather in bigger groups and survive in a single area, roam around anymore. And that's where we get the first sedentary communities, which means they stayed in the same place all year long. For the vast majority of human existence, we've been nomadic, and we've done these kind of tighter nomadic circles depending on the geographic region, where they know, okay, in the mountains, we'll be in the summer in the mountains because there's berries and things, and then we'll hunt. But they tell, once humans stay in a place, that's the initial trigger to become civilization.
What do you think is a lot of questions people ask? What do you think is the motivation of society, the character of the state? So you said, is it when resources run out, eating everybody, taking stuff out, or is it more the carrot of maybe impress the rest of the village or something like this with the new discovery that may be venturing out and coming out with different ideas or technological innovation?
Well, I have an explorer's heart, so I'm kind of, I'm biased, right? I do think that we have an innate desire to see what's on the horizon and to impress other people with our achievements, things like that. We're social beings. That's really the edge that humans have, is our ability to work together. So I think that it's much more the carrot than the stick. When things get ugly, the stick comes out. But usually the carrot does the job.
It's a really interesting story. That's pretty gangster to go from Asia all the way, potentially during the Ice Age, or maybe at the end of the Ice Age, or during that whole period, not knowing what the world looks like, going into the unknown. Can you talk to that process like the first people come to the end?
Well, first off, I agree. That was pretty gangster. I mean, that's a hard place to live. I listened to some of your podcasts. That guy, Jordan Jonas, yeah, I the mustard, but I wouldn't have made the crossing there.
Well, there you go. Like the fact that those guys exist, that somebody like Jordan Jonas exists, people that survive and thrive in these harsh conditions. That's an indication that it's possible. But yeah, so when do you think and how?
The traditional theories are still somewhat valid, or at least on the table, that when that land bridge occurred, that nomadic hunters just followed the game like they always had, and the game went across there because there was no barrier, and they followed them across. The thing that has changed is how early that happened. DNA has been a total game changer for archaeology. We get all these evolutionary tracks that we could never see before. When I was a young archaeologist, I would have never dreamed the information we had then. And that information, a lot of it's coming out of Texas A&M. We see the traditional, like 12,500 years ago, that there was a migration. But now we're seeing one that's almost certainly happening closer to 30,000 years ago. And now the thing that seems like madness but might be true is that it could have been as early as 60. A lot of the DNA things are suggesting that the very first migration could have come across as early as 60. And when I was a younger archaeologist, it was heresy to go beyond this 12,500. Or wacko said that. But now it's really very clear that they came over at least by 30,000. And the bridge opened and closed, and opened and closed.
That's during the Ice Age.
Right.
I mean, that's crazy, right? That is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't roll in and immediately make the door. But there were people. And there were definitely not people here before that, which is fascinating. When the bridge closed, DNA mutated, and so we have specific kinds of haplogroups that are here in the Americas that don't exist otherwise. And that same haplogroup chain has been showing us more and more that people came across Siberia. It's not Africa, it's not Western Europe. Those are still, they've become kind of fringe things, but they're not totally eradicated. DNA is developing science as well, and I think we all need to keep that in mind, that it's not like they just cracked the code and now we know all the answers. And sometimes, like in any science, a breakthrough puts us two not forward. So I think, we don't need to have too much faith in the models that are now being created through DNA, but they are point direction of everybody across from Siberia. All Native American people are of Asiatic descent.
Do you think it was a gradual process? It's like 30, 60,000 years ago. Was it gradual movement of these nomadic tribes to follow the animals? Or was it like one explorer that pushed the tribe to just go and go across, maybe across 100 years, travel all the way across maybe into North America, or North America, and it's now sort of like big leaps versus gradual?
I think it was big leaps. And now this is just, most, yes, I'll admit. But I think that it, much in the way that evolutionary models talk about punctuated equilibrium, that there are big moments of change, and then it settles out into a more slow and steady pattern, and then something big will happen again. I do think that the early people went as far as they could go, and there were certain colonies that just got isolated for thousands of years. One of the fascinating things that DNA is showing us which actually blood types were showing us way before that, is that the oldest people in the Americas are in South America. The ones that that got separated early and didn't mix their DNA, like the people in the Amazon. Most of those guys have O blood type, and they're haplogroup D, which is the oldest one that entered the U.S. And what are they doing down there? If I do believe they came across the Bering Strait, I don't think it's very. We have no real evidence to say they came in mass across Oceania. So they made it probably by boat along the coast, all the way to South America.
So there's some kind of cultural engine that drove them to explore. So if you had to bet all your money, like tens of thousands of years ago, like at a very rapid pace, explorers went all the way to South America. There established a kind of more stable existence. And from there, South America, Mesoamerica, North America was kind of gradually expanded into that area.
I think the next waves came down and did North America and Central America, and the very first wave made it all the way down to South America and got isolated, and then mixed in with the next groups that came.
That's fascinating.
Kind of like there's an interesting correlate in Europe where today everybody feels like Celtic people are from Ireland, but actually Celtic people started in Eastern Europe, and it was the entire area. And when Rome kind of swept everything, and Rome was now the ruler of the day, it was only that far edge of the Celtic world, Ireland, that they were like, we're not going to mess with those guys on that island, we'll leave them be. So now it looks like that's the heart of Celtic tradition, but actually it's the French.
If it is 60,000 years ago, these are really early humans.
Yeah. And there were consistent things that have been coming out for decades about very old carbon-14 dates in the Amazon and in the Andes area that everybody just dismissed as no, you didn't get a date of 40,000 years. But I think we're going to come back around to start readdressing some of these based on new evidence at hand.
And that's the interesting thing. The early humans spread throughout the world. And then, like you said, perhaps got isolated. And then civilizations sprung from that. And they all have similar elements, even though they were isolated. That's really interesting. But there's multiple kingdoms in civilization. Not just one. Like one good idea. Those ideas naturally come up. Those structures naturally come up.
And I wonder whether the similarities that all those cradles have, it could be a shared, much deeper past that they all have. Or it could be a more kind of Star Trek guy. Captain Kirk was always talking about the theory of parallel human development. That humans across the universe go through certain stages of development. That could be the answer.
Which one do you lean on? Which one do you lean toward?
I think it's a case by case thing, but I think if we look globally, I lean much more towards the human parallel. But if I look at Americans and the shorter time frame, the things that become major civilizations now I'll say up to 30,000, which is still a blip in the time of humans. I think that there were shared things that those people came over with from Asia, and that as they got separated, that they had core values that then turned into things like religion and cultural customs that we can see. I'm a big proponent that there are commonalities in all of the cultures of the Americas that lead back to and point to a single distant origin.
You've spoken about the lost cradle of civilization in South America. So, South America is not often talked about as one of the cradles of civilization. So South America, Mesoamerica, can you explain?
Well, we have very early stuff in South we're seeing things that predate the earliest stuff that we like to talk about, like Egypt and Mesopotamia. There are things, it's all on the Peruvian coast that we have these cradles of civilization. Someday we might start talking about the Amazon forest. But right now, what we've got are things that date back into the 3000s BCE along the coast of Peru. And there are big stone-built pyramids and temples. And they're amazingly isolated. Even now that we've found them, some of them, like Corral, is one of the most famous ones just north of Lima. We've known about it for a couple decades now, how old it is, but every time I visit there, it's like I visited the moon. There's absolutely nobody there, not for miles. It's amazing how such a discovery was made, and nobody goes to see it. It's not easy to get to. Do you think there's a bunch of Wookiees in the desert? Something not discovered. And there's so many. Peru has tons. That desert gets really ugly quick, and it buries things completely. There are so many pyramids out there that are still completely untouched. You don't hear the name pyramids. They think it's Egypt. It's got about 140 pyramids, and we have pretty much found them. Peru has thousands of pyramids, and now they weren't built of not all of them were built of stone. Some of them were adobe bricks, which have weathered terribly. So now they don't look. They're not exciting places to visit today. You know what's funny too? We started off talking about whether I think there's a lost civilization out there. There are definitely things that are still to be discovered, but there are some things that were discovered 100 years ago, and archaeologists, or back then they called themselves antiquarians, just kind of passed over. Corral was one of these sites because the coast of Peru has some of those pyramids that were made by the Moche are full of gold and beautiful ceramics and things that you can sell for big money. But Corral was found a long time ago, but the archaeologist was like, no gold, no ceramics, forget about it, this place is no good, we can't sell anything here. And then about the 1970s or 80s, somebody said, hey, no ceramics? Is that older than the invention of ceramics? Shit, we better go take another look at that place.
So what's the dating of Corral?
Corral, I think, starts at about 3200 BCE, and it lasts as a major civilization with a lot of other cities around it until about 1800.
So what's the story behind looking at some of these images? What's the story about construction like that? What was the idea of bringing that?
That, gosh, I mean, it should be some sort of, I'll be like the archaeologist, like, that this is a place where we're so many things we say are so painfully vague, and that's about, what we got. And a place like this, I know the one we're looking at here, I've been here a couple of times. In the pyramid behind it, the rubble is built in a way where the building won't rock apart. This is a very earthquake-prone place, but the buildings haven't fallen because they make these knit baskets people around that allow buildings like that. And inside these, we've also found a couple of things that were babies that were really close. And I don't think there are a lot of people that see that before. I think a lot of the things that were baby sacrifice for all I think it's more about the tragic nature of incidents that happened in the past. It was a lot more common. There were cultures that didn't even properly name their kids until they got survived because chances were they were going to die. And so I think a lot of these babies that we find in the ceremonial contexts that are interpreted as sacrifices, and I think they're putting them in special places because they mourn the death of their kids. And it just happened like that.
one of the things that said that surprised me is that Germany's built for possibly hundreds of years before the That's true.
Absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, there's one that's now pushing 6,000 BCE. Like, that's thousands of years before this stuff. And that one's called Waka Prieta. And it was not it was not an experiment. It was an experiment. And it was thousands of years.
What do you think is the motivation? So the fact that it can withstand the elements structurally, that kind of thing. This is good. Well, why do things work together? Why do they build it? All kinds of things.
Well, my roommate, a lot of people ask me, I would say, is that inflation? I think that when people want to build a big building without rebar, that you end up building something with a fat base, goes up to a skinny top, and that turns into a universe. Any kid who's playing with blocks on the floor builds a couple pallets down, and he wants one that's going to steady and be tall, and he ends up making just a fat base and a tiny box. And I think that building something big and coming together is one of those humans that we don't have to be here after so long. People will remember who we were. We're all, there's any human commonality, it's fear of our own deaths. And nothing, no one's living or that's the first big arguments like that will probably be a group of people saying that they do something. And that is we were just talking about Rocket Friend and something almost 6,000 BC now. The first one. That was a funny. We just talked about all these rocky goals, but actually, I'm pretty sure that Rocket Friend's first year was about casting a smelly pile of trash. I think everybody piled up their trash in the town, and it stunk. It felt true. It smelled like fish. And somebody said, if we just bury this thing, it won't smell. And then it's a big now. You get up and talk this stuff, and then it's all squishy later. You get the trash in this way. Then it will really not smell. I really think that the very first time that they bring about trash thing, and that's just kind of talk about the flavor stuff.
Yeah, and then the problem survives makes more impressed comfort by the people on the construction. Like maybe the next guy's going to keep building stuff.
Yes. And not to jump ahead, but in North America, so they also there's this interesting evolution where there were piles of shells along rivers and along the coastlines. People made a lot of shells that they collected in. So the pile of shells was being near the communities that probably became landmarks, and eventually it started burying their dead inside them. Probably again because about snakes and about well, we don't want to talk to you. Put them in the shells out. But then that all of a sudden became this like that's where my grandfather got. That's where great grandfather got. And all of a sudden people started being actually not just the resources, but for the shared memories of their ancestors. So when the very first pyramid was built in Ohio area, it was still kind of young, but it was full of bodies, and I think it's an echo of where they used to be put bodies in shelters. So where
And schools with the first civilization.
well, I think we're still piecing that together. Coming back to the first thing we talked about, I think we're still missing a lot of stuff, especially in South America. It just keeps getting things real. Part of the reason it's hard to answer that question is, at what point do we consider people a civilization? We have in the Americas this long period of time that's called the Paleolithic. barrel head. They go back and forth with different hunting tools, but really nothing changes for thousands of years. And then finally they start developing into larger groups, which for the most part have to do with agriculture. And it used to be archaeology that was just the end all be all. Civilization starts with the invention of agriculture. And you can't have sedentary because people don't have farms. But that's been discounted. Peru is a big part of that area of Paral. It's connected to another city on the coast called Aspera. And Aspera starts about the same time, but they're all about fishing. They put no farms. And Paral is upriver from this farming, but funny enough, they're not really farming food. They're farming cotton. And they're making nets, and they're trading the nets to people on the coast to fish. So it's not as simple as it's just agriculture, but it is, I think, still rooted in how can we feed more people than just our family? How can we together create a food abundance so we're no longer scared about spreading out food?
So is it possible something you've argued that civilization started from jungle?
I would think of something. I think religion in South America began. I think there were people that are very old. There's actually the earliest pottery in all of the Americas. All of these places that have civilizations through us. You know where the oldest pottery is? In the middle of the Amazon.
So there's interesting cultures developing in there. So religion, you would say, precedes civilization.
In South America, the Corral that goes to art and any evidence of religion we have those pyramids and things that we call temples, but we don't really know what's on here. And there's no hints of religious iconography, ceremonies, nothing like that. The first step that you get is right when that culture ends, about 1800 BCE, this culture called Shabin starts up. And their main temple was up in the Andes in this place of least religions in the Amazon and Mexico. It's about 3 days walk either way from this place where this temple was. That was supposed to be a very religious iconography. All food from the temple. There are things that are from the coast, but the iconography are all jaguars and snakes and crocodiles. And those don't come from the coast. All of those things are coming out of the desert.
Religion is a really cultural religion. And there's also this ties together. To you, it's possible that this powerful idea in South America started in
I do think it, and you're right. I know ideas are more powerful than that. But archaeology can't see them at all. We can see, sometimes we can see ideas manifested in the things they create and see, but there's an interpretation process, right, about what idea is. Those are things that archaeology can't get at.
And that's one of the challenges of archaeology, I think, when you take ancient history. You try to not just understand what they're doing in terms of architecture, but understand what's going on inside their mind.
That's really what I'm in it for. I'm trying to understand this what it's really connected to us and to know we're dealing with a totally flawed record. We only have what we preserved the test of time. You know, if you around this first year, if 2,000 years of weathering happened in the pieces, what would be left? And what would we think happened?
Right. But it's not much more than 1,000 like it's a legal test. About the different analogies of right? The solution to the US. What about things? Way more controversial ideas than the religion. There's a thread that connects different society, and the religion that practices more monotheistic people.
That is exactly what I'm thinking about. It's all about this bank somewhere thousands of years ago. It's all the way out of the Amazon of this Christianity. They religion. This would have been kind of a combination of ideas from the coast of the He is the one created and my opinion through all the people and people in the Amazon still there. His name is people must say it. But they say that his emissaries are correct, that he is the creator.
Why is the religion for a lot of the Christians and not?
Well, there are bona fide that one that's taken out of the box of the early religion of the old world. And I think that was part of the problem. The earliest archaeologists walked in there with a preconceived notion that ancient cultures had pantheons. So they went to the art books and they came up with things like the shark god, the sun god, all these things. But I read the art, and I was trained by a person right here in Austin, Texas, as an art historian. He follows certain diagnostic traits to art that see the development of time. And when I look at it, and use that methodology, there's a single face, goggle eyes, and fangs, and claws on his hands and feet, and snakes coming out of his head, and he's got a really identifiable trait. He also likes to sever people's heads off. But he's the bad deity. He's there. He shows up in Shemini Dequantar after the session. And he keeps showing up. Every culture, even thousands of miles away, throughout the next 2 millennia, right up to the end. They have a big creator. They call Veracocha. But Veracocha is that he is it's a huge thing. So I'm trying to get the hint that it's like almost Islamic thing where they say you can't understand the face of Veracocha. So they do put him in a constant frame, building him just a blob, like he's husband, but he's at the very top. I think we're misunderstanding a lot of things that we used to say but just supernatural. If we flip the mirror on Christianity and we look at it, which of course Christianity is monotheistic, right? Heresy, say that. But who are all these other characters? Who are all these angels, demons, and Jesus Christ? I mean, I don't even know who the Holy Spirit is. But he's some sort of supernatural being. That monotheistic has lots of things that have supernatural powers that are not God. That's where I think the crux of us misunderstanding ancient India.
So what is the process of analyzing artists whose time you try to figure out what each important entities are for that culture? You just see what shows up as
Well, certainly without the advent of writing, depictions in art have all sorts of meanings in culture, and there are certain called diagnostic elements. Like we can pull apart the same sort of thing in like in Greek myths. You know by their dress, what they're holding, what the different gods are. Tell things from Zeus by the different things that are like by whatever. So they all have these diagnostic elements. So that's how our history goes now. Analyzes art of the time. Once you put it in a chronological sequence, that you would say, okay, here's a deity here in Shemini. Now we move forward 500 years, now we're in Moshe and Nazis. Where are the deities here? And what I see is that same guy, not just one or two traits, but a whole package of thousands of years, each one of these folks, he's got circular eyes, he's got a bag mouth, he's got claws on his hands, and he's a human. But he also has snakes coming off his head like hair, and snakes coming off his gut. And then, not so much in Shabin, but as he moves forward, he starts carting around severed heads, human severed heads. So there's like this detailed literature. The most of them are decapitated. But then they have these other, like, oh, here's the crab deity, here's the fox deity. But if you look at them, like the crab deity is just that guy's face coming off the crab, and the fox deity is that guy's face coming off the fox. So I think it's been on that particular exercise when similar to what Zeus, now Zeus is able to like turn into whatever animal he wanted to get to the woman he wanted, and he showed up in all sorts of forms, but he was always Zeus. I think that the fact he manifests himself through these people and animals throughout the ark, and that there are missing stories about these things that don't have and across like the real thousands of years of Shemi, the Moses city, that's right. Water comes from two, will not go. I say that they can play he's all over. I wonder how good that is. Right. I think people walk to places like Sabine. There's later one in Inca time called Pachacama that are still purpose places where people come in to be healed if they're sick, but also just to put on the time. So, Sabine was a place where people from Amazon, people from the coast were all coming together and saw it in the archaeology. There's these interesting labyrinths under the pyramids with the magazines that have like one labyrinth that has all copies. The next labyrinth will have a bunch of animals. The next one will have a bunch of things made out of stone. So people are showing up and giving this tribute, and they're learning, and then they're going back to their community. So I think it's heard from certain silverling tribes that painted just like silverling tribes do. Something goes back and they build a temple to the Bangui. Do you know much about the relationship they have to Bangui and their conception of the power Bangui they praise Bangui, all-knowing God? Is it something that brings joy and harvest, or is it something that gives them sacrifice that way to keep it dead? I think he has two sides to it. Like a lot of the Hindu gods are just one aspect is powerful, the other aspect is force. I think he had that same sort of tone because we do see it as tears when he takes his heads off, and he is a jackass in and of himself, like certain power and property. But then there are other funny things about it. He is definitely involved in a lot of healing ceremonies, a lot of those healing ceremonies are involved with sex acts, when it comes to sexual pottery, where priests are having sex with women or men. And some of them show their faces transforming into men, like years acting. But the thing that most cracks me up, just off the side, is the Bang deity has a little puppy. He has a puppy that's like just dancing around his feet and like jumping up on it and you see him again and again. Sometimes he's feeling sex. Okay, I tracked that puppy from other times that to these sex scenes where where a priest is having sex with somebody in a house and there's a Bang deity and there's a puppy just scratching at the door like, hey, you touch me, and then finally one day with the puppy having sex with the woman instead of the Bang deity. Yeah, like it's like this weird stuff. So he, okay, yeah, he likes to take heads off, but he also has puppy. It's actually also that says that I saw open station for years on Calvin. And
of Russian civilization. The military organization of the sex companies as headhunting, which is sort of related to ancient Russian shaman. So now I understand. I was like, well, how can you dance? And the headhunting. That's the decapitating. And I've added rock and roll stuff and sex stuff. It's like rock and roll or music is also the big one. They're all interesting. They all spirits down. They're just whole spirit books that we have them. And the people who drink sandpaper they don't talk about the fact that you getting anymore. Christianity did fight one spirit. Somewhat put him in the back, because I'm talking about the package. So they don't talk about the emotion more, so it's still around. They're in around for me. They call it high. But music playing in the environment plays blues, sometimes of course women sing, and that stuff brings spirits down into the ceremony. There's a spirit hurting the person that's and then the priest, or the shaman, or the curandero, whatever you want to call it, has his own posse of spirits that are going to help him figure out what's going on. So when the music starts, that's bringing those spirits in. Like people don't see them unless they've been by the sandpaper patch, which is in the Amazon side it was ayahuasca. On the coast it was sandpaper patch. But that's what allows you to actually see that other world. Yeah. I went to the Amazon and did ayahuasca. When in Rome. How far back? Oh, I think it's longer than anybody can remember, but I mean, it's a natural plant. It's been there forever. I think that it's thousands and thousands of years. That's another thing Shaheen de Quantara was talking about. So I think the religion came from the Amazon. There's this wall on the back side that faces the Amazon side. Entering sitting from the Amazon path. See this wall first? That's a bunch of bases. Some of them are humans, some of them are space jaguar, and some of them are transforming in between. But there's a group of them that are midway through transformation, and they show their nostrils leaking out this snuff that's kind of like down their face. Sandpaper doesn't do that, but ayahuasca does. Ayahuasca traditionally blows on two or a breath. But it was a lot of times a nose. And when you shoot up your nose, it's happens just this gush of snot comes out. And there are stone depictions of people uncontrollably snotting on the backside of the temple from 3,000 years ago. That could have been a big component of the development of religion shamanism. I think that hallucinogens opens the mind, then they open the minds now. And this one they period that actually was very actual catalyst for the formation of civilization. In the Americas, yes. Though, hallucinogens are not part of every ancient tradition of the world. In fact, strangely, the majority of plants that are actually psychotropic, not just mood altering, are from here in the Americas. There are very few drugs that will make you hallucinate outside of the Americas. Of course, now it's local. They're grown all over the place, but originally speaking, very, very few were outside of the Americas. So they can be part of the experience in a way that couldn't be. I wonder if what is real is part of the ritual, the creed was behind art versus literally the methods by which you come up with it to define civilization. The degree to which they have full formation of civilization. It's kind of fun to think about psychedelics being critical role in formation of civilization. I think in terms of South America, they possibly well. In North America, where
it's more north of Flying Fair, not so much. At least in terms of psychedelics, things like tobacco was always a big part of it. But a lot of the, there's more than one way to reach a hallucinatory state. The hard way is starvation, sleep deprivation, the Maya sleep deprivation, starvation, and then the blood themselves start to have that loss of blood, which triggers hallucination. Nothing to do with it. Oh, it's the result about the tools aren't the creates insights, the results. So you're getting to it's the hallucinations are poison. They're good. That's it's a near death state, and people just sleeping with them through that other world, and death led to this other world, so that took this lighting of some poison. So you enter that other world. Yeah, Tom Wayne says salt down with my town, drop poison. That poison is a good cannabis or invention. So who were the early first mother cultures, mother civilizations? What is, if we look chronologically, is there a way to put on the first each that actually is about forever? It was just the Chaldean people that you talked about from all of the first traditions of religious art were the mother cultures. And they certainly did transmit a lot of stuff. But then all of a sudden we find Corral. The next one that we barely really done looking at, but it's probably more than Corral is Sachin. I was just bumping around there last year. Just from the bus on the highway, I can see that's a pyramid. There's another one. And I know how Chad studied there is again. We're just barely beginning to understand the Corral art there. We've got bones, not even ceramics go on. And they didn't have the currency to even much water in the currency. So I don't know what those people use. Right, so one of the things hopefully discipling is what we're doing right. That I look for places like get at I look back and I guess I'm like, if we just go back to the Amazon, you mentioned that possibility that there's a loss of but it carries a lot of things, loss of use around us. Things possibly if we El Dorado, pretty secret, but there was El Dorado, the idea of where it is, kind of center around Portugal. And the city of Sea is named after a region of Brazil called the Chile. And but those are an America worth of distance apart. The entire people don't really think about it other than that, but the entire United States would fit inside the Amazon. That's how big that is. And these two are on either end, but both of them have evidence of civilization. Big, it's lowland and it floods households. So what they did is they made this big mound and then they used causeway between them so they could walk through this and while they were still energy. And the hardship that stuff has found in the like huge areas that would support tens of thousands. Again, don't use this and it's an unusual forest forever, so it's very full up. But it's there. Now, we're really big on habitat. And I think it's completely now in Brazil and Bolivia, partners, other highways all the way across and opened up a whole bunch of the land, which is kind of a more what's called like geometric perfect. So there's more and more evidence leaves the door seals itself. Right? So, and you just think that across decades, you expand that to centuries. You can see how it's completely strong enough. And it happens for sure. They're one of the ways that trying to push the mirror of where people were in because yes, the treaties and just the biomass have so much evidence, but they're finding more and more of these places that they call terra preta, which is black earth, and they're huge swaths of it. So I guess the anthropology term is anthropogenic landscapes, and what they're saying is that really dark earth couldn't have just got that way through natural forest processes. And sometime in the distant past, that forest wasn't there, and there was major farming and human activity to the point where they totally turned the soil on, and it's much more enriched. And when I took a trip into the Amazon, I went to Manaus, up the river, the Black River, a couple of days, and went and met some different communities. And I asked them about this black earth, and they were like, "Yeah, that's why we're here. Sometimes we move our village, but when we go, we would look for the terra preta, and that's where we're going to put our village because that's a place that all of our garbage, the other places they go."
I think it's a dark model, but it just ask that very question. And the stories, all the secrets are very people.
Yeah, there's so many of them. The thing that excites the world about archaeology right now is go back to 10. And this 10,000 now in Koran heavy, it's 11,000. The whole area is called the Moscow. We only found it a couple of decades ago. But it's just archaeologists going through the area and asking sheep herder, "Hey, no, that's not where anything else is. What is it? I'm sure it is." And then all of a sudden we've got a lost civilization and the shepherds always knew where it was. Just nobody else.
So speaking of what do you think about what who also believes that there's a lost city?
Well, I've met Grant, and personally I like him. He's a nice guy, got a nice sense of humor, I think he's smart. Um, and I also think he's a very good researcher. He and I are working on the same set of facts. The differences are interpretations. I do not believe Graham's idea that a single now lost ancient civilization seated the rest of them. I just don't see that on a number of levels, artifact wise, technology wise, art historical analysis. So I think his research is great. I think that he's very well read. In fact, better read than a lot of my colleagues. But his conclusions of history, and he and I have talked about this and had a very civil and normal conversation about it and agreed to disagree without spitting any venom at any point in the conversation.
Be a fun argument to be a fun wall. So he believes he's proposed as possible. And then they brought his class again by advanced ancient civilization. Is there any reason that possible?
Yeah, I agree. It's just like what I was just talking about. It's the conclusion part that we differ on. But the facts that he's basing that on are that arithmetic, are huge geometric earthworks, are the ever increasing evidence of them. They are now from the bottom of Bolivia to Guyana. They're everywhere. Every time we open up the jungle, we find these big works. So yes, there was a vast civilization that was there. How advanced they were is a question, and also a perspective question. Graham really focuses in on what we don't know and what we know.
What's the, just to educate me, what's the key idea proposing that you're disagreeing with? Is it the level of advancement of civilization? What is it for how hard is something like that?
My main point of disagreement humans in common because they have this common ancestry. In his early books, he suggested it's Atlantis. I don't think he suggested that he still hangs on to the single advanced captain completely lost. Archaeology, we don't have all of our ideas from our facts. And we're not, we could have the story wrong, but what we're really good at is finding stuff. We find this thing. So I find it just too big a pill to swallow that there was a civilization that was that technologically advanced, that hard to find a patch.
Yeah, but this compelling story that six all because I've heard this, the idea that but all the way down from that's create all these marvelous sophisticated civilization ideas and religious that look similar to other, everybody has one thing. But I'd say there's a lot of similarity. Everybody building a pyramid. Yeah. But there could be a lot of other explanations. And for even if it's a civil building explanation, it has to be that ever thought.
Everything theory, and as responsible scientists, we're trying to disprove our theories. We're not supposed to be trying to prove our theories. That's one more put out of the science box of archaeology off the steps, where we're supposed to be disproving all the things that we're not.
So you don't want to be in a discipline too much. And most of this is history. You're operating in really the dark, really not the dark. It's most of history. I'd say a lot of science operates in the it's like a dark corner. You kind of figure out what kind of yeah, in archaeology, most of it is yeah, right.
But I do also try to always every paradigm shifting ideas have never had began with heresy and that guy was crazy up to the second. And so okay, so I'm not supposed the things that sound outlandish because one of them eventually is going to be able to take care of it. If we're busy learning ideas that we don't like, that's where we put our mind to the possibility of things. I do like thinking about it. And it's just like to rewind that imagine all of these tribal systems. Yes, on their words, on the substance, things are just so dangerous. Can you speak to this understanding of the tribe? Well, a lot of them are. My other contacts, exactly where they are. Places like Ecuador have very responsible houses where no people now no contact. So we have information if they walk out of the jungle and talk to us. That's one thing. But we don't go out there looking for it. But they do see frozen in time. I don't think any of us have a good estimation of how long they've been like that. Right? We're saying how food changes based on pressures in their environment. It's money necessity talking about how the events change, how it changes. Right? And one thing we end up is once you figure out how to decide, it's a paradise. It's falling from the sky all the time. And once you learn to adapt to that environment, you have very little, there's no pressure to make anything else. Things would work.
Sort of the modern this process on content to try. One of the things they document that notice propensity maybe it's philosophy. So, I'm a relatively peaceful, but I've done books like everybody does. And I think it's cultural regardless of the Yanomama is part of the extra rite of passage to being a man is to go kill somebody from without village. And they go in there, they oftentimes, the way they look like, inbreeding set in and the like the singles out of 50s, and they typically don't steal women from far off villages. And that starts to get another thing that starts like really far illness in the Amazon and all of the ocean America. What you see as a biological thing is spiritual. So when somebody is illness sick, the question is that, well, what spirit is menacing him? And who calls it out? And then the woman says, why did you tell over there? And then opportunities so pissed off that I was closed on. We got those pictures. And then it was big. And so this round of never-ending violence goes through the voice has got there. So people New Guinea also. So it's not, there are certain areas, mostly urban areas, now that I think about it, where people hide out and they attack each other as a cultural institution. So this is a study tribe, not obviously philosophy of bias, how do you use bias and example. And there's a fascinating story like a range from one of the biologists who just did the body five of the Pacific area, met one of his uncontacted tribes and befriended himself one like the full tribe, but he made some friends who he greeted and stuff that and he started to learn the language over. So he was this important guy who had to be the close friend of these people. But one day, a couple of them came out of the woods and one was there, he killed him, and then they went back to the woods. So that's the one side, which basically said, we should kill him and carve it. So this was really to the mob. Everybody's got it. I think, we can listen to our veterans because we as a human species can easily evolve with violence against others. It's a dangerous place to be, not to use that. She's a fascinating thing to remember. Without even civilized society, it can be summoned like in 1984 2 minutes of 8. My words that find the thing can be summoned and directed. It needs a lot of structure. And our sports are really based on it needs a structure. Skill and positive something like that. Yes. So at which point did enough of the arise? That's another complicated one. A group living mostly in a jungle that barely start to explore. The truth is, a lot of the questions and the answer are that what we're talking about now is the pretend and the balance. The fact is, archaeologists want to do part. I mean, I've
time period for the Supreme Court is about 1800 BCE. There's some kind of Maya, not like, but they're on the with Guatemala and Mexico called the Clippers. Those are the first people that really sort of these cultures they're interacting with the culture that has traditionally been seen as Mexico's mother culture. They're kind of the same thing that we're talking about in South America. The Maya, the original Maya are not, there's not a whole lot to indicate that they have a religion. But the old ones have religion that they developed and they start exporting. See, the Mayas are more and more involved in the religion that was created by the Romans, going to the books, the swamps, and the plaza, and everything. I have a lot of questions to ask you about not just the Maya with all that comfort, and they groups, and how do you maintain I just finished building a wonderful thing on the old next to their interactions with Maya with Rachel. I'm really ready to come out next spring. I think they co-host archaeology in this regard is the worst episode of this one. We put these names on sources. We talk about how they evolved from one to another, draw these lines where there are studies, we make these time periods that a culture magic transforms from something with another name. Well, I'm pretty sure they didn't care about any of those names. So the Maya and the Olmec are two parts of a large interaction that Mesoamerica has lived still the religious part. But the other areas are bringing technologies. So there's technology, making things like mirror, making tools out of obsidian and other stone types. So you've got the old neck in the middle where Mexico gets skinny and gets swampy down there. That's called the Eastern Fork. That's the normal. Then you've got the Maya to the east of them. Then you have the Valley of Oaxaca, where it's called the South. They are involved in that. And then you have the Valley of Mexico, which is immense. All those areas also draw some more lines. Yeah. So what is Mesoamerica? What is South America? So Maya, a lot of people we're talking about here. Yeah, the type of things we're talking about are the old vector there. That's how we see the great myth. I'd say it starts about 1800 BC and by 500 the old vector and a whole new wave of sensitivity and population. In terms of Mesoamerica, the connection back here, I think about halfway through the Chihuahua Desert up there in the southwest. That's south about Mesoamerica. It's a big desert. Nobody once you get close enough, you get into the ancestral Pueblo people, what's down there, the four quarters there. They're not Mesoamerican. They're different rock. Right now, you see the name Maya there. It's like Maya, that's Guatemala. The Guatemala cuts off most of Mexico from Central America. But Central America only goes about halfway to the continent. And then it's really kind of a middleman. Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama, it's really, they're mediums. They're not Mesoamerica, they're not South America. They're more South America because they've got some gold. But then basically you get on the other side of the hill and you're fully in South America. With the same group too. You have the guys that are on the Andes on the west coast, and then you have the Andes. So the one of the Andes, so when you refer to Indian, is that from that archaeology is free, but it's almost a certain that they interact with numbers. It's by things people couldn't grapple and fly to these people on the other side of the planet did. But there's also things like that first list I talked about the Maya age. And still strange legal that a lot of people like El Blue think that the idea of ceramics actually came from South America.
Maya is seeded by the second wave across the strait. And that would be the South America. Were they in that of Maya? How does the migration we still see it together? I don't think they are Maya because of Maya, but we do have evidence of Maya captured people. There are small people. Generally speaking, people that grow up in the forest are smaller than people that grow up in hills and plains are taller. Probably about generations of people that stick their head on a branch or not. There's definitely a pattern. Smaller people live in the forest. But anyway, there's a cave in Houston, a molten cave that is hand. If somebody uses their hands on the cave and spit charcoal around their hands like a negative print, we can date that charcoal, and it comes from 10,000 years ago. And the hands are almost small. It's, typical old Mexico. I walked right up to these things. Put my hand, I didn't have that before, but I put my hand next to his hand. And they're all smaller than mine. Those are European things. And so even if he was a bunch of kids who were in this cave 10,000 years ago, it was people of my extent who did it. So many and there's so many thousands of years ago.
And actually, we have one day scientist 2,000 years older now, just from a couple of years ago, and in Yucatan, they found a woman named Sophia. And she was like 12,000 years old.
Best guess because you have is because across the Grand Strait, South America, across the Amazon, developed a lot of colonies in Africa, but looking back up, yes, you have to back up.
Kind of technology ceramics, I think, got there. Right.
It is thinking that my this has a
I've been doing a deep dive on this course that I did, and it really does seem like these other cultures that have jade and obsidian, the Olmecs had none of that stuff. They were living in swamps and building things out of dirt, but they were importing those materials from those areas, carving them into what and then exporting them back. So no manganese nowhere in Central America, and that's why it's your Jaguar, but it's not the same thing. This whole Jaguar transformer deity does not exist. They do have a thing.
So I have all mentioned these pieces of music. What was I'd love to ask questions about who were. So one question is, what was the sense when they looked up at the stars? What was their conception of the cosmos?
That's a good question. I've spent my entire career trying to answer. I think they saw it as proof of the cyclical nature of life, and certainly they saw like every ancient group did, like on the gods, and those things so far away. But I think that the Maya especially looked at it with a much more mathematical mind than they did. So they watched these things move every night. And if you study today, you notice that all the stars we can't just explain it. They're like puzzle pieces. There's a stage across which in very important places are anchors, and that's the moon, the sun, and the planet. There's five heads you can see them. So they started watching them. Why are just those seven moving differently than the others? And those are the things that they feed on matter. The sun, of course, is also involved in the agricultural cycles that have important in and of itself. But the planet seems to be that comes up with ideas of never look back and seeing that there is a repeated cycle, and then coming up with mythology around it. Venus was associated with wars, and they had very ritualized times to go to war. They had sometimes they did a flash period by it was the first appearance of Venus as the Roman star. That was the time to go to battle stage. And when it became the classic with like chief of the capital of the UK, then it looks like you watch Venus day after day, especially not every day, and then when it gets high point as it goes in the morning, it goes down here and three times fast. All of a sudden, it just shoots down next to the earth. So the people post-classic bias in this case saw that as the god shooting here as a unit. And that was activated. That was like war time. It was years that it had so
This is had foundation, a sense that life existence at the various times that the start points. And then you just look out there and you exclude the size of the fashion. You can just measure the cycle.
yeah, and they did it really well. Now, of course, they are the only ones to develop a fully elaborated record. South America had the key. It's so distant that our writers are still trying to figure out what the heck it is. You know, there's math there. But they have the ability to take the lifetime worth of measurements and hand it to the next generation. Then more and more. That's how they figured out kind of the holy grail of ancient response, how good were they, was whether they could see the perception of these bones. The fact that we're just barely wobbling in this 26,000 year period of stars, that's not spin all the way around and come back 26,000 years. But the Maya way to figure out what it was 1 degree every 72 years and did a calculation based on where it should be in the ancient past. And they're using constellation. They're showing us they know by saying, like, this planet's in this constellation right now, and 33,000 years ago, it would be in this constellation.
That's the word. I would love to sit down and detail society. Call it that.
I think actually it's good, and that's actually one of the things I'm hoping to move along in my generation of my career is to get the respect they deserve and standing toe to toe with the rest of our ancient civilizations. That there are things that should be called science that are not being called science. They're math, it's incredible. They're the hydraulic engineering, their chemistry. And so I look to talk about these things differently as a way to recognize.
Yeah, I mean, questions and levels. And you describe yourself, especially these are often sophisticated aspects of the mind calendars that they develop.
That's kind of stuff. But I'm kidding.
State of the art. I think the mind calendar.
Yeah, I think that's just showing that calendar system is evergreen. If you go into the future or the past, or billions of years, the system is just like our system. it's how obsessed they were really mad. It wasn't good enough for them to just make one cycle to describe time. They had all these cycles that interlocked into each other like pasta and cheese. So they had thought of it like that. But the Philippines difference and the one that's still are really defiant people that are living their lives based on a 260-day count. So weeks, no months. It's just 13 numbers combined with 20 days for a total of 260 days. And it goes again. Everybody in the Highlands knows what their birthday is in that calendar, knows what it means about their personalities and jobs compared to what they do. Each one of those days has their own spirit and what's supposed to happen in those days. The Maya collectively calls them the Baal, the grandmother-grandfather spirits. And they talk to each one of those days and they pray. There's now an association of 8,000 people that are called gods, that are gatekeepers or keeping the day. And then also community psychologists on this. People come to them and say, well, it's what's wrong with your life? Like this, okay, well, it looks like we're going to do this or that. You're an accountant. You're supposed to be an accountant. You're supposed to be a midwife. What you're doing, you're living your life wrong. You need to start being
So just take it really seriously. They what that means. The spirit should run for the day.
right. Like I'm 13 years, but it's funny how accurate a lot of my life basically is that I'm a irresponsible husband and parent, but people like me know my family for friends. That's what I'm listening to.
I mean, that's the good. So constructive society is not different. That's a lot of if the spirit does that, that's talking a lot about the spirit's day.
Absolutely. And the Maya really built the system. So that, of course, 260 years ago was the very first calendar they made thousands of years ago. And it's the one that's most important today. Like you said, from most Maya agree with this today. Who knows what the original architects thousands of years ago thinks, but it's 9 months. It's the human gestation. So if you conceive on the day 13 months, chances are your kid's coming out on or near 13 months. And I got confused. If that's right, that means the Maya and the Mesoamerican all share together. When they thought about we need to count that's what they didn't look up to the heavens, they looked like into their minds. What's the first cycle that we actually go through as humans? And look at this 9 month thing, it really is our cycle. And no other culture on the planet looks inside themselves to create their calendar.
So that's the oldest one, the second one is the third today. What's the second one?
The hard is the solar calendar, the one that everybody on the planet eventually comes up with. We know the second though, because when they start talking about it, they use all the symbols and the numbers from the 260. They say, well, we need the solar book too. Let's just keep counting this another 105 days and we'll get to 365.
Oh, which is they kind of cared of the second sky about it. And that's useful space for all this different culture, all this.
Right. But interestingly, they never put the Hana was also called the Shade, just 265. This means every year they're often close to the day, and eventually it starts really adding up. In fact, speak about modern times. In this calendar year, I just do this great math from 1,000 years ago. That's the beginning of the solar difference. They some might, especially guys in the Highlands in eastern Guatemala, they write from that either. They're really mysterious because it's a linear constant, which are not like this. It's a bunch of cycles like ours. Our weeks are a cycle, our months are a cycle. But it's weird in that its estimation of its year in the Rothschild system is only 360 days. So it's miserably off a solar system. And they count in base 20. So they count, like we count in tens for decimal, they count in base 20 for decimal. And so it should be that there's ones, there's 20, there's 400, there's 8,000, there's 160,000. It goes just like ours has hundreds, thousands, 10,000, but it's times 20. So it's 30. So they have days, months, 20 days. And then they have these years that should be by their math, 400. But it's only 350. And that throws the whole thing out of whack and straight around. Then they have a 20-year period, a 400-year period. 400 years is there, yeah. But it's only, by that time, it's only 396 in our record. So it's mysterious that why did they tweak it as a year to be only 360 days? That doesn't come with astronomy, that's not a human cycle.
Yeah, but they're interesting. They broke up those issues about sales, that's key. So 145 days, right? Or about 400 of the long count years. So it's kind of like all the living. We think of big deals because someone or their senses. That's they have a 20-year period that they do a lot of celebrations on. And then they have 400 boxers, which is the big one. That's like their millennium. That's 13 of those boxers occurred in the creation before. They also think that we were in the world has had multiple creations. They're not going to have those multiple civilizations who say that, but we're technically in the fourth creation. And they have a creation story called the Purple Booth. And the Purple Booth clear as day that the third creation ends with the help of these heroes called hero twins. And the fourth creation begins. And so on the Maya monument, we see them doing the math through the long count. And we can calculate back very exactly what happened. The fourth creation started on August 11th, 3114 BC. And it doesn't say it's day one. It says it's the last day of the 13th boxer of the third creation. Which leads us to believe that creation was only 13 boxers long. So, and this would be the fourth creation. The calendar starts with 3.
but if you do the math, going from 3114 BC and count 13 boxers in order, you get to 2012.
And the very popular notion, 2012, we're going to have one
December 21st, 2012.
at the end of the world. Rabbi, can you explain this?
This was very beautiful years with lectures throughout the country. Like your five that the apocalypse with them.
That would be technically
Yeah, technically we'd be in the fifth. So my argument was that actually, if you look through all the books via mathematics or calendars, they never say anything like that. In fact, there's a handful of dates that tell us that the fourth creation does continue by and large, that boxer place should have 20 boxers, like their accounting system dictates, not 13. And there's a place in Palenque, there's a place in Dresden Codex, one of the places I'm forgetting, that all talk about time after 2012. So how does that happen as a concept? there are certain texts that go way forward in time or way backward in time, and whenever they want to do that, there are higher rates above that that get to, that there's the Alabama, the Alabama, and it goes on and on. But these are like 160,000 huge increments of time, and they want to do that. They talk about how they start putting parentheses in all of the things with higher increments. And I think what they're saying is they're making an esoteric statement about the nature of time. That's what I think they're telling us. That time goes on magically.
But they still had a conception that it could go up on forever before. There's other civilizations that came before it, and that this is what created the second one, the sticks, the third one were like us, but flawed, in some other way. But we're finally made of the blood of the gods and forms. We're made out of forms, so we're perfect. And that's the explains to us the problem we've got to recognize. There's no reason to believe that this creation has a set direction. Well, one of the weird things is Aztecs, who talked to a lot about that, they also had the concept of multiple creations before us, but they were really clear to the Spanish that they weren't all at the same time. Some of them were in the 300s, some of them were in the 700s, but they were not the same time. So our mathematical logic that the third creation is 13, this one must be third creation, and then also be 13, is in direct opposition to what the Aztecs told us about the nature of creation. There's different kinds. What do you think there was the difference between this creation? Did they have long, multi-generational memory of prior civilizations?
It may have had some echo in the slide there.
Same kind of recognition.
There's a lot of different opinions about it. I think they were all 13. It's a 5 creation, like the Aztecs said, and they were all 13. They just come up to approximately 25,000 something years, which is really close to that perceptual size. So some people are like, they designed it all for completion of the profession of sequence. And I mean, that I don't believe that was the best sounds good. And it's just that's going to get a lot of it.
And one of the things that we obviously wonder about is why it wasn't part of most societies. Most,
I think that it's the end of the ice age. When the bathtub built back up,
it was just the ice age.
not that obviously the seas filling back up.
And they, without really understanding what happened, that's
Everybody knows that everybody's life comes from the liquid water. That was that they had received by our friend.
and that's just like people like whether it's or many conditions.
Why did you live here, Grandpa? Only their trip.
And then when grandpa's later, it's just kind of covering the same thing.
It becomes the knowledge. But global development. So that was, there's a lot of things I don't have to legislation. But the flood niche is almost certainly the rise.
So the safety of the everyday that's very spirit out of living by astrology. Most people have considered astrology maybe a bit unscientific type of set beliefs. I think there's something different astrology. from your scholarship of your life, carry that astrological perspective on the world.
I don't know. You know, I would look at that stuff, but I don't think scientists makes that could come up with a biological, scientific reason why that could be true. And when you look at it objectively, really, everybody born with the sign Scorpio, that's a moody person. That's just objectively not true. But it is funny how oftentimes these Maya horoscopes, for lack of a better word, do hit the mark. There was some student surveyed like 300 people with the atlas and asked about their Greek side and their Maya side. And the conclusion is that the Maya one was working late hours, which that's fantastic. At least that's fun. But no, I think I'm too much of a science. I just don't have any foundation in science that would allow us that the months in which we were born in a cycle sets our personality. I agree in reference on artists that I like that maybe a lot of spiritual work and don't quite understand. And just watch her mom live through this thing like that. Talk about this and then there, but it's good people with that. I do love the mysteries of the world. I would love to find an ancient civilization, but I don't want to solve the mysteries of the world. I think they're one of the things that make one like forced literature. That's true. That's true. You mentioned the Maya rights. What is the interesting aspects of those? In the region. Well, you know, one of the things that found me is that I spent a better portion of my life studying that I had the honor of being a student of Rothschild right here at the University of Texas at Austin. She got to put together this most of my influence hieroglyphics in the 1970s. So I learned from the best and loved every minute of it. I guess like speaking at home, oh boy, what a thing. We had kind of a Rosetta Stone. We had a page out of Diego de Vera, a priest who was converted to Maya, and you can ask his performance about their writing system and what every sound meant. He was convinced they had an alphabet. So this Maya guy sat down in Spanish and he said, okay, you're going to write all the things right here. I'm going to write it here, you're going to say, here, right, say, here. And that guy just wrote all of the sounds that the priests wanted to write. They were actually silent. They were vowel, consonant combinations that weren't phonetic. But that turned into our Rosetta Stone. The big thing is that the Maya don't speak the same language. There are millions of Maya people who are speaking a version of Maya. Now there's writing that we've got a simple writing system that is intelligible. We've broken the code. We have basically the same writing system from the top of Japan to Guatemala and El Salvador. But we have 33 Mayan languages that are mutually unintelligible. And we back and reject the language of what they spoke back then as a history, something like Chol, which is a combination of Chorti and Chol, the language. But it doesn't work for me at all. How did there was one language, maybe two back then? How did it tell that 33 mutually unintelligible languages just 500 years during cultural acculturations, and horrible infectious diseases killed 90% of the population. How did that happen? I'm missing something huge. I think it's more like Chinese, where Chinese letters, writing can be read in multiple languages and still understood. I don't know exactly the mechanics of how that happens, but it just seems impossible that there are more languages, not less languages in the Maya area for the last 500 years than they've been taken with this process. That allows for critical assessment. That's what I should say. They're distinct languages, even though they're in conflict. But there must have been a way that multiple languages understood the same language. Or maybe there was something like Latin. You know how there's a period in Europe where like most people were illiterate, and there was this priesthood who all understood Latin, and they wrote Latin. Maybe the hieroglyphs represent the kind of Latin tendencies over all, so it's not clear the gaps from but we did realize it's actually a Russian scholar during former Rothschild from Kentucky. The Americans and the Europeans were absolutely sure that the language was the written language was a dead language. But Yuri, not knowing any of that, he was building all of those thoughts from Americans and Europe about it in the way that he was taught in his grad school in Moscow, and just went to the dictionary and he looked at the text language that they're speaking today, and he applied it to the symbol system, and he knew that there were certain sounds, lambdas, alphabets, and he found that there was the two key examples were a picture of a dog with a symbol over it, and a picture of a person with a symbol over it. A dog in Texas. So we saw two symbols. So this one probably the turkey. So he pulled and instant. And he showed how, look, so this is food, this is food. Those two things that you said should be considered are the same symbols. But that began this process of unraveling the symbols that we're still working on today. And that's bad, but it's that sort of process is bad. And how do you figure out the process? So, is there still like anywhere in the languages that have been discovered yet? Yeah. Yeah, there's a number of them. There's Easter Island, which I was just talking to apparently they have got really advanced there now called Longo Bronson. And we usually have about maybe 25 examples of text. But we're beginning to break that. There's also a business thing is Moroccan. Moroccan, for a long time, we used to say there were 5 independent scripts on the planet. And those were Chinese, cuneiform, which is Mesopotamian, Egyptian, Maya, and then Moroccan, which is from northern Egypt. That's the only one that we've never cracked. And now all the pictures of people like the term, pictures to use translating these languages, they're all ganging up on Moroccan and want to kick it off the list because we can't break it. It had a bigger and simple set, but no one's been able to crack it, and now they're saying it's just doing that set. It doesn't look like that's structure. That's how positive the history is. I guess, you know, there's 52 pages of Twitter for it. It's a pick up next day. And it's another one that fascinates me from the Americans. The Inca had the teeth is not as stringless, but it was definitely encoding more than just math. You know the math. I know lots of I've used math and figure out what they're building together. So the recording devices math strings is going to be another question. People use it so strings is supposed to be what you say. There's one long string of the little bit tagged off. Cusco, where Spanish conquistadors were brought through, and the caretakers of the library would just they pull that book out, read that book, pull it out, and just read a history of something that happened 200 years earlier. So it was definitely right in. But in the 1570s, one head of the church there had all the people that read them, called people Maya, gathered up, had them read all of their Hebrews and transcribed them into Spanish books, and then had the Hebrews burned as those Hebrews were. And so we can't write the notes still today, but we know it was absolutely a written language. So it wasn't written into speech or novices.
And there's still some with it.
There's, I think now we just crossed the 1,000 mark. So we have 1,000 people. There's enough to break the code. And I think this generation might be the one that does it.
Is that so people testify that technology is good for this?
But see, there's through barely scratching the surface of technology. There's so much out there. There was a priest I read about named Diego de Torres, who was one of the early people in Peru converting to his chronicle real clear. He wanted to teach his community of 3,000 people all the Spanish prayers before he was for them to be converted into Christianity. And he had the communities keep its layouts not for each person that told them they could read them out and memorize the prayers. And if they were calling out their people down, they could walk. So he had 3,000 of these books and handed out to these people. If we find a community in Logan Cemetery, there is our religion.
You know, it is probably the case that there's so many girls, and maybe a large community that knows this. Like we said, it's like, oh yeah, they took
There are some communities that are used with a couple of them that we have titles for, and then it was up there that they just it up. And they didn't actually know how to read it. They just read it, so they had to make a bunch of stuff about what it said. They bring it out, they had some people read it, and when you ask them the details, they don't know. But then on a much simpler level, there's llama herds who keep a string in their pocket, and they've got knots equally how long they have, and then they have subcategories of information about this one is 6, the lost ones, 6 words, right? So they have these more simple or more mathematical people. They're using those to affect, right? So as a record.
Is it possible to get theology of social organizations of the Bible with what maybe still is a hierarchy, maybe with the political structure works in different roles, priests, or who has the power, who is powerless, who has the
Actually, some pilot that yet basic things that are theology, which is very much figure out like this guy with some rich house, this before house. But I would tell us specific stuff about who can rule, that it was hereditary, that hereditary ruling was based on royal blood that could be burned and connect to the ancestors that lived up in the sky versus the one that's lived in the underworld. It also told us things about hierarchy, like that there were councils of lords underneath the king who each represented clans who had their own different things, and that there were revolving positions of authority. There's the site that I have for my dissertation that spent years in the jungle there, Palenque, had lords titling firemen. That was one of the generals of the army. And we could tell that position shed the idea of kids. They don't like kids anymore. That's probably a big part of why the classic disappearance and the abandonment of all those cities happened. People just got sick of kids. And so they turned into this whole council system at Chichen Itza. But then when Chichen Itza falls, there's a new city that's architecture looks a lot like Chichen Itza. It's called Maya. But it has what's called the League of Maya. And it has a council of representatives from the communities from all around the Yucatan. And it is basically a democracy. It is a Maya democracy. The individuals from all around the Yucatan are there. They each family has their own council house at Maya Hall, and they give back to their place. It's kind of like a Maya Congress. And then it's every month. It really was. I mean, and this happens in, I guess, 1250 AD, that this Mayan democracy, so we know the names of them, the families, and of course, they so eventually, they screwed it all up. One family murdered another family, and the whole city murdered. Of course, it's probably some fascinating corruption. This is part of the story. Part of it was the Aztecs who were thinking that the Aztecs came down with all sorts of, like, we'll buy everything you're making. And eventually they were like, you need to buy something. And then one family was like, no. And the other family was like, no. Then, they murdered each other and the water supply got polluted and the city was burnt.
Seems like slavery, ongoing disease, that large component story. As you mentioned, different periods in the mind of the classic and post-classic, pre-classic, the archaic. So archaic is before the various civilization years. Archaic is pretty much what everybody's looking at. So the classic period is the golden age, and the pre-classic is the interesting time that we're talking about, and post-classic is when the democracy came about. Well, midway through it, reverting back to that. The Maya was so yeah, we have pre-classic is like the origins of civilization. Starting with they're starting to create their calendar, they're starting to create these wonderful works of art. And the classic period, if you look at 10 different textbooks for the Maya, you'll get 10 different dates that live around this different. But basically, that's the age of kings to me. That's what these cities decide that they're going to organize themselves around, and they want their families that have this magical plot that can contact their ancestors that are directly in contact with the gods. The Maya never contact their gods directly. They contact their ancestors who were up there who act like liaisons to the gods. And so the Mayan age of kings has these dynasties around them where these people have basically so the rest of the people. They've got a special quality of their blood, only their offspring who do the same trick and talk to the gods. Where everybody, every Joe Maya can let their blood and burn it and contact their ancestors. But Joe Maya's dad is just a poor farmer who's living down below. He's got their spirits go down briefly, and they go up into the heavens and decide where the gods are. That's the validation for this kingship that happens for about 400 years. And then we say 250 to 900, which is kind of the encompassing edge of it. But it's interesting that it's actually the ninth spot of their history. The ninth spot begins in like 426 and it ends in like 829. So it's a 400-year period of time. And before that, there were no kings. And after that, there really are kings. There are kings and temples. So I call it the age of kings, where everybody's following the directions of basically a despot. And for a while, that's great. New cities built up, populations happening. That's amazing. I see this
unfortunately, like happens all the time with power, too much power corrupts. All of a sudden, there's this unwieldy, huge elite class that has to be treated specially by everybody else. And they start saying, well, I think we should work with those guys. We should go take these things. And people eventually get sick of it and they walk away from the cities. And that's how we get this mysterious Maya collapse where all these cities are just gone.
That's one of the great mysteries of my civilization. Over a very short period of time, like 100 years, it seems to have declined very rapidly and collapsed. It isn't surprising what happened.
And I think it's a failing of archaeology to properly see what was happening. I think that most of those cities' populations moved no more than 20 to 40 kilometers out, started their own farm, and they lived in perishable houses, and all archaeology cities that nobody lives in the city center anymore. We don't see a bunch of mass bodies. There's no evidence of people getting sick. There are certain cities that fought with each other at the end that we see that signature plain as day. We know when the city was attacked and burned. Mostly after the captive people moved and migrated. And it seems like right there around between 800 and 900, a lot of the elites that were on top, most of it was in the rainforests of northern Guatemala, they moved. They moved in two directions. Some of them moved into the highlands of Guatemala, and some of them moved up into the Yucatan. The city of Chichen Itza becomes the next big capital in Yucatan. But the word Itza is actually a word describing the people who lived around Lake Chichen Itza in northern Guatemala. And all of the Maya are super clear about that. The Itza came in as immigrants with these new ideas and created Chichen Itza so that the elites who were no longer welcome in their cities just moved and set up shop somewhere else.
So why was there a decline? Well, catalyst was the kind of events that started this was an idea that
We are still faithful. I don't think there is a single reason. I think people too complicated. I think a lot of things led to this. One thing we can see archaeologically is that every one of the cities became over popular. They were too popular, and I think that they pushed the limits of their capacity to feed and house people. We see it in lots of the cities at the end of the classic period that people are seasonally starving. I remember really stark evidence in Copan, Honduras. Copan was a beautiful city, lineage of 17 kings. But the last kings and the last elite burials that we dig from the city center, the teeth aren't the telling part. They get this thing when you're drilling up and up, so you can seasonally, it shows up in the enamel of the teeth. It's called dental hypoplasia. And somebody's seasonally starving, it gets these lines in their teeth. And that last generation of Maya, before they left Copan, even the rich people are seasonally starving. So there's a problem there for sure. But I also think it's a weird thing. None of that is roots of independent city-states like Greece. Some of them were allies, some of them were enemies. But it's huge civil wars that settled down about the end of the Classic Period. So if it was Europe, the victors would have taken over. The losers would have beaten wherever they were. But when they abandoned these cities that were independent still, they all had both the guys that won and the guys that lost. So it's not a huge was victor. It's such a wide area. Not everybody was starving like the people in Zimbabwe. I personally think it was calendarly hard. It is interesting to know that that ninth period, that 900 period ends right then. And I think a lot of people, I can't do it archaeologically, but I think a lot of people said, well, coming to the end of the great cycle, and we need to bring it. We need to change what we're doing. Aztecs did the same thing called the food fire for every 52 years that they just let go and go. They burned down and they burned down their houses from scratch. And they were just everybody in society would perform this what they call the food fire ceremony, and they would remove the wall. So I think that my personal theory is that the Maya decided at the end of the night
This theory makes sense because they really internalized other cultures, local nature of civilization.
that's what I think that they created that calendar, perceived the cycle, and carved it up.
You mentioned Aztec. Where do these people come from? What time?
You know, with every one of the cultures we're talking about now, we have two different versions of the answer to that question. We have the archaeology version, and we have the Aztecs themselves. The Aztecs have this wonderful language where they say that they came from a place well to the north called Aztec, and that they had this migration that went through kind of a hero's journey where they went to Snake Mountain place, so they have the birth of the war god, and they stepped into the valley of Mexico as the lost brothers of everyone in the valley of Mexico. They said all came from the north here as one a cave with 7 different passages called Chihuahua, and that all of the people who spoke the language Nahuatl came from the cave, and most of them went early to the valley of Mexico and to the Aztec story. They were just the lost tribe, the last brothers of him. But then they show up late game and they become mercenaries. They just start working for communities in the valley of Mexico. This takes place in the 1300s. So about 200 years before Cortez shows up, the Aztecs show up in the valley of Mexico. And they so this indispensable group of mercenaries. They do the dirty work. So all the civilized communities around Lake Texcoco, which is in the middle of which is now Mexico City. It's all tied up. But those guys are too civilized to fight with each other. But they can hear the Aztecs to serve each other. So the Aztecs did that and really changed the politics of the game of the Valley of Mexico. It's really awesome. Yeah, they go in and they build whatever you want to build. They king of the areas. So one of these kings that they were working for really liked it. Decided, I'm going to make the Aztecs part of our ancestors. I'm going to give them my daughter to the Aztecs. And the Aztecs sacrificed. And that really took them out. So he took like his whole army and ran the Aztecs out for a while, but they lived in this whole desert section eating lizards. And then one of their priests said, we're going to walk around the lake, and my visions say that we're going to see an eagle sitting on a cactus with a snake in its mouth is where we build our capital. And they sit out on an island in the lake. And he said, well, that's the place. So to build up an island, they go to that island and really just start piling up lake mud. They made a whole city there in the middle of the island. They made the lake and make an island city. And all of this occurs in about 100 years. So they show up about 1300 years. The capital of Tenochtitlan, as they called it, is really established. And from there, they quickly take over the entire valley. They make what they call the Triple Alliance, which is the two other big communities that are now their allies. So they're not really allies. They're Aztecs were just those guys shut up. The Aztecs registered. And then the Aztecs were just smart stories. They told everybody, we can either rip your heart out or you can work for us. And if you work for us, you'll be just fine. They go to every town they go to. The first thing they do is they show up with a bunch of merchants. There's a merchant class, also military. They were really the people who assessed where they were going to attack next. They go in with a bunch of Aztec products that was crazy. But all the time they were assessing their military prowess, what products they had, they could take. And even after the folks got there, with some mules, with the return. So the Aztec had these warrior classes. What was your piece? Went down there, they worshipped a or deity. Their main temple was the Temple Mayor. It had two temples up. One was Wala the Ring God, like the lot of sacrifice himself. Then the other one was Huitzilopochtli. He was, that translates the hummingbird on the left. But he's the war god. I don't know if he's a hummingbird. Maybe he's bad, comes from the back of the side or something. But then right next to the temple was two temples of the war. One eagle warrior clan, the other one was a jaguar. And they were symbolically in competition with each other. They were unified. I guess probably know how it was the nation. They had a good-natured competition with each other. But they were so those were their symbolic dressed up in all of their finery. And they would come at you with these two forces. And it was very unlike anything that happened before in the investment. Again, I think I could draw a parallel to what happened in Europe. The famous Henry V moment in National War, where these kind of ragtag army wipes out half of France's aristocracy with the longbow. Like up until that moment, Europe had a very flourishing elite class kind of act. And then after France lost out their aristocracy, they had some aviation desire and civility. The same sort of thing happened with the Aztecs. There was Mesoamerica really didn't have huge stands of army, but the Aztecs hung together after the implementation. They didn't actually have very big, great effect in the Hidden Valley of Mexico, like the rest of Central America, mostly beer country. But there also seemed to be a celebration of life. I think you said that you have left. You recommend a time as it takes out of the violence, whether it's the purpose of life, or the existence of their state. I think it's one wonderful thing about is that knowing what our human capacity is. And the Aztecs, when I said that thing, what I meant by that is they were absolutely comfortable with human sacrifice and ripping people's hearts out. They had this grotesque violence then. But in the same way, they also absolutely loved flower gardens and poetry and music and dance. The same Aztec king who had ordered the hearts of 1,000 people extraction also would stand up at dinner parties to recite his own poetry or poetry of famous saints that come. And they spent money on things like flower gardens. There is all the causeways leading to the Aztec capital, beautiful flower gardens, and they had a museum, and they had an aquarium, and they had an opera, and they had ballet, and these things existed together. There was not in that mind any conflict between witnessing someone
think of the Maya? What was really the future like?
The Maya was certainly influenced by the Aztecs, yes. So we get a skewed perspective from the contact period, because the Maya were much more sacrificial so flat rendition, and it was mostly the priests and him who were doing the sacrificing of themselves. You know that the Maya kings would cut their penis and then mix that blood on paper, and the paper would burn from the smoke through which they knew that their ancestors. But they actually tie this paper onto their penis, cut it, and then dance with blood splatter. But it was them putting themselves different than the bunch of other people. The modern sacrifice. Still very macabre, but very different than deciding a whole bunch of other people's sacrifice.
Speaking of sacrifice, sacrifice, what that thing? Maya said, the religious nature,
And the Aztecs were of the opinion that the war god demanded people captured and sacrificed. And it had to be done. And a lot of, before they made that big stand army, they had just ritual battles that they would have. They make captures. All around them, they were packs so that they could bring them back and sacrifice them for the gods. And the Aztecs decided to specifically follow the war gods more than anything. They did it so much so successfully that they didn't have any enemies nearby. So they decided this one more separate group, not that far away, called the Rothschild, that they were never going to make peace with them, so that they could go close by every year and have a little symbolic war college to call it back for a sacrifice. Cortez met those guys, and he was like, "You're hating them nuts. I'll shoot these guys." So, we say, well, next world. But Cortez had 20,000 super kept off mountains.
and they actually sacrifice what they did these kinds of ritual battles or chopping off people's heads. Like, is there something ritual going on?
It's mostly hard to scratch. Sometimes they bring up on top of the head so everybody can see it, and they have a specific spell that they use the most. So they're really on that. They use like a thick obsidian knife. They have a really good private situation that they stab in a certain place close. And then they push down on the stern of this, they rip it up, and they just make a place where they can rip it right out. With their hands. They were really just the thick obsidian knife where they just break the ribs right along the sternum and just push the sternum down, pull up, one person. And the Aztecs had this idea, like there was one route that went on that almost through the entire valley, and they came to the conclusion that it's because we haven't been killing enough people, but we've got to block this up. And then when they did, and they decided that they really took it out of the Rothschild, it rained again. So it was impossible that they could just keep doing it. And they made this
As part of the sacrifice,
after the sacrifice, then they, and this was part of the route, and Alvarado reached out and he said, well, those people, and he murders everyone in the park, women, children. Nobody has weapons. He just murders everyone. And that's what sets the Aztecs out to eventually murder them all for Zuma and happen. And then try to murderize them. And it's all taken out of the arms, like freaking out about it. Just a little practical joke. And thought it was funny.
I kind of see it some ways kind of to this, but the power to keep the spirit of the relationship.
It's certainly like this. You know, people like to sure that the Aztecs know that like we can heal it. So it's part of the fear factor. They can walk into this town. It's like, you guys, and you know, or something and so that every month, all these ages. Yeah, like, that's how and then just I know the Maya Spanish they had the Maya surrounded and they were about to take it the whole thing.
Do you think without humanity, there would be this Aztec empire that
I think there would have been Aztec Empire. I think they would have finished dominating everybody. But they did hate. And everybody hates the so looking back, they were not really just they were really practical. That could only go on so long before revolution happens. You know, that's not if they no more than a fire star. It's going to say architecture and it was exciting to go back. What was the fully bloody approach once they started thinking that what they did with the empire and everybody else they just raised their hands everybody they raised they turned them into the Inca Empire and they created this incredible meat class system of terms working and it's created a root system so that you get each workers that can so a town of let's say 5,000 people the Inca would roll that ship an army as 100, 200,000 people and say, you know, would you guys like to be part of the empire? Would you like us to escort you to the edge of the empire? And if you're mayor, you're free, then you can have a house. So, but then the very next month, a big worker would show up and they start bringing agricultural goods and storage units. And every month, with the agricultural excess, they would have these parties. Everybody would so people lived well in the empire from the beginning, but everybody who agreed to be part of it immediately had access to a whole bunch of resources they never had. So they started as this goes like so in their language is they verify and something like for them but there's four corners that they call their empire two armies the land of four corners and the center of those four corners to like 1200 yeah, if you backwards project what it was probably mid 1200s when the first Sapa the ninth started being an empire.
and part of that, and what would the time it was a massive growth network.
Rome and in the same way the Roman strategy of building roads structure and then every place they took over they create certain pieces of Roman architecture that kind of rename it something. They did the same thing. They had certain signature Inca architecture that they would build in that they said the keepers of life, the guys who would lead the not keep as accountants, and they would go through and say what everybody did. Okay, you're a good farmer, you're going to farm. You were a good weaver, you're going to weave. All the men here are going to take a turn, actually start the army. And they said independent people like every community had like 5 or 6 that were not allowed to work with each other, and they all had their independence that their duty back to each other. And it took a talking discrepancies that called each other to figure out worrying about what who was going to super sophisticated records. Yeah, and that was the people. And the Spanish reported that they could have been organized.
That's an interesting development. So it's on empire. That a lot of communities that have some kind of management, some local control.
Yeah, they could have. At the end, they were at least 10 million. And there was just no way to do that without some sort of sophisticated record keeping.
I think that's a piece of it.
The aspects of psychotic that the Inca had been preserved for life. And they had that essential heart of life. Because there was only one thing that ever affected God about essential needs. For some reason, every single boat wheel in the Inca ship was on the llamas were the pigs. And so that was one thing that, like, some of them would stay in town and do work llamas, but you don't own one land. That it has people are really attached to them. To this day, they are like family. So it could be like everybody walked in, and everybody's family dogs and like really upset people on an emotional level. Well, so llamas are kind of domesticated with some way. No one takes early on. But, we have rock art that progresses to make it see the progression from people punching them to people standing next to them. So that they experience that they express yeah, that takes everybody else. For some reason, the Inca home, everybody saw that was the and it could take anything you wanted. A lot of them would party stay that day. Just send stuff. They'd also take their property. Everybody knows this day. But the Inca just like ceased to exist. It was just the mummies were still there. Okay, yeah, we still got photos and the party was still here. They just like as mummies. And so the ancestral mummies part of the being absorbed in the empire part. Okay, so much important mummies. So now I'm going to have their own beautiful staff house in Cusco. But it was business of bringing the mummies to Cusco to make now Cusco spiritual hub there.
Yeah, I can see how that system cooperates on something powerful way. So you can be ancestors that revitalize, respect, and
It's an element that didn't feel. You've given them a big place to go. And you're welcome to come visit them at the time. They did. They had these events where everyone from all corners of the world would come to Cusco.
And which of the civilizations run like
All the Incas for sure love people. And even did some of that kind of Egyptian-esque making out or just bury your body and put a straw inside the cavities and mummify them. But the Maya didn't do it that way. The Maya had, in fact, all the purpose with blood mixed with water so that the skin is plugged off the skeleton back, and then they get back in there. It was gelatin, so I think bugs probably have part of it. So then they would get back in there to get the bones. They open it back up and take the bones out and see the red cinnamon. The one that I've seen in the small, we had evidence they found in that different time. And the last couple of times they opened this with the skull out and repainted it and then put it back in on the skeleton. But they didn't want to get it on purpose. But like mostly broke the body. So they could get the skin off that and get to the bones. Or they eat the bones. Yeah, they keep the bones. And they pull the truth out occasionally. and do rituals to them as community them that we can't get. There's a facility for natural disaster. There's a United Station. Yeah, the modified or whatever. So, and to this day, with excavation here in the United States, Native Americans like their prayers, all that stuff like natives. But the Mayans, they love it. And every Mayan person praying, yeah, that, oh, it's cool. Can I got it all the things. Like, I one time was looked at this place how it used to be held in so far. You could archaeology collection together of various animals that were an excavation from a collection. And this family said, our family dog died last year. Very sad. We're going to dig up your dog, and then they were like, the kids really want to help you. So their parents came out. And this was such a fun. You died, less than a year ago. Well, actually, it's like one of them looks like, grab the phone, and he was like, they have a different relationship with it.
This is something that simplifies why sometimes that's where I'm going to switch kind of, as you say, it's how
That's what Day of the Dead is all about. That's Day of the Dead. It's this creepy thing where they're all monks. Day of the Dead is beautiful. We remember our ancestors, right? And it's like it's definitely people that came out and the altars part of our great and that's all the altars and talk about who they delivered, how they lived, what things on the altars that mattered in their life. We remember them on that thing. Something that's so weird. Eat too much candy and wear them out for that. And when something beautiful receives such worth things.
at that the giant stuff that they somehow this get put. You understand that understand how that so
No. The movement, I think that we have resources. There are ways to pivot large ways. There's a great guy, Wally Wallington, retired contractor here in the US, who built Stonehenge in his backyard in Minnesota. And showing how you can so every time this Wallington goes to figure that out, it's the perfectly fit. So carefully together to be behind the stone. That's the one that I think still has people back. The common archaeological wisdom that you find out of textbook is that they just text away in hammerstones and including the books, which has to be bullshit. That is, there's no way that they just were that meticulous. Everybody's got a hammerstone. I personally think it's accident. I think they know together. And there are weird places that you really look at closely these stones. I've done a number of them going back next month to Machu Picchu, especially Cusco. I walk around in the alleys where these 500 to 1,000-year-old walls are still there. And I see things like the crystals in the andesite are almost stitched together along the sheets. Like there's the andesite around it is melting in the crystals together. And there are other places where there are weird lights on the walls. Like it's just melted, like somebody like took a rag and wiped it and all of it's soft. Why talk about soft stones turning hard to do? I have fascinated one of these, end of my archaeological career chapters. I'm either going to prove myself wrong or prove it. But I think they used accents. My dad is a chemist. He told me a long time ago because
There's a lot of that. Let's give you what I could.
I would say that if there was a forecast that's a whole standard right along, then they can separate out the elements in there and just accents. Whether there was actually evidence that might be going on. I want to just raise the burden down to the very we already know that's true. Yeah, it's very strong. It's chemistry. You gotta proof it would happen in the that was before those you know how it is. Probably the same time. You got a thousand ideas. One people did a complete reference. The other one didn't. That'd be fascinating to see. Or either one. Outside. I wonder if we just how much amazing stuff we go through. It just feels like a large number of humans are being just working with it, chipping away at stuff. At scale, it can be correct. So the question is, how can a large number of humans be motivated to do it? I just, when we think about like stuff, something that's very general architectural construction, we don't think about a large number of people together. Well, that large number are both work together by the small number of administrators who are dynamic and convincing in something. One of my favorite quotes is from public administration. I think it's Margaret Mead said, never underestimate the power of small groups working together and groups that those are the only people that I've ever changed. The small entities of our what change the world. Having inspire it breaks their vision.
Yeah, yes. I think sometimes how less we go that way, less
The average human. That also is the diversity of stuff. I'll never share, but I can't do it.
you've also lectured about gender problems with that, and also helped teach me that there's a lot more complex society going on here for a long period of time. So maybe things that we would have
Well, we go through that tangible and we get on it for thousands. As we started this conversation, probably spent 30,000 years today. Conservative down and human first culture in America. But the first cultures we get here are mound builders around the Mississippi and the East, and then also a totally separate group to the what we call the American Southwest now, alternatives, who developed into mostly the people we call the Pueblo people, who are still there today. We've got these two clusters. The very first major community in North America is in the most unlikely place. It's in northern Louisiana. People think I'm crazy when I say this, but there is a pyramid in northern Louisiana, a big one, at a site called Poverty Point, that is 500 dispersed cities. And it spread from the Mississippi all the way to the Atlantic. There were hundreds and hundreds of these big cities that had, 5 to 10,000 people.
Were they their own place?
They had a unified religion and they were again not warring cities that were kind of territories that were owned by big kings, and then the cities around them were kind of subsidiaries of those kings. And it was one they were more advertised. They were kind of I guess that you say there were different within this passport. They were Eastern United States. But it's so because it's documented by the standards. I'm not talking about archaeology. Think of it. 100% of landed in Florida and from up to the Carolinas and over down into Alabama and Louisiana and first went to see Mississippi up there. But for 3 years he went through city after city after city. Unfortunately, definitely he's also forced. But the documentation is clearly there. That like this been billions of people in a very sophisticated and uniform civilization.
Was disease and resources was there like was showing up?
Unfortunately, yeah, he was a murderer, psycho, and a liar. He served in the people so quickly, and he actually learned the trick from the Incas. He used the cigar in his first run. He got put back to Spain, was rich, got money, castle. Then he got bored and decided to have a reign of terror over North America for 3 years. But he had people first stage, he had his dog, his cars. He was very, very he moved that area and had absolutely no respect for anybody. He made promises and broke them all the time. And he was really man.
This whole period with regardless of chance, how does that change?
Well, there's a great anthropological body of literature that's called the Columbia Gym. It's called Columbia study, all this trade back and forth between the New World and the Old World. And the Old World got just wonderful stuff. All of a sudden, the diet didn't suck. All the vegetables came in. The New World got herd animals, got chickens, cows, and some Pacific cows, but it also got 13 infectious diseases. Europe had wave after wave. It had immunity for a lot of things. This was go away. It just couldn't spread like a wildfire through the community. So when they arrived in America, all of a sudden you see just a pile of poison people. I think in the first 20, 30 years, there were people who had contracted multiple deadly diseases at once and died from them. But the numbers, it's a huge part of it. And it wasn't something that you're perpetrating. The medical science at that time was still the fortune that were made of yellow bile, black bile, blood, and blood. Things like, well, you've got a bleeding matter. So I no idea what an infection was. But the reality was that everyone, and the numbers are now saying in the first 50 years, that 90% of everybody is dead. And that the number are estimated. We're thinking somewhere around 150 million people. And 90% of them, and with them are in college. Imagine the motives. Food eyes, the things get bad, young people. So all children die, this next generation that's half taught and now completely moralized, thinking that this is a spirit system, their God. But the reality is to accept Christianity. But they don't have to train kids with this where everybody's dying, and even if they do, they don't teach them what the old people were going to teach them, because the old people are gone and didn't finish the translation. So in a single terrible moment in human history, the generation loses all their knowledge. So a lot of things just let down. That's with that,
Entire civilization.
so much of what they do lost, and that's how we're trying to have those tendencies.
Yeah, so how to see the situation of that. There wasn't their European standard with culture and trade. It was a story of domination.
In North America, there's a new term that was called they spread out all these places next to we have this shadow zone where we have ruins, people that were actually from those somewhere else on reservations far away. I'm just about to talk to a charity there. Listen to some of the things I have to say. All those little things. My grandparents talk about this one thing too. Like phone. So, shadows over. I don't. But most of the time, yes. Especially in terms of the religion. I really think we're making because of two secrets. Old religion, mythology, together.
This is a lot of people kind of will say that this is America. And with the Vikings reached North America much earlier. What do you think?
It is absolutely true that the Vikings were here. There's a great site in those are called sled soaked potatoes, which definitely has what's left of the Viking knowledge. The Derek and his father and they got president down here. Apparently, it's not marching people. And so they went to Greenwood, but then island hopped them. And it got system in that area that was in the Spanish. So they would have nothing to do with the Vikings. They attacked the Vikings, settled every day, and did not give them an inch until they decided it was just worthless and they left it. As the Vikings attacked Ireland, and just found a bunch of monasteries full of gold with a bunch of guys working. Well, then it's not so funny. Vikings were like, this is great, that's great. Just blew all these Easter eggs for the Native Americans. To pick their asses up. Eric's brother, Lawrence, died there. The name killed him. He was supposed to be in charge of expanding the settlement, but they just killed him.
A lot of the Native American culture was sophisticated more than
Yes, they thought, especially the Mississippi boy, they thought. And so we're the 5 states in Omaha. The ones that picked the Vikings up there, they were probably outpost sweepers. So they were connected above the Great Lakes. So they were all very tough people.
see that as a tragedy of history, or is it just the way it's
I think this epidemic, I consider it a tragedy. This did not have to happen. And that was not a fair fight. Nothing was feel about it. It was just a tragic, perfect storm of events. There was I think that the Spanish and the the fact that a really poignant story I read of a Spanish priest in the Amazon in the Brazilian part of the Amazon, where he made this utopian movie, and he was bringing people in. That actually episode, I think it's like 10,000 people a day. And yet, I'm still not just crazy doing this. So they're doing everything that I asked them to do. They are submitting to the will of God. But this thing doesn't realize that the same normal holy water that he's baptized in James, he's just wiping the disease on everybody's face. It's accelerating. But he doesn't even realize he's saving them, but he's actually killing them. You know, that's a tragedy. That's not just like sort of good stuff. That's just straight tragedy.
Yeah. So that one was hard people like that. They don't operate in that normal human terms, right? Those go through the entire population. Back to wild. I mean, we didn't really talk about how it's like how humans get fed. But we did talk about this a lot of information. You need to cross the other intelligent sensations outside the earth. You hadn't read into the ever history. That one I'm not entirely sure. Not sure whether we have any. We certainly have no archaeological proof that I would cite contemplate as the evidence of such. But you know, I discovered DNA, Watson and Crick. Watson, who actually used in the James kit. It's a great idea. DNA on this planet was way too complex to develop over the time period that it has to be exposed on. That his guess was that our DNA was somehow seeded from outside of our planet. So, you know, that's what it is. The guy back on many other levels also said that. So that's interesting. But in terms of, you know, alien visiting us, I don't know. It does have the kind of human voice that we think more important enough for some advanced species to give a shit about us. But statistically speaking, the universe is way too big. We can't be the only sentient beings. There's got to be something else out there. What do we care about us? That's a question. I've been on ancient aliens and I show like this. Well, I'm an educator. I refuse to be part of the conversation, so it's but there was one time when they asked me at the end, you know, anything else you want to say? And I said, well, you know, anything else premise is that aliens came down a long time ago and they gave humanity, yes, science, medicine, engineering, all these things. Today, we also have a lot of stories of the aliens coming down. But now, all they're doing is we like like whatever we get. So, come on, it's hard to get too sensitive to that. It's actually done. What archaeologically you have to see the legendary of technology that belong there first and foremost. I mean, you know, we gotta we just run with the premise that somebody was capable of making a vehicle that could get them somewhere far away from here. That is almost certainly mechanical. So I thought it was aliens that were biomechanical or something. It certainly could be, but that was that's we can see that a lot. But I was expecting some kind of technology that showed up out and changed things and something. But I think, you know, mechanics or substance is not something, but of course, through it all results of mean, I literally
Right. Some sort of thing like that. The typical thing people say is, how do you eat these things? Right? But just look at that on the face of it. Aliens come from across the universe to meet humans, and the thing they tell them is how to move rocks. I mean, like they give them a they came across the universe and they showed them how to move rocks. And that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. So we can really think that I think maybe a lot more honestly. Or it'll be more fine. There's a possibility we could end ourselves. There's something that possibility. Really open Pandora's box in some regards. I did listen to one of your podcasts. Yes, we have notifications to be finished with. I was chilling for a day with certain you just burn actually to a crisp. So we have the capacity. That's scary. That's a possibility. I don't know. I'd like to say guys like you with their friends for a book and they come out and
1,000, 10,000 years. Technology is improving, becoming more advanced rapidly. The rate of that improvement is increasing every month. So that's the part of
I don't know if that's like me.
yes, that's right.
I heard somebody say, I forget what it was, systems of any kind, human systems, biological systems, you put on a graph that's changed over time. And any graph that's changed way faster than the time and lines up very straight up, that is the system of Christ. In almost any biological system that has that fast change in that little time, you anything, any other thing, you describe it as a Christ. When you apply that Clark's technology, it's Christ.
In that respect, that's really good. And I also have a faith in that like to create a really different situation and then come up with ways to get out of it. And if you so good, innovate, create a lot of awesome stuff. And sometimes cause a lot of suffering. But on the whole, on average, there's a better way. Yeah, it's a nuclear weapons. The sad stuff that's actually
I guess there's always that choice. But I don't know. I think exactly as you just said. I think that the greatest capacity of humans is our ability to have we are never more ahead than what we're understand. I think that a lot of the developments of humans over the last thousands of years have been about, we didn't change the world when we were comfortable. It was when we were in crisis, whether they have necessity to mother of invention. And I think we'll be wrong. I think that this impending climate crisis is real and happening. I actually personally think that I'm gonna answer questions. I think we're wasting our time thinking that we can reverse this. We're solution. I'm all for electric cars, being good stewards of the environment, but we are wasting our time not technologically advanced. It's not that. We're spending too much time that the average American thinks drive electric cars and say, okay, that's bullshit. That's not going to happen. We need to start making technology desalinize water. So I hope that we use our technological capacity to accept it and adapt instead of propaganda thinking we can make it go away.
yeah, kind of accept that the world will change. And a lot of big problems Like survive there. Yes, but it's some catastrophic thing happens. But which is really right. What do you think would be found by that's one mention humans was it anthropology, you guys do anthropology or studies. How much of what we have is of faithfulness is lost? Well, time moves on. Things that are perishable have so he didn't put times when he was there, but I would say everything that can perish will, whatever shows up here, is going to be stuck with only things that can perish. So we'll have buildings, flags, but they won't have any books, they won't have billboards, they'll have the incomplete record I have. I went to did a talk in Sioux Falls, and I said, I drove in here, and there was a big obelisk in front of the town. And everywhere I go, I see the names Lewis and Clark. And 1,000 years from now, if I was an archaeologist investigating this place, I would think that it was founded by the Egyptians, and their camels were named Lewis and Clark. But the truth is, Lewis and Clark stayed one night here. But it's just a big deal. So I would be so about what I thought about Chicago based on what preserved. That's a class. That's the way that archaeologists is wrong about. And the process we write about is Washington, D.C. is named by a combination of the Egyptians and Greeks. But that's what all the other stuff is. Yeah, and you think you'll reconstruct important empires that are those powerful empires, wars empires. For that matter, somebody in my colleague doesn't have that all. I'm almost certain that my gut has the right if I know what they were. I wonder if you ever think about the way we just simply show up most like things from something else. It's like a suspicion. What do we get from these laws? Well, one way to get something wrong is totally lost it. Like an obvious decade those that are wrong with the body like this 10,000 years ago. There's certainly that there could be things that were quite spread or still hiding up the ocean that would need to be changed to make you think about things. And every human existence of I think it's a manipulation of the motivation that is on my teacher, she was a long time ago, said, I've come up with concepts about stuff, and she looked at me and said, if you stop thinking like a Western, what you did, and start trying to put yourself in the mindset of people, you will never understand it. Which I love. I mean, I really do think I try to step out of my cultural assumptions. I think like they would think is the best I could. It's very different than the whole a cyclical that the whole sacrifice for so good at that's the bad thing. The other thing is put an austere actual sacrifice on their part. They want just, hey, let's all get together and like that. Sister that's not the neighbor, but giving the best. The other thing is a different mentality. It's not real. It's the same. That's the whole history of the puppy there. And when she starts having sex, I'm going to shoot that one. I'm going to shoot that one. What? But then this was that puppy put on a body. All over the body. And I got to write this book. And this next year I'm going to write my fantasy book. I will have a whole chapter dedicated to the puppy. It's a industry song. And it keeps the speech good. I mean, that's exact humor. You don't know the nature of their humor. When you put a joke there, that's at least a that. So, I'll tell you a little side story. When I worked with Maya people, like I said, 3 years making this back of the city, I could do the joke. They would
double, triple, one pump, and all three of these texts are really confusing as the subtext. And I'm thinking they're talking about the word, they're talking about the nature of lights. Yes, the satire, it could be, what's from the demon when there's a big enemies, or the top and kick, they're not allowed to actually speak. You have to hide these things that actually trying to say, in the subtext. All of that. There's a funny bias ceramics that have the ceramic trades, but they don't. The monuments can be kind of broken records. I was born this time, I think these people love, but during this moment I died. But the ceramics will tell us things out of mythologies. There was this one of the ceramic looking at the merchant god, and nobody could translate the text. Finally, it actually a translated it, and the Rabbi is saying to the merchant gods, bend over and smell my hands. And we were expecting this wonderful piece of mythology, but no, it translates bend over and smell my hands. That's great. That's good. That's very good. You mentioned previously, you mentioned the blanket happiness. It is kind of curiosity. What's that possible like? Oh, it was a great adventure. I loved it, but it was difficult. I woke up every morning thinking I was going to do this. On my body, but it was a jungle. So in the jungle, away from the body. Like, well, it was tricky too because it was also a national park. So the forest department didn't want us to cut down anything more than we had. Basically, just cut a ton of trees and boulders. And we make everything twice. The first thing we do is go in, find the building, draw it on a piece of grass paper, and I say, the gold, the beach, grass, find everything. So we find things, pace back to this one. And so I start making that. I make the whole one piece of graph paper with enough to bring the machine in those two different places to be able to on that piece of paper, I would write like, don't bring the machine this way, there's a free one. Or they don't have it this way, because you'll see all different versions at once from this one. And all of this is that's simple. Right. And the deeper we got off the road, the deeper it was. Sometimes it's clear out. Certain places, slow, such that education, it would go back so fast. Sometimes we would cut just pulling through tall grass, and we'd come back 5 days later, and then like we just couldn't even find where our trail was. It would go back that fast. But you see the building. Right. And that was the fun thing. Sometimes it would just be like a neighborhood, a little local and stuff. But sometimes, just 5 more meters in, and then I'm standing under the pyramid. And that was outside. Some days, there were good days, we find 3 pyramids. I felt that's such a more exciting job than a typical experience. My buddies were all just, in a hole for the whole week, and so sitting in their eyes, there's trying to figure out the funds, heck no. I might talk about it. You know, at the time, as a family, it was, and not from us. It's just to ever see this. It's like, it's great. I love that. I had to go on the house, so finding something like that. When I was 25 years old, I found a whole life city. The name of it is Rothschild, the jungle. And that was just outrageous. And I was that guy from over there. I was that my entire life. I had this free life ambition. Flying across the city. And I exceeded this 25. I actually I wrote a bunch of letters to NASA trying to get them to let me be the first archaeologist on Mars. I never got a single reply back, so I'm on that. So, I was trying my experience. I I use the topography map of the area, and I played the game. If I was Ohio, where would my favorite places live in the area? I look for the biggest mountains because they call all of their pyramid communities stone mountains. I knew they loved mountains, and when I found that mountain, there were two others right next to me in a triangle, and they loved the triads, and they were written in between them. And I thought, that's it. That's where I would build the city. And I'd be out there over the seasons with students, the other grad students, were like, these are students just all day. I came back to the city. So
Even that you look as humanity, we're giving hope of our future, the ideal future of those students of the nation.
And I think that's right. I think that's right. I believe in the spirit of humankind. I as a person who has studied history, I thought history does kind of assign that there's highs and there's lows, but no matter how low you go, you get up and that's fun. But I think that humanity will rise to the challenge. Now, some of the challenges may be created by ourselves as well, but we can adapt and overcome. That's what we do.
So it's in the time way. Right? That's like some during the empire collapse. There's the human puts a lot of that goes up in the West.
So, and people like study believe in the physical nature of life. Life can't continue without death being a part of the cycle. If there are lows, we got to high.
You mentioned that you have a lot of this that you very close to, but you have also in podcast talk to your ed. If people want to listen to this, what recommend what episode is all of it? What is the same? You know, it's like asking a chef something.
Some different things for different places. Different things for that. Sometimes I just keep those together. I love, I start off by saying, it's my podcast. I want to talk about. Sometimes I talk about really specific things, like a food type or an animal type. But my favorite ones become when I just tell my stories just like that. I've got a lot of weird adventure stories that it's some fun. It makes it very fun. I've got humor in there and talk about so the things that I write, the things that I wrong, the adventures that I have, and all part of this archaeology. Archaeology is kind of a double concept. Maybe understand, but it's also education. So what I'm really trying to do with this is specifically the Americans. I want to be part of the reawakening that there were these great civilizations here, especially North America. I think that we have a group amnesia that there was no great civilizations here before Europe showed up. That's simply not true. I think it should be part of our history book. In fact, I have a program called Before the Americans that would introduce, as part of American history, the part before European contact. And I think that kids in the K through 12 level should grow up not being told this fallacy that no one was here before we showed up in 1492. And one of these days, I'm going to find fucker to help us put together before the Americans. We're going to make it part of the curriculum for every state in the U.S. But no,
You get thank you so much. Thank you for talking today. Thank you for all the fascinating ideas you put out into the world. And can't wait to hear from you.
thank you so much. That's a real pleasure.
Thanks for listening to this conversation today. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description section. And now, move you support your life, better fast, warm, and safe. That's one. Like instead of bureaucracy. Send it like check out the key rescind every unconstitutional regulation. In a true self-governing democracy, general election representatives that make the laws of the rules, not an elected bureaucrats. Merit and equity are actually merit and goals are you have one or the other, you don't have both. It's an assault and a crusade on the nanny state. And the nanny state presents itself as something as entitlement state, welfare state, presents itself as a regulatory state that we're talking about. And then there's the foreign nanny state, where effectively they're subsidizing other countries that aren't paying their fair share of the nanny. That's to summarize my ideology in a nutshell. It is to terminate the nanny state in the United States of America in all of its places. Economy states, the regulatory states, and the foreign policy states. Once we've done that, we survive the conflicts and it can make short ones. Following this conversation, we get back to Thomas Funny about the future of conservatism in America. He has many books on this topic, including his latest Rothschild, The Future of American Birth. He ran for president this year in the Republican primary, considered by many to represent the future of the Republican Party. Before all that, he was a successful biotech entrepreneur and investor. In biology from Harvard and Yale. As always, not with his politics, I work at community policy, operations lab, and the banks. Without a piece, curiosity, respect. This election podcast shortly we check out our politics. Now, insurance, and the bank, on the spot. You are one of the great elucidators of conservative ideas in personality. What's your definition for that? Well, I agree. This is one of my criticisms of the modern Republican Party direction of the conservative movement is that we've gotten so good at describing the world. And a list of things that we can rail at wokeism, transgender ideology, climate ideology, COVID policies, radical mind agenda, radical heritage agenda, the list goes on. But actually, what's missing is conservatism right now is what we actually stand for. What is our vision? And I saw that as a deficit at the time I started my presidential campaign. In many ways, the purpose of my campaign is I do feel that why we have to win bids. So if they try to blame Donald Trump, they try to blame abortion, they blame me. I think the real reason we have that way is we got so practiced, we decided to provide that that's not our future. What do we think? I think we stand for the idea that we fought the American Revolution for ideals like fairness, right? That the best person gets the job at the $1,000 that you get ahead of this country out of the public and stand by the Constitution. Free speech and open debate, not just as some sort of catchphrase, but the idea that any of people, no matter how big, you get to express self-governance. This is a big one right now. People who elect to run the government, they're no longer the ones who actually run the government. We, the conservatives, that I think really support self-governance, where it's not bureaucrats running the show, but actually elected representatives. And then the other ideal that nation is founded on that we revive is North Star of the restore the rule of law. They try to abandon the rule of law and send the border. They would bring sort of legal principles to this country that I actually share a couple aspects in common that also don't use your first act and then respect it. It is the policy that those principles, merit, free speech, self-governance, rule of law, and every country that is rooted in the end of our identity, trade, value, individual, family, nation, God, race, gender, sexuality, climate. We have to protect these 10 for our kids. That's a big part of this missing. big part of not just the campaigns, but through a lot of other tragedies that's happening. So we'll talk about these things. The bureaucracy of government, religion, and how the country is working a lot. But you've also had a lot of things. So your first question is ask the other side. Yeah. So let me ask you about wrestling. For him, that case for wrestling. Yes. Because the country has been important in living up to its own. So even though our founding fathers preached the importance of life, liberty, happiness, and freedom, they didn't practice those values. Any of our founding fathers, slave owners, inequality, that women have a decent power to do. Such that they think that the power structure of this country will continue to survive. The vestiges of what happened in the 1960s, people just preaching that all the time. And the community of people that are power correct for those balance out. That's the core view of a lot of life. I'm not criticizing it. Still trying to give you a good articulation of why believe they have a compelling case for the government stepping in to correct or historical events. I think my error level of that, but that's left because the fact that we're building up those ideas. So fix that, take steps that are needed to correct those historical before we actually have true quality options. That's the case for the rest. So what's your personal so my concern with it is even if that's well motivated, I think that recreates many of the same problems that they were setting out to themselves. I'll give you a really tangible example of that. I may be alone amongst prominent conservatives who say something like this, right? But it's true, some would say. I actually, for the last year and a half, seeing actually a lot here in black and minority racism. Right when over the last 2 months, we've been contemplating a place where you have now the students are able to vote, not instructed, place where people are able to get this job play, not stay in the way. Why do we see that surface? Part of because of I believe that Western obsession with racial equity over the last 20 years. Is that when you take something away from someone based on their skin color, and that's a correcting required justice, respective level, correct required justice in the sense that it's a white, straight, cis man who has certain privileges that you expect to correct things. When you take something away from somebody based on genetics, you actually foster this animus towards other groups. And so the problem with that philosophy is that there's a problem. The most significant problem that everybody can agree on board is to actually fan the flames of the very division that is supposed to be one. I see that in the context of immigration policy as well. Think about even what's going on in Ohio, I'm raised Ohio in the big thing. The controversy in Springfield, Ohio. I personally don't blame really anyone who gets through it. Either the native people who were born and raised in Springfield or the Asians who were. But it ends up becoming a divide and conquer strategy outcome where if you put 20,000 people in a community where 50,000 people, where 20,000 come in, don't know the language, are unable to follow the traffic laws, are unable to assimilate, you know there's going to be a reactionary backlash. And so even though what we began perhaps with some type of charitable instance, right? Some type of sympathy for people who went through the earthquake and what had made a chief separate ethics down to the United States. What began with sympathy, what began with this convention, actually creates the very division and reactionary response as opposed to what you say we want to do. That's my number one criticism of that one. Number two is I believe that merit and athletes can have one or the other that has less. It's a beautiful thing. You can either fly and all your friends or family or strangers or neighbors or colleagues. You know two people people have the same skills, each endowed by we're each endowed with different talents. And that's beauty of human diversity. And it's a meritocracy, the system in which you're able to achieve the maximum of your God-given potential without anybody getting in your way. So that means necessarily there's going to be differences in outcome in a wide range of ways, not just financial, not just money, not just fame or currency or whatever it is. There's going to be different outcomes for different people in different spheres of life. And that's what meritocracy demands, is required. So the less vision of group equity necessarily comes at the cost of meritocracy. So that's what I propose to do. One is not meritocratic. They often present these vectors, proving to very people. They claim to be large enough, but that's part of what you see. Yeah, you had a pretty good point to be able to mark you. Great conversation. I think it's on your podcast. Yes, that is great. Great. Okay, so speaking of the you message me all the time. What was one more? You said you mostly focus on DEI. So let's just take a step back. People use these acronyms and they start saying it at muscle memory and stop asking what it is. DEI, capital D, diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's a philosophy adopted by institutions, principally private sector, companies, nonprofits, and universities. Specifically, strive for specific forms of racial, gender, and sexual orientation diversity. And it's not just the D, equity is ensuring that you have equal outcomes as measured by certain targets and youth representation targets that they would meet. The problem with the DEI agendas, the name of diversity, it actually is these sacrifices. So the way the argument goes is that we have to see an environment that is separate in minority communities, and certain people are themselves deemed to be hostile to those minorities. Then you have to exclude them in the name of the capital D diversity. But that means that the actual diversity of thought. I give you a very specific example. That might sound like a bad thing if an organization doesn't want to exclude people who say racist things on a given day. We debate that. But let's get the tangible look at how that actually works. I, for my part, am not really opposed to organizations that people will undertake a point that's the restaurant is got the workplace. But that's theoretical things. Let's talk about the real world case like that. There's an instance in the case that presented itself to show people explain how for the government enforcement of the DEI agenda. And there was a case of who wore red sweater on Fridays in celebration of Veterans Military Service Day and invited others to work at the same thing. And they had a community, we call it our veteran night, appreciating those sides of the There was a minority employee at that business who said that he found that to be difficult. So the employer asked her to stop where it says things. Yeah. Well, she still felt like she wanted to celebrate because it was Friday, the day of the week. She still wore the red sweater. She didn't wear it, but she was hanging up the back of her seat. The back of the seat. They kept it down. So the irony is the name is capital D diversity, creating a supposedly welcoming workplace for all kinds of races. By focusing only on certain kinds of so-called diversity, that translates into actually not even a diversity of ethnic slave results, but also hostility to diversity itself. And I think that's dangerous. We've seen that happen in the last 4 years ago. It's been pretty rampant. I think it leaves America worse off. The beauty of America is a country where we should be able to have institutions that are stronger for making things to be expressed. But my number one criticism of the DEI agenda is not even that it's anti-meritocratic. It isn't. Number one criticism of this is hostile to the free and open exchange of ideas by creating often illegal liabilities for organizations that can submit to viewpoints to be expressed. And I think that's the I think what Rothschild says that the youth talent, choices, whatever, what people and therefore I use special. He did make that good conversation. My response to that is, great, that's good things. We don't need it. People that are actually students, that You don't need special programmatic DGI incentives to do it because companies are always going to seek a truly free market, which I think is the United States. But in this truly free market, companies will have the incentive to hire the best and drive it. Or else it can be less competitive versus other companies. You don't need ESG, DEI, CSR schemes in part enforced by the government to do it. Today, to be a government contractor, for example, you have to adopt racial and gender representation targets in the workforce. That's not the free market work. So I think you can't have both ways. Either it's going to be good for companies and companies' business, self-interest, like capitalists, like Marxism, I believe. But if you really believe that, then you can let the market work rather than forcing you to adopt these opt-out standards. That's my opinion. I don't know if it is hard, but whenever you have an administration committee that gets together to do a good thing, the committee starts usually this thing, the ideology, and I wish there was a good ideal to support people to do that. I don't know what it is. Is it left wing left wing versus right wing ideology? It's more the nature of the bureaucracy. It's one that looks at its own existence as this complicated. So part of what you see with the so-called perpetuation of workforce in American life is that the bureaucracy is huge. The appearance conversion is actually reflecting changes for themselves together. You've seen that in several different spheres of America. About the military. Right? Think about our increase in Iraq after 9/11 had nothing to do with the stated objectives that they had. And I think by all accounts, it's a policy that you regret. Our policy rights or foreign policy established that they deserve in entering Iraq and getting a country that really by all accounts is not at all responsible for 9/11. Nonetheless, U.S. military, General Marshall, you would rather talk about white race or systemic racism than you would actually talk about the military's actual assessment of people. It's what I call the fact that the world smoke is like it's the same thing with respect to the education. It's a lot easier to explain that I'm not going to make it explain, but it's very connected with results of different tests in mathematics based on different demographic numbers. But using that with math and race, it's a lot easier to blow that for things to accept accountability. Fail and teach their city how to actually do that and fix our public school systems. Specific focus, coded mechanism for tracking kids. In many cases, what these bureaucracies do, they use the appearance as a way of not really advancing strengthening the powers of the bureaucracy and it's that bureaucracy. So in the bureaucracy, I think cars the channels but it's good by power well over the last 7 years. And that's why part of my focus is shifted away from just combating cultures, which is combating actual bureaucracy, the rise of management, the rise of the deep state. We talk about that in the government. The deep state doesn't just exist in government. It exists, I think, in every sphere of our lives. Companies, nonprofits, universities. The rise of the managerial class and the committee class, professional activities, I think are wielding far more power today than actual creators, entrepreneurs, original ideas, and
Yeah, you need answers, but as few as possible. It seems like to me every time managerial class is the actual doers. So what's it do? But like you said, bureaucracy is phenomenon of what we have.
it's not even a lesson more where I think it's just great sense in the American. So our founding fathers, they were managers of the they were the pioneers for but they were the inventors of creators. People forget this about Benjamin Franklin, the Declaration of Independence. One of the great inventors that we have in the United States as well. Invented light. Invented Franklin stove. That's one of the great innovations of the deal with thermodynamics. Even invented a number of musical instruments, both such big programs. That's just Benjamin. He was the one. He was the one saying he found the results of the 3D science innovators graphics. Wrong. It wasn't easy. Thomas Jefferson. What was he sitting in my sitting in that? Yes, yeah, he did. While he was writing the Declaration, you reminded me that drafting the joke. Virginia State Capitol itself, the building that's in Virginia for the state capitol, that is actually designed by Thomas Jefferson. So these people weren't people who sat up and wrestled committees. They weren't bureaucrats. They hated drafts. Most politically overly committed to the idea of drafts. The monarchy goes hand in hand. That's actually the minister of government directly required this drafts. Actually, the United States of America was bound by the idea that we would reject that holding. The whole vision was that we, the people, cannot be trusted to self-government to make decisions. We would burn ourselves off the planet, the modern person. An existential list like global climate change, if we just leave it to the people of the Democratic will. That's why you need professional technocrats, educated elites, enlightened bureaucrats to be able to set limits that actually protect people from their own reasons. That's the old world. And most nations exist for that. But what made the United States of America itself, no one made America great, but what made America itself. What made America itself is we said no more. That we the people, for better or worse, are going to self-govern without committee class, just trading it. And the likes of Jefferson and Benjamin Franklin, and I can give you examples of John Adams, Robert Livingston, so straight down the list. Founding fathers, inventors, creators, pioneers, explorers, who all systems came together to sign the Declaration of Independence. And so you get this rise of bureaucracy in America every single life. I view it as anti-American. And I hope that the conservatives of the world will get behind my crusades and will get there and shut those people down. Yeah, speaking of the importance of balance, how we become more efficient, smaller, different ways. The first thing I would say is always take there's no free lunch. You're always taking it. One risk is someone will grab you a grand master class that gives you exactly what the right end state is and carefully just work on it. I don't think that's perfect. I think it's perfect. Taken many years, I think it has a time. If you have like a high cut off one of the heads, good. The other risk, because that's the risk of not considering this. The other risk is the risk of too much. Then I'm going to get so much that I'm going to take the risk of actually cutting it back. But also, some possible way, but I'm going to take it. I can't give you options to see. Figure it out when you're focused. Okay, you don't know. Actually, you're not beforehand. So it's exactly that's a meaningless play. The only question of which risk you're going to take. I believe in both right now. Second risk. We haven't had all probably close to people who've gotten it in the second world, even close to this. But short of that, I don't think we really had a class of politicians got very serious about cutting so much relative to back out. That's the risk of control. What would I the way I would do it? 75% of guys out across the board, independent bureaucracies, Senate shut down the institutions, rescind every unconstitutional regulation. In a true self-governing democracy, you don't have representatives that make the laws and the rules, not only secret governments. And it's the single greatest economic stimulus we can have in this country, but it's also the single most effective way to restore self-governance as well. And it is useful for economic 75% that this meme like video saw he was like on wakeboard, he has all the 18 minutes. So he's like, the Department of Education is gone. Basically, it's gone like this. Now, the situation in Argentina, and the situation in the United States is not quite just this thing. That virus ball still, in my education, still the economy doing very well. Still, there's a public culture, the public innovation, the public facility. Do you think Rothschild is something like higher 75% of the government thinks they're going to develop well?
Yes, I don't think it's necessary to say. I think it's because of what you level of well really is benchmark. America's not built on those places. But we're built on the pursuit of excellence. And are we still the greatest nation on planet Earth? I believe we are. I agree with you. But are we good as we could possibly be, or even as we have been in the past, measured against our own standard of excellence? I think the nation is being trajectory to that. It's really getting the empire yet. But we are declining by now. I don't think we have it. But part of that decline is driven by the rise of this second middle class, bureaucracy, sucking the lifeblood out of the country. It's sucking the lifeblood out of innovative culture, our culture of self-government. But it's possible, yeah, it's really possible. I mean, I'll think like this is a little bit being a little bit clear, but it's not crazy because of the products. Getting there on day one. Think about federal crime. It's not a lot. Like representatives have to serve other people. But if it's not a lot, if your social security number is a non-number, your hours, if it ain't even a oh, those who are there. Social security number starts in even you're in. If it starts with a non-number, you're out. But 75% are out. And literally, one of the virtues of that, the thought experience, but one of the virtues of that thought experience is that you don't have like a lawsuit about gender discrimination or racial discrimination or police discrimination. Actually, the reality is you just are paying something. You know what I mean? You get you on day 2, on day 3. Now, things have changed for there's other things like there's all of those trades, spending a lot less money, operating. And most people run a company, or the larger company, know this. It's 45% of people who do 100% of these for work. Their Canadians is a big difference. And now imagine that same thought experiment, but not just you get it random, but you still at large scale will actually something that is human for those who actually has both the greatest economy as well as the greatest economic. And I think competing for raise out of the civic character of the United States. Now, so if people in the left run the government have gotten power back from the government again, as opposed to general bureaucrats who are power dead, it will also stimulate the economy. I mean, the regulatory states, like what blanket on the American economy, most of it's unconstitutional. All we require is leadership to respond to get there and actually do what conservative presidents don't even get the tour to talk about, but they're not really effective in modern history. And by the way, that kind of thing will get started in all your company. Exactly, we should just say that. Because right now, the government's swallowing. Most common people feel like you're trying to swallow the whole. Clearly, the next 75% of them really think.
Yeah, kind of cynical view of capitalism where people think that the only reason to do anything is for more money. But I think a lot of people want to work in government. Still have to have compensation for people.
Yes, like I think it's opportunities to be very best to have more consumers have in all kinds of different things. Universities, K-12 education, for entrepreneurship, is very biased in that regard. There's a lot to create that couldn't create the government in the moment that we live in. Where our government growth is responsible for the
I've run a number of companies. So one of the things that I used to ask when I was not day-to-day involved in anymore, but the CEO asked when I needed to, the first company I started employees at, like for 40% or company pretty big by that so I would still spend some time interviews every candidate before screening for the culture of that. I can talk a lot more about things build that culture. But one of the questions that I was always asked them after we started the conversation was basically question, why did you leave your last job and why are you I'll tell you what I did very often is that I wasn't paid. Right? Maybe they'd be shy to tell you that there's two resumes. That really wasn't at all like even a top 10 right before. I'll give you what the number one reason is that they felt like they were unable to the true maximum of the business. That's the number one reason. And yeah, by the way, I would say there's something that doesn't sell for the way that attracts people. I think it's also most of the people who left the companies as well, right? And those were working for other companies that I started. I think the number one reason people look up is more people see companies, whether it's more about whether these clients they feel that they're worth the skill sets for that environment. Yeah, achieve. And so I think that's what people think about capitalism, free market capitalism, use words earlier like meritocracy. It's about building a system, whether it's in a nation or whether it's in an organization, that allows every individual to push through that. Somebody skill sets, you use little life differently. They're the right institution. It's not negative, but that was find the next somewhere else. If you bring that back to government, right now, it's the rise of that bureaucracy. So many government agencies. It's actually obviously the mission of. I think if you went to federal bureaucracy, like, what's the mission? What I'm talking about. What is the mission of existence? I think somebody who works there, who researches research, I just don't doubt that you can fill in the blank for any rate of problems. There's straight down the list of these. What's the mission of this organization? It's the same with the US military. What's the purpose of the US military? I think it's to win wars, more population, losing strength to a game. That's it. Well, okay, that's the mission. Then you know, okay, it's not goofing around and messing around with some foreign conflicts. I kind of feel like it sometimes. I don't know if you go. And who decides that? I don't know, but other people are that decide that. All the no. Our mission is to protect the United States of America. We work with those people. Let's protect the United States of America. We want the home of the United States of America. Get us clear. Maybe say that I want to make America the healthiest country and develop set the stage. That's the goal of market. You have to set policy or implement policy to better use that goal. And maybe that's why it's either there's maybe it's not. But what is happening is governed by the community flags. You say this is the sense of vision of any organization, company, agency, or bureaucracy. And once you've done that, then you lose the ability to track production prices because in order for somebody to see that production input, it's the rules you work at. Then you're not getting the best price because of the community class. That becomes a self-perpetuating downward spiral. That is what you want of the mental bureaucracy.
Yes, you said something really profound. Individual scale of individual contributor, creator. What happens is there's certain capacity to do all those things. And then there's variables that come up. We have to wait. It's just not these restrictions. And these together work on restrictions. So the goal of a great company is to minimize that friction, minimize that friction. And what happens is the managerial class, the incentive is to create variables. What it does, that's by the nature of bureaucracy, creating standing here to slow down or whatever the other process. Is this something somewhere? I'm sure it's a defensive mechanism that's designed to
But I think when that becomes the answer in its scope, it then actually kills the person itself. Whether that's a school, whether that's a company, whether that's a government. It's sort of, there's a balance of distributed power, I don't mean power in the process, social power, but I mean just sort of power in the sense of the ability to affect relevant change in any organization between what you could call the founder class, the creator class, the everyday citizen, the stakeholder class, and then and it was all police, right? You have the constituents of an organization, you could have citizen, you could have the equivalent of the creator class, you take things in that power, and then you have the bureaucratic class, who decide that the service revenues on. I'm not denying that somewhere for people who do that and right now, in this moment, I think it's been more or less proved for the last century that it's grown, starting with the world of that and the metastasizing the FDR, the New Deal, flow over metastasizing further from LBJ's great society, and everything that's happened since even the embedded by Republican presidents along the way. It's created the United States of America was that many tracks, both in and outside the government and cultural community, far too much influence power relative to the everyday citizen stakeholder, issues for race, constraint, instruct, shackle, straight down, and achieve the action of hero. And I feel that myself. I thought I identified being with that leader class, was close, creative. And I think we live in an environment in the United States of America where we still probably the best country on earth, where that creator has that job, that's the positive side of it. So one where we are far more restrictive to the creative class than we have been able to get the chance. That's an awesome issue. So as a steel man, the perspective is something that looks at it, teachers, homeless, and our sense of honor would be caused by closing by sense people. It's just too much. Yeah, so I go back to this question. Why do their arguments for the Department of Education aren't aware why the Department of Education is reversing? That might be a useful place to start. It's pretty good. What was that? Might be a relevant question to ask before we decide what the purpose of this thing is. It's not a a highly relevant question. It's a discussion on government reform. It's interesting how people speak up for that question. Talk about that's the status quo and it's just going to be disruptive. Versus asking the question of is this creates how do is that purpose still relevant? Is this organization at all fulfilling that purpose today? We don't know that. So let's talk about that question. Purpose was relevant at this time, which is to make sure that localities and states were not siphoning dollars, taxpayer dollars, away from dominant black space, predominantly white space. And that was not a theoretical concern. It was not. There's some evidence of happening in states. And so you may say you don't like the federal solution, you may say you like the federal solution, you like it or not. Now, the usual approach of the U.S. Department of Education makes it from a federal perspective, states were not systematically disadvantaging black folks. However, nobody knows that purpose existed 6 decades ago. It's not a relevant purpose today. There's no evidence today of states intentionally mapping out the black versus white versus cycling like one versus two. To the contrary, one of the things we notice is that the schools name as anybody with are pronounced black actually spend more money per student than other schools. For a worse result, as measured by decimals on almost on a per basis, suggests that there are other factors in the dollars that per school determine student success, and actually suggests that even overfunding of some of the already poorly run schools rewards them for their activities and bureaucratic goals. So against that background, the Department of Education has instead extrapolated that personal purpose of racial equality for Sunday is the most helpful. So today's one is happening today. Ironically, funny how these change the job, they know they will lose something they'll build. What happens if today's one? You don't get that. Unless you adopt certain goals, you get and in fact, in the reading of the curriculum, there's evidence of schools in the Midwest with great plan. And if it's not funding, because Department of Education funding, so long as they have certain subjects like art, there's one school that had art. I've had a few kids. That's physical education, where they combine mental focus with physical aptitude. Today, maybe I'm biased, but that with like archery about, I think that'll go to the job. The full funding schools, because they look into their curriculum, federal government needs the appropriate for that locality. Found that to be a relevant focus in education. So when you see that as an event, the original purpose, the long path, you don't have this problem that public education was originally what solved with siphoning money from black schools to white school districts and monitoring that effectively in public fund. That doesn't exist anymore. So they find new purposes instead, creating a lot of programs for long term. So yes, but still that I say something constructive rather than just out of the side. One way to think about this is for a lot of these agencies, we were many of them formed with a positive intention at the outset. Yes. Where that positive intention existed, I'm still skeptical of bureaucracy, but if you include one, at least make it, what we call it, a task force. Make it a task force. Task force was agency means after it's done, you celebrate, you done your work, pat yourself on the back, and move on, rather than creating a standing bureaucracy, which actually finds things to do after it was already solved or addressed the first reason that we wanted in the first place. And I think we don't have enough of that. I mean, your company generated tons of cash flow and solved the problem. Let's say it's a biopharmaceutical company developing a cure to some disease. The only thing people knew at that company was how to develop a cure to that disease. And they generated a little bit of cash to do it. At some point, you just give it to shareholders and close the job. But that's a beautiful thing to do. You don't see that in American consciousness, American culture of when it's achieved. Celebrate. And then move on. Would result in a vast interest of the government. Rather than today, it's a one-way racket. Once you cause it to come into existence, you cause new things to come into existence. The only one that came into existence exists as well. And that's where you get this metastasis of what you think government should do to the private sector to force the capitalism would create rapid inequality or create kind of thing we don't want to have. There's some questions when you got to do this. I'll give you protect our work. Capitalism is never going to get a job in capitalists. We're never going to get capability or inclination of capitalists to preserve national order. And I think a nation, literally, in one of the chapters of this book, okay, a nation without borders is not a nation. That's how it open borders not a nation. Capitalism is not to solve it. Who's going to solve that today? Part of the job of the federal government is to protect the homeland of its nation. In this case, the United States of America. That's an example of a proper function of federal government. Provide physical security to the citizens. Another proper role of that federal government is to look after, or in this case, the state government, to make sure that private parties cannot externalize their costs onto somebody else without their consent. Fancy way economists describe it. What does that mean? It means if you go dump the chemicals in somebody else's river, it's not that I've got applicants, it's not that wages, and I'm going to do hell of high water, whether or not that harms people around me. The job of proper government is to make sure to protect the rights of those who may be harmed by those who are pursuing their own rights through a system of capitalism. You seek prosperity before you do it, but if you're hurting somebody else without their consent in the process, the government is there to enforce, which is what we're enforcing the private property. think that the military industrial base is essential to provide national security and global infrastructure. I don't think you can rely exclusively on the private sector to provide the optimal level of that protection for the nation. But, interstate highways, I think you think about whether or not it's a common good that everybody benefits from, but nobody has the incentive to create it. Given for the existence of interstate highways, I think we also need to support the fact that you could have private sector co-ops that cause that. But I'm not dogmatic about it. But broadly speaking, 80-90% control of the federal government. I'm not just 80-90% of the existence of the federal government should be to government should be to protect national boundaries and provide security for people who live there and protect the private property rights. If we restore that, I think we're well on the way to the Bible of what our founding fathers did. But I think many of them would give you the same answer that if we get government out of education, we should be also for reducing the sense of government in the state. For education, so like I think most municipalities and states, I'm fine with that being the locus for people determining this. For example, if it's a school district tax at the local level, for that to be a matter for municipalities and counties to actually decide democratically how they actually want that government balance to the public school district versus making that same money available to families and vouchers or in terms of ability to educational savings accounts, whichever mechanism it is, to opt out of that. If that's done locally, I'll have views on that that tend to go further in the direction of a true educational choice or university choice. Implementing charter schools, granting state charters, or even lowering barriers to granting money, favor those kind of policies. If we've got the federal government out of it, that's achieved 75% of what I think we need to achieve. Then I'm focused on solving other problems and leave that to the states and municipalities to come. So at the end of this conversation, what do you think of Elon's proposal about the Department of Government Efficiency in the Trump administration with the free trade? Was biased to Elon. I discussed that for the last year and a half. So I think it's a great idea. It's something that's very consistent with the premise of my presidential candidacy. As I was running for U.S. president, I did a couple of events that he came to with a friendship after that. So obviously, I think it's a good idea. What do you think is more hardcore? Well, I think Elon that's pretty hardcore. I said 75% of federal bureaucrats, and while I was running for president, he said we need to bring that rate to 75%. So I agree with him. I think it'd be a fun competition to see who ends up more hardcore. I think I don't think there's someone out there who's going to be more hardcore than Elon. And the reason is I think we're both sharing common the willingness to take risks. I mean, the sun will still rise. That much I guarantee. Because there are going to be some broken glasses that there's no way around that. But once you're willing to take that risk, then it doesn't become so scary. And here's the next thing. I should say this. We're talking about the rubber meets the road. Even in some of these Trump terms, maybe discussion. President Trump and I think we would keep that discussion. Where does it rank on our prioritization? Because there's always going to be a trade-off. You can have a different policy objective, good policy, whatever that is, right? You can talk about immigration policy, you can talk about economic policy, there are other policy objectives. You can trade off a little bit in the short run the effectiveness of your ability to carry out that policy goal if you're also committed to actually getting out the federal government by 75%. Because there's going to be some reluctance, right? There's just going to be frictional costs for that level of stuff. So the question is, where does that rank up in prioritization? To pull that off, to pull off a 75% reduction in size and scale of a government, the regulatory state, in the headcount, I think that only happens in that time. You can do it at smaller scale. But at that scale, you're only player. That is what I know that I can make it harder for me to do this other thing that I want to do and use the regulatory state to do it. But I'm going to pass on that. I'm going to pass that up. I'm going to bear that argument and do this because I know this other goal is more important on the scale of decades and centuries. question of prioritization. And instantly, my own view is that now is a moment where that needs to be a top priority for savings. Yeah, there's one thing about my campaign. I would be even clear about actually a lot of things, but there's one thing that I care about more than anything else, is dismantling that bureaucracy. Or say, it's an assault and a crusade on the nanny state. That nanny state presents itself in several ways. It's an entitlement state, it's a welfare state, it's some form of regulatory state that we're talking about. And then there's the foreign nanny state, where effectively you're subsidizing other countries that aren't paying their fair share of protection for life. Thus, to summarize my ideology in a nutshell, it is to terminate nanny state in the United States of America in all of its forms. The entitlement state, the regulatory state, and the foreign policy state. Once we've done that, we provide the public information required. You mentioned the Department of Education. It's also the Department of Defense. So, a very large number of very powerful people that have gotten used to what's best interesting. The number of wars and military conflicts. As we just talked about that. So this is the number one priority. It's like there's a difference with diplomacy. But the human being would be probably the parties. So let's take now. What's your view on potential conflict among the defense and war?
So I think the United States is overall against foreign policy in the United States as well as they starting off with what they want. First of all, I think that it was easy for many people to be a public school that care for my views and media on the side. But actually my argument is if it's in the interest of the United States of America to provide certain levels of protections and U.S. allies, we can do that as long as those allies actually take it. And I think it's important for two reasons. The less important reason, still important, less important reason, it's still money for us, right? It's not like we're swimming in a cash surplus. We're $34 trillion national debt in the world. And I think pretty soon the interest rates are going to be large line item for every budget. So it's not like we have money really that we can just hand over for free. That's the less important reason. The more important reason is that it makes sure that our allies have actual skin in the game. To not have skewed incentives to actually enter conflicts where they're not actually bearing the full cost of the conflicts. Take NATO, for example. Most NATO countries, literally a majority of NATO countries do not pay or contribute 2% of their GDP to their own national defense, which is supposedly the requirement to be in NATO. So the majority of NATO countries are going to meet their basic commitment to be in NATO in the first place. Germany, particularly, is, I think, arbitraging the hell out of the United States of America. And I don't think that I'm not going to be some sort of cruel sense of therefore we should not be supporting any allies and providing security blankets. I'm not for it in that way. But I think A, because we're not swimming in excess money ourselves, but B, it tells us that you have to get skin in the game for your own defense, which actually then makes nations far more prudent in the risks that they take when they're in a war. Versus if somebody else is paying for it, and somebody else is providing those food, I might as well, take the gamble and see where I end up at the end of the war. Versus the strength that imposes. So now through this something Department of Defense, I think the top goal of the U.S. defense policy establishment should be to provide the national defense of the United States of America. And the irony is that's where we're actually doing. We're not really using, other than the Coast Guard, we're not really using the U.S. military to prevent crossings in our southern border crossing. In fact, the United States of America, our homeland, I believe, is less secure today than it's been for very long. Vulnerable to threats from hypersonic missiles, where China and Russia certainly has capabilities in excess of that of the United States. Missiles, hypersonic is faster than speed of sound than the United States. Those can be warheads. We are vulnerable to super EMP attacks, electromagnetic pulse attacks, that could really
care our fiscal company. And I think we actually need an increase in spending on the homeland. But that is different from the agenda of foreign interventionism and foreign state, where we should expect more and demand more of our allies to provide for their own national defense, and then provide the relevant security guarantees to allies when that actually advances the interests of the United States. So that's what I think. And I think this process has been corrupted by what Dwight Eisenhower basically in his farewell address called the military industrial complex in the United States. But I think it's bigger than just I think it's easy to tell the tales of the financial corruption. It's kind of cultural corruption in that just because a certain number of people in that expert class have to believe that their belief happens to be the right one, because they can scare you with the consequences of these don't follow them. And one of the beauties of the United States is, at least in principle, we have civilian controlled military. The person who we elect to be the U.S. president is the one that actually is the true commander in chief. I have my doubts about the operates now. I think it's quite obvious that Joe Biden is not a functioning commander in chief of the United States of America, yet on paper, supposedly he's still a great colony. But at least in theory, we're supposed to have civilian control of the U.S. military. And I think that one of the things that introduces here is to ask the question of the mission. What's the purpose of this use of military in the first place? At the top of the list should be to protect the homeland and people who actually live in which we're failing to do. That's what I meant. Okay, there's a lot. First of all, Joe Biden needs some factor or just the nation. Question. I would particularly to good. No. In this case, I don't think anybody in America anymore believes that Joe Biden is the functioning president. I think he wasn't even severely functioning to be the candidate after a debate that was held this year. There's no way he's going to make the most important decisions on a daily and demanding basis to predict the litigation in the world. Now, more generally, though, if you have a deeper problem, even when it's not your life, in general, the people who elect to run the government have those in the world. It's going to be unelected bureaucrats and bureaucratic deep state underneath that's really making decisions. I've done business in the workplace. I've traveled to Japan. This is corporate America. Sometimes we get outside of politics and people get listen and pay attention a little more. Politics is so broad right now that you start talking to somebody who's speaking about the politics of it. So let's make the same point for outside of politics. So when I was in Japan, I was having a late night dinner with the CEO of Japanese culture. And it takes a while to really get them to open up. Culture is speaking in Japan, a couple nights of karaoke and whatnot, maybe late night restaurant, whatever it is. We put the relationship working for a great time. He said, see you something. I can go and find the head of the police and tell him, okay, this is a project we're no longer working on. We don't want to spend money on it. We'll spend money somewhere else. And he'll look me in the eye and he'll say, listen, I'll come back 6 months later and find that they're spending exactly the same amount of money on this exact same project. I'll tell them, no, that you're not going to spend money on this project. You have to stop now. You should stop 6 months ago. You'll slap on the wrist for it. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, of course. Come back 6 months later, same person, you spend the same money on the same project. Here's why. Historically in Japan, I should say in Japan, this is changing. It's changing now. But historically, until very recently, and even to an extent now, it's near impossible. So if somebody works for you and you can't fire them, that means they've got to work. It means in some deeper, reverse sense, you work for them because you're responsible for what they do without any ability to act. So, I think most people traveling to Japan and Japanese corporate culture in the 1990s or 2000s, 2010s, maybe even some listings in the 2020s who really dispute that. Now, we're bringing it back to more contentious terrain. I think it's basically how things have worked in the executive branch of the federal government of the United States. You have these so-called civil service protections on the books. Now, if you really read them carefully, I think that there are areas to provide daylight for a true constitutional well-trained There's 4 million federal bureaucrats, 99.9% of them can't be touched. But personally, people who elect them to run the executive branch can't be fired. It's like the equivalent of deputies. And so that culture exists every bit as much in the federal bureaucracy of the United States of America as it did in Japanese corporate culture from the 1990s. And that's a lot of what's wrong with not just the way that our Department of Defense is run, but the foreign policy stuff is run. It applies to a lot of domestic policy stuff as well. And come back to the core point: are we going to save this republic? This is the debate that's conservative. It's a little bit spicy for some Republicans to swallow right now. And my top focus is making sure we will be elected. So let's move the ball forward a little bit, skate where the puck is going. Okay. Yes, let's say we win the election, all is well and dandy. With the philosophy that goes how the government. There's a little bit of a fork in the road on this story, where there are those who think that the right answer now is to use that regulatory scheme, to use those levers of power to advance our own pro-conservative, pro-American, pro-liberal program. And that's sympathetic for all these folks. But I don't think the right way to do this is to create a conservative regulatory state that replaces the liberal regulatory state. I think the right answer is actually to get into the shut it down. I want to replace the left-wing entity with the right-wing state. I want to get in there and actually respect the United States. And it's been a long time in the United States, maybe every common history, that we had a conservative leader at the national level who makes it their principal objective to dismantle the nanny state in all of its forms: entitlement state, regulatory state, foreign policy state. That was a core focus of my candidacy. One of the things that I wish, besides anybody else, that I should have done better, was to make that more crystal clear and focused without getting distracted by a lot of shenanigans, as we say, that happen as sideshows for presidential campaign. Call that a lesson learned, because I do think it's a effective use of that. Yeah, it's a really, really powerful idea. It's actually something that Trump ran on in 2016. Very small. I think that most of the time, he did massive success. He did fine. And I say a word about the conditions we've operating in, because I think that's why I'm all more excited about it, is that a lot has changed legally. But Donald Trump did not have the Supreme Court backdrop in 2016 that he does today. So there's some really important cases that have come down. One is West Virginia versus here. I think it's probably the most important case of our generation. In 2022, that came down and said that if Congress does not pass a rule, the law itself, through the halls of Congress, and it relates to what they call a major question, it can't be done by the spur of the pen by a regulator. That literally means most federal regulators. Then this year comes out different than none of the ones the Supreme Court, which the Rothschild right case, which held that historically, the last 50 years in this country, the doctrine has been like Rabbi. The doctrine that the federal courts have to defer to an agency's interpretation of the law. They now toss that up. The federal courts no longer have to defer to an agency's interpretation. The combination of those two cases is seismic. There's also another great case we checked out with SEC versus the RKC. And the SEC is one of these agencies and bodies that we never talked about here. The SEC, among other agencies, has tribunals inside that not only do they write the rules, not only they also have judges inside the agency that also interpret the rules and determine if they'll like. That doesn't make sense. You believe the separation of powers in the United States, so the Supreme Court prevented that, so that factors in the SEC Constitution. But as a side note, the Supreme Court has said countless practices and rules by the SEC, the EPA, the FTC, the superiors were outright unconstitutional. You know what that means for the constitutional republic? That supposedly these law enforcement agencies, the courts have now said, especially this year, the courts have now said that their own behaviors actually break the law. So the very agencies in we now have a Supreme Court that does that. So whether or not we have a second term, that's up to the voters. But even whether or not that now takes advantage of that backdrop, the Supreme Court has given us to actually gut regulatory. We'll find out. I'm optimistic. I certainly think it's the best chance that we've had in a generation. It's something that's a big part of why I support Donald Trump. Well, I'm everything about power to help them. I do think it is going to take a silent speed to see that through. After we've taken on the regulatory state, I think so. But I think there's this broader project of dismantling the nanny state, all of it. The entitlement state, the regulatory state, and the foreign policy of the state. Three-word answer, but to summarize my worldview and my presidential campaign in 3 words: shut it down.
Shut it down. Okay, so the Supreme Court case you mentioned, I guess it's weakening the immune system with the different purpose.
Yeah, to do it quick.
Psychology level. You basically have to imply without Trump, or for any president, legal situation. Is that the only thing we operate? Like, isn't it
Probably
also
not.
on a psychological level? It's hard to fire a very large number of people. Is it why? Is there a basic stability and momentum?
Well, I think it's one of the factors. So you're right. The legal backdrop is a valid, understandable excuse for reason. I think there are other factors at play. So I think there's something to be said for never having been in government, showing up there the first time, and you're having to understand the rules of the road as you're operating the government, and also having to depend on people who actually aren't aligned with the policy vision and tell you to your face that they are. And so I think that's one of the things that I've tried about President Trump is actually being very open about that, and humble about that, and said there's a million learnings from that first term to make it ambitious and more ambitious than that second term. But everything I'm talking to you about, this is what needs to happen in the country. It's not specific to Donald Trump. It plays out what needs to be done in the country. If the next 4 years, Donald Trump is our last best hope and chance of moving that money forward. But I think that the vision I'm laying out here is one that hopefully goes even beyond the next 2 to 4 years of really fixing a century's worth of mistakes. I think we're going to fix a lot of them in the next 4 years of Donald Trump's president. But if you have a century's worth of mistakes that have accumulated to overthrow the entitlement state of the U.S., I think it's going to take probably a better part of a decade for these to get fixed.
I disagree with the last request. Donald Trump is more likely to fire other people, but he's the best person to do so.
It's a candidate, right? People make choices. So relevant election. One of my goals is to speak to people who may not agree with 100% of what Donald, do not agree with 100% of what Donald Trump says. And I can tell them, you know what, I don't agree with 100% of what he says. And I can tell you, somebody ran against the U.S. president, and right now he is, when I say the last best hope, I mean this cycle, the last best hope that we have for dismantling that violence. And I think that I'm joking about the fact that it's going to take a longer project, but we have to take a step back from the next step back to get it. That's not what I like. You talked about this 2 weeks ago. I started my question. What was your impression about his preparedness?
My impression is I agree with all these different positions. More focused on some of the other topics, the whole organization focused on. And there is a tension there. Just as clearly highlighted.
We should take priority to the southern border, and that's Peter quick fixes that we can get out of the party here. But at the same time, I think we've got to think also on getting around that process. So my own view is, I think it's my conviction and belief that he does care about dismantling that federal bureaucracy, certainly more so than any Republican nominee we have had here, certainly in my lifetime. But I do think that there are going to be competing schools of thought for some who say, okay, well, we want to create a right-wing entitlement state and shower federal subsidies on favorite industries while keeping it away from disfavored industries through bureaucracies that do some good. I don't think that's what I don't want to see the bureaucracy expand in a pro-conservative direction. I want to see the bureaucracy shrink in every direction. set on fire for a large number of people. And it's not just on fire, but set clear missions gardens when they hide back to build the fire, firing back based on their autocracy. This is a full time, and not only full time for the actual crime, it's full time psychologically because you're walking into a place unlike a company like Twitter, but an already successful company. The government, and everybody around you, all the experts and advisors are going to tell you you're wrong. And then, it's a very difficult psychological place to operate because you're constantly the asshole. And the certainty you have to have about really is just like nearly infinite because everybody, all the really smart people are telling you must. So it's terrible.
You have to have this spine of steel to cut through that short-term advice. And I'll tell you, certainly, I can do whatever I can to keep up with that beyond. But my voice on this will be crystal clear. And President Trump knows that's my view on it, and I will share some deep with is that all those people get there and shut down as much of the excess bureaucracy as we can as quickly as possible. And it's a big part of the same country.
Okay, I'll give you an example of retention. Immigration. There's an estimated 14 million illegal immigrants in the United States. You spoke about mass deportation.
Yes.
That requires a lot of money. How do you do it? And how does this sort of happen?
Sure. It goes back to the original discussion. What are two proper roles of the federal government? Maybe two. One is the government. One is to protect national borders and sovereignty of the United States. Two is to protect private property. There's a lot of most of what the government's doing today, both at the federal and state level, is something other than those people. But in my book, those are the two things that are the proper ones. So for everything else government should not be doing, the one thing they should protect the homeland of the United States. America, the South would be the same. So in that domain, that's mission alignment for purpose of the federal government. I think we're founded on the rule of law. I say this is the legal immigrants. That means the first act of any country can be breaking the law. In some ways, if I was to summarize a formula for saving the country over the next 4 years, it would be a tale of two mass deportations. The mass deportations of millions of illegals who were in this country that should not be. And then the mass deportation of millions of unelected federal bureaucrats and law. Now, almost we could say there's intention, but I think that the reality is anything outside of the scope of what the core function of the government is, which is protecting borders and protecting private property rights, that's really where I think the predominant that's need to be. And if you look at the number of people who are looking after the border, it's not even 0.1% of the federal employee base today. So 75% is at 99.99%. It's 75%, which still leaves, it would still be a tiny fraction of the 25%, which I think is more likely. So it's a good question. But that's sort of where we're at. The proper role of the federal government, great. And actually your job. The irony is 99.9999% of its resources are more than functions other than the protection of private property rights and the protection of our system protection.
There is a lot of criticism against the mass deportation. So one, that it would cause a large amount of income, at least in the short term. The other is there would be potentially violations of our higher ideals of like treating human beings, in particular separation of family, for example, tearing families apart. And the other is just like the logistical complexity. How do you imagine some of those cases?
So I would call this business which is not correct. But I think somebody who's really lying to you doesn't thought correct, perhaps. So I do want to say something about this point on
practically there's ways to do this, starting with people that have broken the law. People have not just broken the law entering, but have committed other crimes while out here in the United States. That's a clear case for instant mass deportation. You have a lot of people who have benefit from the economic impact of this. A lot of people are in detention already. A lot of those people should be immediately returned to their country of origin, or at least what's called a safe third country. So safe third country means if somebody's claiming to seek asylum from political persecution, they'll move to another country. It doesn't have to be the United States of America. They can pass through, say Mexico, before actually coming. Other countries around the world are doing this. Australia is detaining. They don't let them out of their normal joyful life because they can detain them until they face duty. Well, the rates of fraud in Australia, of course, people lie about the convictions, are way lower now than the United States because people respond to this instead. So I think that in some ways people make this sound much bigger and scarier than it is. I've never taken a deeper pragmatic approach. And the North Star for me is I want the policy that helps the United States citizens grow. What's that policy? Clearly, that's going to be a policy that includes a large number of deportees, which by definition is going to be the largest mass deportation in the history. Sounds like a punchline and can't figure out, but actually it's a factual statement. Which is if we become by far largest influx of illegal immigrants in American history, it just stands to reason as logic that we're going to fix that. We're going to have the largest mass deportation in American history. There would be rational. Start people who break the law in other ways through the United States. Start with people who are already in detention or in detention now. That comes at no cost and strict benefit. There is a little bit of an economic impact. Then you get to areas where you say, okay, the cost section is going to be outweighed benefits. And that's exactly the way I policy guide. I want to do it in as respectful and as humane of a manner as possible. And the reality is, I think one of the things we got to think about, the example I gave with the Haitians, is straight to the town that I want to go in Ohio. I spent hours in the day. I don't blame the individual patients. Okay? I'm not saying that they're bad people. That's a difficult thing. Those are the people who work the law. They came as part of a program called temporary protected status. Now, the operative word there, first one, temporary. There's been all kinds of lawsuits. There's been all kinds of lawsuits. Even 8, 10, 12, 14 years after the earthquake in Haiti, when they were getting, when they're going to be removed for allegations of racial discrimination or otherwise. Temporary protected status is temporary. We're not abandoning the rule of law when we send them back. We're abandoning the rule of law when we send them instead. Now, that has true benefits to the United States of America, economically or otherwise. Go through the process that allows somebody to enter this country for economic reasons. But don't go through asylum-based claims and temporary protected status. One of the features of our immigration system right now is it is built on a lie, and it incentivizes lies. The reason is arguments for people to come to the country. If those are economic reasons, if people actually enter using claims of asylum or refugee status, those two things don't stand. So just be honest about what our immigration system actually is. I think we do need dramatic reform to the legal immigration system. To select purposely for people who are going to actually improve the United States of America. And there are many people I listen to. I get a story of one guy who I met who is educated at our best universities, or among our best universities, Princeton, a business school. He has a great job in the investment community, professional tennis player, he's a concert pianist, who can Rubik's Cube in less than a minute. I'm not making this stuff up, these are hard facts. He can't get a good card in the United States. He's been here for 10 years. He asked me for the best advice I could give him. I unfortunately could not give him the actual best advice, which means that they would like to actually across the border and claim to be somebody who received asylum in the United States. That would be morally wrong advice. I think the practical giving advice, that would be the best advice that you could give somebody. It's a broken system on both sides. gotten this intolerant anti-LGBTQ regime. She was fleeing persecution by evil men. She came here and eventually, when she was pressed on a series of outlets, crying finally broke down to her. It's like, I'm not even gay. I don't even like gay people. That's what she said. And it's just pretending to be some sort of LGBTQ advocate who was persecuted in Russia. When in fact, he's just somebody who's seeking better economic conditions in the United States. Let's say if you're wrong to seek better economic conditions in the United States, you are wrong to lie. And that's what we've seen a lot of people of sort of quote unquote tourism in the United States. They're having kids in the United States, they go back to their home country, their kids and their birthrights. It's done a lot. There are people claiming to suffer from persecution. In fact, they're just moving to the United States, they're living in these relative mansions in parts of Mexico or Central America after they've spent 4 or 5 years making money here. Just abandon the lie. This is an immigration system built on honesty. Just tell the truth. If the argument is that we need more people here for economically pro jobs, then the extent to which a lot of those arguments actually true, but it's not that big deal. Rather than having it be that thing that refugee and asylum stuff, it was a lot. And then we justify that fact by saying that economic growth in the United States. But this, that is a policy that we do well to expand in every sphere we talked about. Military industrial complex, the rise of the managerial class, some of the governments have covered up that all three to even this immigration stuff. Just tell the people the truth. And I think our government is better serving them. Yeah, in the way you describe eloquently the immigration system is broken in that way that it's broken. Lives. But the other side of it, illegal immigrants are used in the campaign for fear of operating. So what I would like to understand is what is the actual harm that's caused. The claim is one of the more intense claims is of crime. And I haven't studied this rigorously, but sort of the surface level of the studies all show that legal and illegal immigrants commit less crime. Yes, I think it's true for legal immigrants. I think it's not true. Now, what I saw, this is where my late okay, and the book is called Truths. So, Peter Donwell have well sourced facts here, right? Can't be made up hypotheses. Are truths. And there's several, even in my own research, I don't like, I know a lot of this is due to my time in prison, again, even in writing this chapter, I learned a lot from a lot of different dimensions, and some of which even caused me to revise some of my premises. Right? The main thesis in that chapter is the demonization of illegal or legal immigrants or whatever, as you put it, right? Fear mongering, but all that's one side. I want an immigration system that's built on honesty. Identify what the objective is. We can debate the objective. We have different opinions on the objective. Some people may say the objective is the economic growth of the United States. I think that I hear that argument. And I think that's insufficient personally. Personally, I think we need the United States more than just an economic zone. It is a country, it's a nation down to the civic fields. I think we need to screen not just for the fiscal but economic contributions, but those who speak our language, those who are able to assimilate, and those who share these civic ideals, and those do us a screen better than the average citizen. That's what I believe. But even if you disagree with me, that the sole goal is economic production of the United States, then at least have an immigration system that's honest about it, rather than one which claims to solve for that goal by bringing in people who are rewarded. We should reward the people for that harm, which is, I don't think we do a lot. But even if that be a lot, reward people who demonstrated, demonstrably proven that they would make economic contributions to the United States, not the people who have demonstrated that they're willing to lie, which is both. And right now, our immigration system works one quality over the other. There's one parameter that's more critical. It isn't civic allegiance to the United States. It isn't fluency in English. It isn't the ability to make an economic contribution to this country. The number one attribute, human attribute, that our immigration system rewards is whether or not we're willing to lie. And the people who are telling those lies about whether you're seeking asylum or not are the ones who are most likely to be there. And the people who are most unwilling to tell their lies are the ones who are actually hard, uncomfortable truth about our immigration system. And the reason is the law says you only get asylum in case violent harm or near-term risk of bodily injury based on your religion, your ethnicity, or certain other factors. And so when you come into the country, you're asking, do you fulfill that criteria or not? And the number one way to get into this country is to apply. So that means just systematically, right? That means you're University of Harvard, Yale, whatever, running refugees. The number one attribute for selecting for is your SAT score, is your GPA, is your athletic accomplishments. It's whether or not you're going to lie on the application. You're going to have a class 5 in that, right? Like Charles and some problems. That's exactly our immigration system. The United States of America is just literally selecting who's going to lie. Let's say if somebody who's a person in Texas, I want to get life with my family, but I want to teach my kids that I'm not going to lie or break the law to do it. That person is infinitely less likely to get into the United States. I know it sounds provocative to frame it that way, but it's not a it is a fact that that's the number one human attribute in our current immigration system. It's like, I want an immigration system in our country. In order to implement that, we require the technology of both our immigration system first place. And then get competing business on the line. Okay, amongst conservatives are good. Some conservatives, I respect them for their honesty, believe that the goal of the immigration system should be to protect American workers from the effects of political injury. But if we have immigrants that do that crisis, then we need to protect American workers from the effects of that downward pressure of wages. It's a goal. It's a coherent goal. I don't know the right goal, but many of my friends on the right know that that's the goal. But this is honest, and then we can design an honest immigration system to achieve that goal, but that's one goal. I have other friends on the right who say the sole goal is economic growth. Nothing else matters. I disagree with that as well. My view of the goal should be whatever reaches the civic quality of the United States. That includes those who know the language, know our ideals, pledge allegiance to those ideals, and also want to make economic contributions to the country, whatever ideals. But whatever it is, we can have that debate. I'm very different view. I don't think it's a proper way of immigration policy to make it a labor policy. The United States of America is founded on excellence. We should be able to compete. But that's a policy debate we can have. But right now, we're not even able to have a policy debate. The whole immigration policy is built on not only a lie, but on the rewarding those who do lie. That's what I'm teaching. Just to link a little bit of the conversation and to bring in culture into the picture, right, which I recommend people should listen to your conversation with her. I was but she had this thing where she's clearly admires and respects you. And she's basically saying, you're one of the good ones. And this idea that you have this good question of what's it mean to be American. And she basically said, not you. She said, well, maybe you, but not people like you. So that whole kind of approach to immigration, I think is really anti-American. So I want to confront this directly because it is a popular term. The reason I'm not big on anti-culture is really that I think actually it's a much more widely shared view. Like, give her at least credit for it articulating a view that the flooded soil is what makes for your American identity today. And I just reject that view. I think it's anti-American. I think what makes for American identity is your allegiance, your undivided allegiance to the founding ideals and your willingness to pledge allegiance to those ideals. So those are two different views. And I think that there is a view on the American right now that says that we're not privileged, that our nation is not without a country. It's about a physical place, a physical country. I think that view fails on several. Obviously, we're a nation. Every nation has to have a geographic space that defines its own. So obviously, on everything's geographic. The essence of the United States of America, I think, is the claim on American identity is defined based on how long they live. But if the Native Americans would have a far greater claim of being American than somebody who came here on Mayflower or somebody who came here afterwards. Now, maybe that flood so elusive. It's not quite Native. You have to start this point and end at this point. So, on this flood soil identity, it couldn't have come before and this. But if you get after a certain year, it doesn't count. That just becomes highly uncompelling as a view what American national anthem is. Versus my view that the ideal modifies the Declaration of Independence. And it says, pretty much says, things like people will not die for a set of ideas. People won't. After this movement, the American Revolution is crazy. The American Revolution was fought for anything over extract ideals. It said that, complete self-government, free speech, and free exercise of religion, that would be the United States different from what. So there's really debate on right and right. Disagree like hell with over on this, absolutely. And did I take serious issues with things she told me? But I also believe that she had the stones to say, let me say that way, that things that many on the right believe, but hadn't quite articulated in the way that she has. I think they know. I think most of the conservative movement actually is with neons. But I think it's become a very popular counter narrative in that direction to say that the Christian American identity is tied, is almost physical in nature. But to me, I think it's still ideals-based in nature. I think that's a good debate for the future for us to have in the conservative movement. I think it's going to be a defining feature of what direction the conservative movement goes in the future. Quick pause, that's good. Yeah. And ask you to, again, steam in the case for and against them. So Leibig's criticism for him was political interest in the 2020 election. And actually, the 2020 election, in a way, is one of the difference. Just the entirety of that process is focusing on winning, doing a lot of wine. I like people that win, not wine, even when the press applies a little bit. So look, I think the United States of America, I preach this to the left, I preach it to my kids. We gotta accept it on our own side too. We're not gonna save this country by being victims, we're gonna save this country by being victorious. Okay. And I don't care whether it's left wing victim or right wing victim or against victim. The number one factor that determines who achieves it is you. I believe it's not the only factor. There's a lot of other factors that determine life is not fair. But I tell my kids the same thing. Number one factor that determines whether I can succeed. The goal is you. If I tell to my kids that I preach to the left, I'm going to preach that to the other side. Now, that being said, that's just a philosophy. That's a personal philosophy. You ask me to do something different, and I'm always a fan of that. One of the things the standard I hope that people want me to read this book as well as I try to do that in this book. Give the best possible argument for the other side. You don't want to give some rinky-dink argument for the other side of the argument. You want to give the best possible argument for the other. And you know, what's the strongest case against the government? Well, I ran for U.S. president against Donald Trump. So I'm going to give you my perspective. What you hear on MSNBC from the left attacking him to be a threat to democracy and all of that. I actually think it is, if you were making that case, here's my full support, if you were making that case, I think for many voters who are of the next generation, they're asking a question about how are you going to understand the position that I'm in as a member of the new generation. The same person they had invited. They could say, oh, well, are you too old? Are you from a different generation? It's too far removed from my generation's concern. And that's, in many ways, a factor that weighs on both Trump and Biden, but that they played the trick of swapping out Joe Biden and left that issue much more on the table for Donald Trump. So you ask me to steal men? That's what I would say. When I look at what's the number one issue that I would need to persuade independent voters of, to say that this is still the right choice. Even though the other side tends to offer new generation leadership, here's somebody who is one of the older presidents who has been elected. How do we get this people? That's what I would do. Right, but I get it. what's your top objection to potentially voting for Donald Trump? And let me see if I can address it. 2020 election, and not in what is the TBS kind of objection. It's just I don't think there's clear, definitive evidence that there was voter fraud. And what's good about that fraud? I think there's a lot of interesting topics about media or tech. So, but I want a president that has a good, clear relationship with truth. What truth is, what is true, and what's not true. And moreover, I want a person who doesn't play victim, like you said, who focuses on winning and winning big, and if they lose, like walk away with honor. Channel that into the road and with waiting in some other direction. It's just like the strength of being able to give everything you got to win and walk away with honor. Everything that happened on the 2020 election is just goes against I cannot get that being elected. I think we have seen some growth over that first term and experience in the 2020 election. You hear about it on the campaign. I don't know that even the conversation that we had with you. I think he is more ambitious for that second term than he was for that first term. So I think that's the most interesting part of what you just said. We're looking for somebody who has growth and their experience. Say what you will, I have seen personally, I believe, some meaningful level of personal growth and ambition for what Donald Trump hoped to achieve with the country in the second term that he wasn't able to for one reason or another. COVID put a lot of different things on his plate in that first term. Now, I think the facts of the backdrop of the 2020 election actually you can do that. I think you can isolate one particular aspect of criticizing the 2020 election without looking at it holistically. On the eve of the 2020 presidential election, we saw a systematic, bureaucratically and government-aided suppression of probably the single most important piece of information on this out of my lifetime history, revealing potentially a compromised U.S. presidential candidate. His family was compromised by foreign interests, and it was suppressed as misinformation by every major tech company. The New York Post had its own Twitter account launched at that time, and we now know that many of the censorship decisions made in the year 2020 were actually made at the behest of U.S. bureaucratic actors in the state, threatening those tech companies to do it, or else those tech companies would risk it. I think it might be the most undemocratic thing that's happened is the way in which government actors who were never elected to the government used private sector actors to suppress information on the election. Only afterwards, like they did in the outcome. That was election of the highest level. I think that's just a hard fact to get to contend with, and I think a lot of what we've lectured, whatever those complaints are, have been placed against the backdrop of large technology companies interfering in that election in a way that I did have an impact on them. I personally believe that our right not just for him not been suppressed and censored. I think Donald Trump would have been unambiguous. I personally that says right now, no doubt. In my mind, with the polling before and after the impact that we've had on the independent vote. Now you look at, okay, let's talk about constructive solutions. Because I care about the what's a constructive solution to this issue of concerns about election? Here's one. Single day voting on election day as a national holiday, paper ballots, government should vote back in that. I pay for that. We do it even for regions, territory of the United States. Why not do that for the right time? I'll make the pledge. I do it right here, right here. My pledge as a leader in our world, I will do everything in my power to make sure we are done complaining about stolen elections. If we get to that simple place of basic elections, I think it'd be unifying to make election day a national holiday that unites us around a single purpose one. Single day voting on election day is a national holiday, paper ballots, and know that you should vote by computer program. Let's get there as a country. You have my word. I will beat up whatever way I can to make sure we are done complaining about stolen elections and make balance. And I think the fact that you see resistance to that proposal, which is otherwise very practical, very reasonable, nonpartisan proposal, I think the fact of that resistance actually provokes a lot of understandable skepticism. What else is actually going on? If not that, what exactly is it?
Well, I agree with a lot of things. Probably the grave is hard. That story.
I look at the polling about the views that we have. I think I can't prove that to you. That's my mistake.
I think that's probably that's just one example of the sexy example of bias, complex media, and it's bias in the probably the bias. It's hard to characterize bias.
That's one question, but the bias, what bias is censorship. So I would be open-minded to hear it in its itself. And if I did hear it, I would condemn it. A government systematically ordering tech companies to suppress information that are favorable to Democrats, suppress that to lift up Republicans. If there was an instance that we know of government bureaucrats that were ruling technology companies covertly, silently, looked like they were acting to advantage Republicans from ballot boxes, to censor it, I would be against them. And I would condemn that with equal force as I did suppression of the Hunter Biden laptop story, suppression and censorship of George team, all types of work like that. I'm not aware of one instance. If you are aware of one, I would condemn it.
Most people at tech companies are privately because political restrictions on the left, and most journalists, majority of journalists are on the right. But the characterized actually reporting and the impact of reporting in the media and the impact of the censorship is difficult to do. But that's a real problem, just like we talked about a real problem.
There's two different problems that we're sorting out, right? Because I have a problem with both. You talked about two issues. I think both are important for different issues. One is bias in reporting. One is censorship. Bias in reporting, I felt in this presidential debate moderated by ABC was one thing. But that's a different issue. From saying that voters don't get access to information from registers. So this Hunter Biden laptop story, we now know that it contains evidence of foreign interference in potentially Biden administration for families and Senate government. That story was systematically suppressed. So in the United States of America, you want to find that opinion through any major social media platform or through even Google search. That story was suppressed or downgraded. Algorithm. You couldn't see it. Even Twitter. If you tried to send it via direct message, that's the equivalent of email, right? Sending a peer-to-peer message. They blocked you from even being able to send that story to other messages. That isn't that's not bias at that point. That's outright interference in whether or not. Yeah, that's outright interference in the election. Let's do a thought experiment. Let's suppose that Russia orchestrated. What would the happen? Let's say the Russian government orchestrated the U.S. election was by saying that tech companies were covertly to stop U.S. citizens. There would be a mass uproar in this country. The Russian government. Well, after the U.S. government bureaucracy or the U.S. technology bureaucracy orchestrated the same thing, then we can't apply a different standard and say that Russia did it. It's really bad and interfered in our election. But if it happened right here in the United States of America, if I didn't blame Russia, it's false. The Russian disinformation on our laptop created false claims. We have to apply the same standard in both cases. It's the fact that if you got more Russian interference, it would have been outcry, but now it happened domestically. It's called like, hey, it's a little bit of bias in the election. I don't think that that's a fair characterization of how important that is.
Okay, so
then there should not be media censorship, and should not be media bias. And you're right to complain if there is media bias. Lay it out in the open and try to fix that system. That said, the third of wrong. You can't right a wrong by doing what's wrong. You can't just, if there's some shady stuff going on in the media and censorship complex, you can't just make shit up. You can't do this fake electricity and then do a lot of shady practices and your system. Try to like shortcut your way. Just because your friend is cheating a monopoly, but you shouldn't do yourself. You should be honest and like honor and use your platform to help fix the system versus like cheat your way. So here's my views. Has any U.S. politician ever been perfect? Done was in American history? No. But do you want to understand the essence of what was going on in 2020, the mindset of the country? We had a year where people in this country were systematically locked down. Told to shut up, sit down, do this, stay home. Unless they're BLM or Antifa rioters, perfectly fine. You're told we're going to have an election, a free and fair election, but they deny information system that everybody into that election. Which is really this gives damning information about what. And then you tell these people that they still have to continue to shut up and lie. That creates, I think, a real culture of the First Nation in the United States of America. I think that the reaction to systematic censorship is never good. History teaches us that. It's not good in the United States. It's not good at other points in the history of the United States. The reaction to systematic, coordinated censorship, strength, and freedom between people is never good. If you want to really understand what happened, one really wants to get to the bottom of it rather than figuring out who to point fingers at. That really was the essence of the national malaise at the end of 2020. Because it was a year of unjust policies, including COVID-19 lockdowns, systematic lies about the election, that created a level of public frustration that I think was understandable. Now, job leaders is how you channel that in the most productive direction possible. And to your question, to the independent voter out there evaluating, as you are, do I think that Donald Trump has contributed a lot of growth based on his experience in his first term? Would he hope to achieve in the second term? I think that's absolutely yes. And so even if you don't agree with everything that he's said or done, choice ahead of us in this election, I still believe it's unambiguously the best choice to provide that sense of national pride and also prosperity in our country. So people aren't in a condition where they're suffering at the behest of government policies that people keep on in other productive ways. So the best way to do it is actually actions do speak louder than words. Implement the policies that make people's lives better. And I do think that's the next step in helping us in the country.
Are you worried in this election, it's a close election, and Donald Trump uses the that there's chaos that's unleashed? How do you minimize this?
I mean, I don't think that's a concern to frame narrowly when it comes to Donald Trump winning it or losing it by a whisper. I think the man who the last couple of months spent 2 months has faced 2 assassinations. We're not talking about theoretical death, but like gunshots fired. That is physically changing in the context of American history. We haven't seen that generation. And yet now that has become normalized in the U.S. So do I worry we're skating on thin ice as a country? I do. I do think it is a little bit strange to obsess over our concerns, media concerns of Donald Trump. And in fact, he's the one on the receiving end of fire from assailants reportedly who are saying exactly the kinds of things about him that you hear from the Democratic machine. And I do think that it is irresponsible, at least, for the Democratic Party to make their core case against that. Because Joe Biden's entire message is a threat to democracy and the existence of America. He keeps saying that about somebody against the backdrop of conditions that we live in as a country. I don't think that's good for a nation. And so, do I have concerns about the future of the country? Do I think we're skating on thin ice? Absolutely. And I think the best way around
decisive victory that unites the country, turns the page on a lot of the challenges of the last 4 years, and says, okay, this is where we're going. This is who we are, where we stand. This is a revival of our national identity, revive national pride in the United States, regardless of whether you're Democrat or Republican. That, I think, is achievable in this election, too, and definitely down the line. So, just to pile on, where Steelman for this Congress, the rather, I wish it was less of Alphabet Times. It's so ridiculous. It is entertaining. I hate Taylor Swift type of tweets or tweets, whatever. I don't think that's fun. I mean, the reality is different people have different attributes. One of the attributes is he's one of the funniest presidents ever. That might not be everybody's cup of tea. Maybe some different people don't want that kind of quality they value. But I think at a moment where you're also able to make, I will say this one is everybody's got different styles. Donald Trump's style is different from mine. But I do think that we're able to use celebrities in a moment of national leadership. In some ways, I think right now is probably a role where a good stand-up comedians can probably do big service to the country and we're able to laugh with everybody. So they go out there and make fun of Donald Trump all they want, do a lighthearted and manner that loves the country. Do the same thing to Kamala Harris with equal standard. I think that's actually good for the country. But, I think I'm more interested, like, as you know, in discussing the future direction of the country. My own views as a presidential candidate who ran against Donald Trump that way and support him now. But I just prefer engaging on the substance of what I think each candidate is going to achieve in the country rather than picking on the personal attributes. Right? I'm not criticizing Kamala Harris and whatever. One might criticize the personal attribute of the person here elsewhere. And I just think the country's better off. We have a focus on both the policies, but also just looking more likely to provide the country. That I think is a help in an election. I think everybody has their personality, attributes, flaws, what makes them funny and lovable to some people, makes them irritating to others. I think that matters in this election. I love that you do that. I love that you focus on policy and speak for hours on policy. Because it's for policy. Sure. What kind of peace deal do you think is possible? You sat down, and said, sat down. What did you process talking about? One of the hilarious things you did, which were intense and particularly debates in time. But anyway, just how you moved the canvas and they wanted to send money and troops and to protect hundreds of thousands of people in the regions of Ukraine. They want us to get that one. But anyway, how do you think about negotiating with the about it? Yeah, so look, I think that this is getting selfish as the party. And to be very transparent, from everyone's perspective, they think the other side is the aggressor or whatever. Just get it on the table. Russia is about away from Russia, Western Europe, where NATO is expanded far more than they expected to. Frankly, that Russia's goal is the NATO is expanded back from America, like James Baker made the commitment to Mikhail Gorbachev the only time where he said NATO would expand not one inch past East Germany. Well, it has expanded far more after the fall of the USSR than it did during the existence of the USSR. And that is a reality. That's the Russian from the Western perspective. Our fact is Russia was the aggressor in this conflict, crossing the boundaries of the cyber NATO. And that is violation of international law. International law. Nations without borders are not nations. So, against that backdrop, what's the actual interesting thing? I think if we're able to do a reasonable deal that gives Russia assurances it needs about what they might allege as NATO expansion as a violent commitments. But again, codified commitments from Russia, we're not going to see willy-nilly behavior of just randomly deciding that we're violating the sovereignty of neighboring nations without hard assurances and consequences. That's the beginning of it. Again, I want to be ambitious with the United States. I want to weaken the Russia-China alliance. And I think we can do a deal that requires some real competition of Russia drawing itself into military alliance with China. And this could be good for Russia too, for long runs. Right now, Vladimir Putin does not enjoy the occasion of his brother in that relationship. But Russia's military, combined with China's naval capacity, Russia's hypersonic missiles, and China's economic might, together those countries in an alliance close to like the United States. But if that's a condition for a reasonable discussion about where different territories land, what's occupied right now, hard requirement for military presence in the Western Hemisphere. People forget Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua, we don't want a Russian military presence in the Western Hemisphere. That's who would be a ring of the United States. No more joint military exercises in China off the coast of the Aleutian Islands. The kinds of wins that the United States wants to protect the West's security, get Russia out of the Western Hemisphere, certainly out of the North American periphery, and then also make sure that Russia is no longer in that military alliance with China. In return for that, be able to provide Russia support to Russia, we have to have a reasonable discussion about what the territorial concessions would be if we were to peace negotiation. These are to make sure that NATO is going to expand beyond the scope of what the United States has already historically guaranteed. That, I think, together would be a reasonable deal that is what they're looking for, that results in immediate peace, that results in greater stability, and most importantly, weakening the Russian-China alliance. That we have so far that I would more or less you can really fail to confront. That, I think, is the way to de-escalate this war more great and weaken the threats to the West by actually dismantling them.
So from an American perspective, the main interest is weakening the alliance between Russia and China.
Yes, I think the military alliance between Russia and China represents the single greatest threat we face. So do a deal that is very reasonable across the board, but one of the main things we get out of it is weakening that alliance. So no joint military exercises, no military collaboration, demonstrable actions. Cheating on that, and immediately have consequences. They're cheating, but we can't cheat on our own obligations.
There might be some extreme examples of so Ukraine currently Russia, but Russia has captured giant chunks, and yes, caused the separation of people's regions. So it seems given what you're laying out, very unlikely that Russia would give up the region.
I actually think that we now come at the specifics that the core goal of the negotiation of peace in this war in the Russia-China alliance. And Russia, what did they get out of it? Part of this is this thing is not negative for Ukraine, but it could be positive for Russia. It's part of that deal. Like it's not a zero-sum game of one Ukraine on losing immigrants. I think reopening economic relations with the West would be a big win for Russia, but also a carrot that gets them out of that military relationship with China. So I do think that the foreign policy establishment has historically been, at the very least, unmet about the levers that we're able to use. Actually, I think I was really critical of Nixon earlier in this discussion of his contribution to the overthrow of the U.S. entitlement state and the regulatory system. But I'll give Nixon credit here. It's not big point, which is that he was imagining of being able to pull Red China out from the clasp of the USSR. He broke the China-Russia alliance back then. Important step to realize the Cold War. But this similar unconventional maneuver now is a way to reopen economic relations with Russia, pull Russia out of the hands of China today. There's no skin off Ukraine back for that. And I think it will involve some level of territorial negotiation as well. That, out of any good deal, not everyone's going to like 100% of what comes out of it. But that's part of the cost of securing peace, is that not everyone's going to be happy about every attribute. But I make the case that an immediate peace deal is also now in the best interest of Ukraine. Let's just rewind the clock. We're looking at now, let's just say we're early 2022, maybe June of 2022. Zelensky was ready to come to the table for a deal back then. Until Boris Johnson traveled and he had his own domestic political travails to convince Zelensky to continue the fight. That goes to the point where nations aren't asked to pay for their own national security. They have what the problem is that the moral asshole to take risks that really are suboptimal risks for them to take because they're not bearing the consequences of taking those risks, not holding the cost. If Ukraine had done a deal back then, think it is unambiguous. I think that the people for themselves, and they're doing now, after having spent hundreds of billions and expended tens of thousands of Ukrainians. So the idea that Ukraine is somehow better off because it failed to do that deal before is a lie. And if we're not willing to learn from those mistakes in the recent past, this idea that it would be painful for Ukraine, you know what's been painful? Tens and tens and tens of thousands of people die without any increased leverage and actually getting the outcome they want. So I think there's an opportunity for a win-win. A win for the United States and the West more broadly, a win for the Russia-China alliance, a win for Ukraine and having an agreement that's backstopped by the United States and America's interests that provides a great degree of long-run security and resistance of Ukraine and its salvage, and also stopping the bloodshed today. And I think a win for Russia, which is to reopen economic relations with the West and have certain guarantees about what the mission creep or scope creep of NATO will do. There's no rule that says that when one party, before full outright world war starts, there's an opportunity for there to actually be a win for everybody on the table rather than assume that a win for us is a loss to Russia, or that anything positive that happens to Russia is a loss. Just to add to the table some things that we all might think are possible to negotiate, which is Ukraine joining the European Union, not NATO. So establishing some kind of economic relationship there. And also splitting the bill, sort of guaranteeing some amount of both Russia and the United States for a rebuild. One of the challenges in Ukraine with the joint country is how to guarantee the flourishing of the nation. As you want to not just stop the debt of people and infrastructure, but also provide a foundation to rebuild the country for the flourishing. I think out of this conversation alone, there are a number of levers on the table for negotiation in economic relations. And that's where you want to be. Right? If there's only one factor that matters to the two parties, and those are their red line factors, and there's no room for negotiation. This is a deeply complicated, historically intricate dynamic between Ukraine and Russia, between NATO and the United States, and the Russia-China alliance, economic interests that are issued, combined with geopolitical factors. There are a lot of levers for negotiation. The more levers there are, the more likely there is to be a win-win deal. So I think it should be encouraging the fact that there are as many possible levers here, almost make certain that a reasonable, practicable peace deal is possible. In conflict is critical. Only one thing that matters for each side, then I can't say that there's real done. There's definitely a work done here, and I think that requires real leadership. The United States is playing hardball, not just with one side, it's not just with Zelensky or Putin, but across the board, hardball for our own interests, the interests of stability. And I think that will happen to well serve both Ukraine and Russia and the West. If you were president, would you call Putin? Absolutely. I mean, in any negotiation, that man would call somebody enough. But I do believe that the conversation, willingness to have that is another lever of negotiation. Still with the thing. Okay, let's go to the China side of this. Big concern here is that the real core of the God forbid, a hot war between the United States and China in the 21st century. How do we avoid that? So a few things. One is, I do think the best way we also avoid it is by reducing the consequences to the United States in the event of that happening. Because at that point, when you're setting up for it, the consequences are existential for the United States. Then what you're buying yourself in the context of what could be a small conflict is an all-out conflict. So the first thing I want to make sure we avoid is a major conflict between the United States and China, about a world war level. And the way to do this is bring down the existential stakes in the U.S. And the way we bring down the existential stakes in the U.S. is make sure that the United States does not depend on China for a conflict. Right now we do. Because right now we depend on China even if you're a libertarian, you think about I well, even then, you would not argue for independence on agriculture. So I think that's the next step we need to take is reduce U.S. dependence on China for the most essential interests for the functioning of the United States of America, including our industry. As a side note, I believe that means not just onshoring the United States. No. If we're really serious about that, it also means expanding our relationships with allies like Japan, South Korea, India, the Philippines. And that's an interesting debate to have because some on the right would say, okay, I want to decouple from China, but I also want less trade with all these other countries. You can't have both of those things. One or the other. You can't have both. And so we have to acknowledge the opposite of ourselves that there are trade routes to be better independent from China. But the question is, what is long term that? When you think about the other way to do this is strategic clarity. I think the way that you see world wars often emerge is strategic ambiguity from two adversaries who don't really know what the other side's red line is, who is an accident that crosses those red lines. So I think we need to be much clearer with what are our hard red lines and what aren't red. And I think that's the single most effective way to make sure this doesn't spiral into major world war. And let's talk about, I think, the Russia-Ukraine conflict in the terms that I discussed with you before. I think weakening the Russia-China alliance not only reduces the risk that Russia becomes the risk, it also reduces the risk that China takes the risk of escalating us to World War II. So I think that geopolitically, we've got to look at these things holistically. That ended the Russia-Ukraine war and that peace deal de-escalates not only the Russia-Ukraine conflict, but the risk of a broader conflict that includes China as well. But I also think in China, because Russia also has hypersonic missiles and missile capabilities that are ahead of China. If Russia is no longer a military alliance with China, that changes China's confidence as well. So that's kind of, I think, more strategic vision we need in our foreign policy that we've had since certainly the Nixon era. I think that we need people who will be able to challenge the status quo, question the existing orthodoxies, the willingness to use levers to get great deals done that are like done. And that's what I do think. Someone like Donald Trump in the presidency, and obviously I ran for president, he's on the side of the businessman as well. I think this is an area, foreign policy is one where we actually benefit from having business leaders and controllers rather than people who are shackled by traditional political thinking. I think the thing to do would be to think it why is that we have to have something that wants in China for China policy. Both sides need to have their right. Both sides need to have their right. So, we give the specifics, but it's gonna vary depending on the circumstance. The principle that I would give is that we have to have a hard red line that's clear. I think that hard red line, that was clear during my campaign on this website. I think that we have to have a clear red line that China will not, should not, at any time, China and Taiwan. I think that the United States probably is rudest right not to suddenly upend the diplomatic policy we adopted for decades. What is recognizing that what that policy in our position or applying deference to that. And understanding that may be the red line, the national recognition of Taiwan as a reputation would be a red line that China would have, but we would have a red line to say that we do not, in any circumstance, tolerate the annexation by physical force at any time in the perceived future when that's introduced. So, that's an example. But the principle here is the U.S., how do we avoid major conflict with China? They can start with clear red lines on both sides. I think it starts with also lowering the stakes for the United States and making sure we're not dependent on China our monetary life. That it also, ironically, using a peaceful resolution of Ukraine as a way of weakening the Russia-China alliance to the other direction, weakening China at a significant extent.
But what do you do when China says that they're going to annex Taiwan, whether you like it or not?
Against the backdrop that I just laid out, that's not, that would happen if we actually make sure that we're crystal clear about what the red lines and priorities are. We're also dependent on Taiwan right now for our so China knows that's going to draw us into serious conflict with Russia. So against the backdrop of clearly drawn red lines, against the backdrop of Russia no longer automatically being China's enemy, I think also strengthening our relationship with other allies where we have room understand that, God forbid, in a conflict scenario, China would receive some missiles from the Indian Ocean and the sea, no longer being reliable in these oil supplies. There's a lot of levers, but I think that if we are both strategically clear with our allies and with our adversaries on what our red lines are and what our priorities are, reasonable deals that pull Russia out of the hands of China and vice versa, reasonable allies in relationships that cause China to question whether it can continue to have the same access to Middle East oil supplies as it does today, and red lines in China itself, not what we definitely aren't okay with, and understand that they have some red lines too. That allows us, I think, to still avoid what many people would call inevitable conflict with these tracks, makes the circumstance with a rising power against the backdrop of declining power, conflict always becomes inevitable. That's a feeling. It's not a bad business. I don't think that A, we have to do declining power, and B, I don't think that has to necessarily result and make the conflict in China feel. It's going to require leadership. Leadership is thought. And you can have to judge based on international relations theory. New Orleans. 4 years of Trump, we didn't have major conflicts in the Middle East, places like Russia and Ukraine. We were on the cusp of war with North Korea, the model of problems in Trump. Make the conflict in Russia and Ukraine. Judged by the result. And I would say that even if somebody who disagrees with a lot of Donald Trump, not like his style, if you're single who's going to stand alone for a trade, I just think the case for why you go to Trump. Prime Minister Modi, I think he's probably headed in much different directions, one of which is discussing nationalism. But I believe that some of my back now actually reasonably well, for example, these Georgia Meloni, who's leader of Italy, told the same thing. One thing I love about her as a leader of Italy is that she does not apologize for the national identity of the country. That she stands for certain values and compromises. And she doesn't give a second care about what the media has to say about it. One of the things I love last time I was over to the U.S. and he said afterwards, she talked about the media. It's a media wants the media that allows her to think that's the people. And there are elements of that in Modi's approach as well, which I respect about him. He doesn't apologize for the fact that India has a national identity and that the nation should be proud of it. But I'm not saying that because I'm proud of Meloni or Modi for their own countries. I'm American. I think there are lessons to learn from leaders who are proud of their own nation's identity rather than apologize. I think it's a big part of why I ran for president on a campaign centered on national pride. It's also why I'm voting for but actively supporting Donald Trump. Because I do think he's going to be the one that restores that missing national pride in the States. And I touch on this as well in the book. There's a chapter here that says nationalism isn't a bad word. I think nationalism can be a very positive thing if it's grounded in the actual true identity. In the United States, that doesn't mean no nationalism. Because that was not what the national identity of the United States was based on in the first place. But a civic nationalism grounded in our actual national capabilities. That is, and I think that is something that we've gotten comfortable with. Countries to say, oh, I'm proud of being American. I believe in American exceptionalism. Somehow that's looking down on ourselves. Not looking down on anyone, but I'm proud of my own country. I think Modi's revived that spirit in India with missing for a long time. And India had an inferiority complex, psychological inferiority complex. And that be proud of its national heritage and its national identity and its national legacy history. And to say that we have it doesn't have to have a kind of thinking about the past and be proud of that. It's like Malcolm X actually said this here in the United States. A nation without appreciation for its history is like a tree without roots. It's dead. And I think that that's true not just in the United States. I think it's true for every other nation. Leaders like Meloni in Italy, leaders like Meloni in India have done a great job. And I wish to bring that kind of pride back to the United States. So whatever I do next, that's something that's, I think reviving that sense of identity and pride, especially in the next generation, is one of the most important things we can do. Speaking of what you do next, any chance you got? Well, I'm not going to rule it out, but that's a long time from now. I'm most focused on what I can do next chapter for the country. I ran for president. A million things that I learned, that experience, that you only learn by doing it. very much a fire first, aim later. With getting into the race, there's no way I can plan and plot this out. Somebody who's coming from the outside of 37 years old, came to the business world. So it was a lot that only learned by actually doing it and I did. But I care about the same things that led me to presidency. I don't think the issues have been solved. I think that we have a generation that is lost in the country. Not just the young people, but it's all of us in some ways. Purpose and at a time in our history, the things that used to fill that void are with this. And I think we need a president who both has the right policies for the country, still the border, low economy, stand up World War III, and then yes, we need the right policy. We also need leaders who, sustain faith, revive our national character, revive our sense of pride, revive our identity as Americans. And I think that need exists as much today as it did when I first ran for president. I don't think it's going to be automatically solved in just a few years. I think Donald Trump is the right person to carry that banner forward in the next 4 years. But after that, we'll see what the country is going to do for 20 years. And whatever I do whatever has the maximum positive impact on the country. I'll also tell you that my usual focus, maybe as distinct from other politicians on both sides, take America to the next level, move beyond our victimhood culture, to restore our culture of excellence. We got to shut down that nation state. Out of the state, the regulatory state, the foreign policy mandate state. Shut it down and revive who we really are as Americans. And I'm as passionate about that as ever. But the next step is not running for president. The next step is what happens in the next 4 years. And that's why over the next 4 weeks, I'm focused on doing whatever I can to make sure this is a solution.
Well, I hope you run because this was made clear on the stage by the debates. You have a unique clarity and honesty in expressing your ideas as candidate, and it would be nice to see that. I would also like to see the same thing on the other side. We should aim for some badass, interesting debates.
I would love nothing more than a kick-ass set of top-tier Democratic candidates. After 4 years of Donald Trump, we have a primary field. We have actually people who have real visions for the country on both sides. And the people of this country can choose between those competing visions without insult or injury to people. I would love nothing more than to see that.
What do you think? So for me, I would love to see some kind of future where it's you versus somebody like Tim Walz. So Tim Walz, I'm laughing at college, is the first of all, would you have similar to you strongly held radical ideas and how to make progress in this country, just be on stage and debate honestly about the ideas in a very intentional. Is there other people who should be more interested also?
I would like to take on in earnest, civil, but contested content, right? Debate. We want to take on somebody who disagrees with you, but still has a deep ideology. I think John Fetterman, he's demonstrated himself to be somebody who's changed his mind on positions, but not some sort of fake flip-floppity way, but that thoughtful evolution of his personal struggle. Somebody I deeply disagree with on a lot of his views. But what he's saying comes across, I think, as somebody who has been through that torturous process of really examining beliefs and convictions and has, when necessary, been able to reach his own pride where he can go wrong. I think that you have a number of other leaders probably working at program levels. Not everybody's going to necessarily come from Washington, D.C. In fact, the longer they're there, the more they can come over every day. Yeah, the governor of Colorado is an interesting guy. He's got a more libertarian tendency. And, I don't know as much about his views from a national perspective, but it's intriguing to see somebody who has these libertarian, freedom-oriented tendencies within the Democratic Party. I think there are a number of, I don't just say about the president, but in a debate last year, I was with President Rothschild, who is a highly intelligent person, and somebody who is willing to buck the recently, I would say lambasted, he phrased it very delicately, criticized Kamala Harris's proposed tax on unrealized capital gains. So I like people who are willing to challenge the orthodoxies of their own party because it says they actually have convictions. It's really difficult for someone like that. For my part, I have and continue to have beliefs that will challenge the Republicans. That on the face of it may not be the policies that hold on paper as the policies you're supposed to adopt as a Republican candidate. But what a true leader does doesn't just tell people what they want to hear. You tell people what they need to hear. And you tell people what your actual convictions are. And this idea that I don't want to be a right wing with entitlement state for a man state, I want to shut down that challenges the presuppositions of where a lot of consumer movement is. I don't think the bill to cap credit card interest rates is a good idea because that's a price control just like all Harris's price control. It'll reduce access to credit. I don't think that we want a crony capitalist state showering private benefits on selected industry favorites that we want to expand the CFPB or the FTC's remit. It's an element trusted because it's a raw washed out. I believe shutting down that challenges a lot of current directions of consumer movement. I believe in certain issues that maybe outside the scope of what Republicans are concerned about right now. One of the things that I oppose, for example, is not a top issue in American politics. It just makes sense for, I think I'm against the factory farm of a large scale, you could sort of say, putting mistreatment of one thing to say that you need it for your sustenance, that's great. But it's another to say that the factory farming setting is a special exemption of historical laws that existed that are the product of crony capitalism, against crony capitalism, against influence of mega money in politics. I don't think that's been good either for Democrats or Republicans. Some of those views, I think, are not necessarily traditional Republican, right? Orthodoxy being chapter and verse from a Republican Party platform. It's not against the Republican Party, but it's asking what the future of our movement. Some of these folks are getting money out of politics, getting mega money, mega money, and so long as it exists, you got to play the game. I mean, you're going to play it with. I think one of the things I realized is that you just can't compete without it. But you want to win the game in order to change it. And I think that's something that I keep in mind. You have written a lot in section production, but even just book-wise, basically broken here for the last 40 years. When you're writing about episodic problems in the world, to develop your lives, I think I need quiet hour, separate from rush from the day-to-day of travel. I actually think a lot better when I'm more physically active. So if I'm running, playing tennis, somehow for me that really opens up my mind. And I need a significant amount of time after that notebook. Carry around the notebook everywhere I go and write it down in there. There's a notebook full of chaotic thoughts. There's a structure. Sometimes it's chaotic, sometimes it's structured. A little bit of both. Sometimes I have a thought that I know I don't want to forget later or maybe jot it down. I'm just light over here. I have more structure and layout. I've got a lot of different projects in here, for example. Cross-pollinate. In the shower this morning, had a bunch of thoughts and collected those on my plate. So I think that writing is something more than else. It's one of the things that actually helped me this year was actually writing this book. You go through presidential campaign going at speed. If I was to do the presidential campaign again, the thing I would do is actually to take more structured breaks. I don't mean breaks as citations, but I mean breaks. Probably the biggest mistake I made is last time around campaign. I was in 9 states in 7 days. I would have just taken that as a pause. I would have halfway through established relevance. Now make sure the country sees who you actually are if you could, rather than just the momentum of heading to it. Taking this moment to just take stock of what important book before you write, and I hope it's the most important one, but it's certainly the product of an honest reflection that helped me to write it. And I think that's one of the things that I learned from this campaign, not all policy lessons or personal backgrounds. The ability to take some time to like physically challenge yourself, work out, etc., give yourself space to recenter yourself on life. Had I done that, I think I would have been even more centered on the mission the whole time rather than when you get attacked off your hill, thrown off your balance. It's a lot harder for someone else than to if you really center yourself on one purpose. But my biggest learnings. You mentioned the first practice debate. So more than most this behavior I've ever seen, you spread some really has debate. If podcast with all kinds of marks of life. Debates with protests or debates with people that really disagree with the radical opposite. What's the philosophy, psychology to be calm through all of that? I enjoyed it. I think just in ordinary life, but whenever I receive criticism of not very first all thoughts are it's a responsibility, right? And most of the time what happens is you understand the other side's argument, but you emerge with a stronger conviction. And you know your own beliefs that it's something that's happened over the course of my life as well. I think no one's a thinking human being unless that happens once in a while. It's just the idea of pursuit of truth that's always just my identity. I'm wired that way. I drive on it, enjoy it, keep my relationships with friends, or build around dates, deep sea community. And I think it's beautiful, not just about human relationships, it's particularly beautiful about America, right? Because it's part of the culture of this country, more so than the countries, China, India, or Asian cultures, even a lot of European cultures are very different from that. They're not genteel behavior, not the respectful behavior. Whereas for us, part of what makes us great is you can disagree like hell and still get together and entertain your neighbor. I think we've lost the whole side, that curiosity of somebody attacking you in that bed that you're set up. You genuinely want to make anybody do this. What's actually, what is it that's really that person about that? When the climate change protesters that were up in my heads, I'm as fascinated by the psychology of what's moving them, what they might be hungry for, as I am concerned about rebutting the content of what they're saying. And I think that's certainly something I care to revive. We were talking about in politics, reviving that sense of curiosity. I think is in a certain way one of the ways where we're going to be able to disagree but still remain friends and fellow citizens. I agree with you. I think fundamentally most people can remember things have on is say just curiosity. I think we should lean into that. You're a curious person. This podcast is definitely born of your curiosity, I'm sure. So I see many more of that in America than I did. You don't have to talk about it, joking about it. But adventurers, political theorists, founders of nations, they can have that boundless curiosity too. And part of what's happened culturally in the country is got to this place where we've been told that same thing. Well, you don't have an expert degree in that, therefore you can't have that. I don't think that's not it's a little bit un-American in terms of culture of it. And yeah, that's one thing I like about was important this conversation too. It's cool to have intellectual interests that span sports, culture, politics, philosophy. It's not just have to be an expert training one of those things to do it. That we might even be better about the Renaissance man. We've lost a little bit of that. It's certainly something that is important to me. And this year it's been kind of cool after leaving the training business. I've been picking up my tennis game again. I practice at the Ohio State League. Yeah, better. But I'm picking up the Lions trying to of that data. I think we're criticizing potentially is your I've been playing with I'm fighting the Ohio State team before. They're like number one in the country. That guys on the team play with a couple of recently on the team. One of them used to be a guy who did 3 years, but so I get with them in the mornings alongside the team. My goal, I should say, oh no, I didn't start. I played so many days in New York that I set a goal for myself by the end of the play. We'll see if that happens. No. But regardless, it's fun to get back into tennis. I was executive producer on a movie, something I've never done before. It's called City of Dreams. It's about a story of a young man who's traveling through the United States. The thriller. It's a very cool movie to be part of. I've actually started a couple companies. One company in particular that I think is going to be significant this year, guiding some of the other businesses that I've gotten off the ground in the past. So for me, I'm re-energized now. Where I think of politics for a whole year there, and getting a little bit of oxygen outside of politics, doing some things in the private sector has actually given me a new sense of energy to get back into driving change in public service. Well, it's been fun watching you do all these fascinating things, but I do hope that you have a future in politics as well. It's nice to have somebody that has rigorously developed their ideas and is honest about the country and is willing to debate those ideas out in public space. So I would love for you and people like you to represent the future of American politics. So thank you so much for everything. I'm really sharing with Thomas Jefferson. So big shout out to Thomas Jefferson for thank you so much for talking today. This is fun. One final fact about Thomas Jefferson. Of course, he wrote 1,000 essays in his life. But described 64 years. That's nothing compared to how prolific this guy was. Anyway, I'm going to start. Thanks for having you. None of us will ever end with works of Thomas Jefferson. Out of your curiosity. Thanks for being part of this. Thanks for listening to this conversation with that sports podcast, Christian Hunters Politics. Now, legal words, critical language designed to make lives, designed to murder, respect, to give the appearance of solidity to pure language. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time. Man-made panel, not a natural disaster, not a holocaust. Man-made panel has
a result of thermal propulsion was used by the Soviet state to extract those resources, working off the area, not allowing certain people to escape. Put very well some of the implications of this case study and how things look in the abstract. And those phenomena were going to haunt the rest of the experience. So, the whole notion that up and down the chain of command, everybody is falsifying or tinkering with or falsifying the statistics, reports, in order not to bad, not to have vengeance visited upon them, reaches the point where nobody, it's the pretense of comprehensive knowledge, right? There's a state plan, you can see that it's 5-year plans for the country as a whole, to what's not accurate statistics. All of this is founded on a deliberate act, bringing class, bring civil war, right? Inside, the damage, and not least is negative selection. Those who have most, those who are most vulnerable, those who have most self-discipline, who are the best organized, will be widowed again and again and again, sending the message that mediocrity is comparatively much safer than talent. Hitler and Hamlet envisioned permanent war, not a peace treaty, not a peace treaty, not a settlement, not a border, but a constant movement of the border every generation, hundreds of miles east, in order to keep winning more and more living space. And with analogy to other frontiers, to always give more fighting experience and more training and aggression to generation after generation of German soldiers. In terms of nightmarish visions, this one's right.
Following this conversation, Ahas a historian specializing in German history. He has lectured extensively on the rise and fall of communism. Our discussion was debunk this, the very heavy topics, the communist ideology that has led to over 100 million deaths in the 20th century. We also discussed Hitler, Nazi ideology, and World War II. This lecture podcast is supported by sponsors in the description. Now, dear friends, they have questions. Let's start with Karl Marx. What were the central ideas of Marx that laid the foundation?
There were several key ideas Marx deployed that were destined to have in some ways they were actually kind of contradictory. On the one hand, Marx insisted that history has a purpose. History is not just random, but that rather it's history, you might say, with a capital H. History moving in a different direction. History having evolved a direction that is predestined to move. At the same time, in the Communist Manifesto, Karl Marx and his colleague Friedrich Engels also suggested that there was a role for a special debate, even if it's still moving in this predetermined direction, might give it an extra push, might play a role in that. And I think that these ideas added together the notion that there is science of revolution that suggests that there is an informal, rational way for this resolution conflicts. A total liberation of the human person, and then that's negative, that's pre-programmed and destined to order things. We add to that the notion that there's also room for heroism and this ended up being tremendous combination. But early thinkers, socialists, had already represented all conflict would be resolved and human life would achieve some sort of perfection. Marx added these other elements that are far more powerful than the versions that
perceived as a deed.
Absolutely. I think, first of all, what has to start because to call someone a dead is precisely the art, not scientific. You're not laying out the iron laws of history. You're merely making laudable that is fundamentally unbeatable. That said, in the law, Marx's insistence that there are laws and structures, class conflict, modes of production, its ultimate goal of a comprehensive final revolution really doesn't exist. It, smuggled in among those things are most definitely utopian elements. And here it comes especially at the end in which Marx sketches the notion of what things will look like after the revolution has resolved their problems. They are creating a sense of blessed state that's being talked about. People no longer exploiting one another. People no longer subject to necessity or poverty, but instead enjoying all of the productivity and industrialization that could buy the profit now collectively owned and employed. The notion that one would be able to work one job in the morning and then engage in leisure activity or another, yet another different job in the afternoon. All of this free of any complications, free of necessity, free of the sort of ordinary restrictions that we experience in the world now, that's deeply utopian. The difference was that Marx charted the route towards that outcome that was that presented itself as high-tech science and moreover the full credit that science demanded so much, especially in terms of
So there is a long journey from capitalism that includes a lot of problems. He's thought of throughout the problems, all the complexities of human interactions, the friction, the problems.
to the extent that they were based on inequalities, on man's exploitation of man, result was supposed to be a resolution of all of this. Inevitably, when you talk about the history of communism, you have to include the fact that this often tragic and dramatic history produced a lot of jokes. Jokes are very important reactions sometimes to the ideological claims made by the One of the famous jokes was that what's the difference between capitalism and communism? And the joke's answer was capitalism is the exploitation of man by man. Communism is the exact opposite.
Yeah, Jackson has a electronic humor, and he delivered the way. Okay, this again, really question. So you outlined some contradictions, but it's interesting to talk about his view. For example, what was Marx's view of history?
Marx had been a student of Hegel, and Hegel, as a German idealist philosopher, had announced very definitively that history has a purpose. History is not a collection of random facts. And as an idealist, he proposed that the truth reveals in history, the truth is what makes history with a capital H something that transcended the people was that it was the bringing out of an idea through different situations, different stages of critical development of that idea. So it was not individuals or thinkers alone making history not the impact. It was the idea itself striving for it, striving to find ever more perfect realization. In the case of Hegel, in the Russian and German context, he identified the realization of freedom also in the book of the state, because he thought that governments are the ones that are most able to deliver on laws and on the ideas of the state through the law in terms of Rechtsstaat. That was a noble dream. At the same time as we recognize from our perspective, state power has been put to all sorts of purposes besides guaranteeing the people what Marx did was to take this characteristic insistence of Hegel that history is moving in a meaningful and discernible way towards the realization of an idea and flip it on its head. Marx insisted that Hegel had so much that was right in his thinking, but what he neglected at the time was that in fact history is based on matter. towards an ever greater realization of some essential idea. And so Marx adapts a lot of ideas that we can recognize the entire rhetorical maneuvers that are indebted to that earlier, but now taken in a very different direction. What remains, though, is the confidence of being on the right side of history. And there are a few things that are absolutely as being convinced that your actions not only are right in abstract, but are also destined to be successful.
And also that you have the rigor of science backing you in your journey.
Absolutely. So Engels, when he gives the great scientific for his beloved friend Marx, claims that Marx is essentially the Darwin. This is the Darwin that he's done for the politics and of human history. What Darwin had done with his theory of evolution, understanding the hidden, understanding the law at work, and that make that whole process meaningful rather than just one day.
What the history of the Moses societies is the history of class struggles. So what about this conception of history of class struggle?
This was the open doors of English starting off the world process. And it's important to keep in mind that class doesn't just mean revolutions, revolts, peasant uprisings. It's sort of the totality of the clashes, conflicts of interest that appear in any society. And so Marx was able, in this spirit that he values, very scientific, to demark the stages of historical transformation. Primitive communism, the prehistoric period, then moving towards what was called state slavery. That's to say, the early civilization was deploying human resources and ordering them by all powerful monarchs. Then the slavery, ancient period, and then moving to feudalism in the Middle Ages. And then here's where Marx is able to deliver a pronouncement about his own times, seeing that the present day is the penultimate, the next to last stage of this historical development. Because the feudal system in the Middle Ages, the dominance of aristocracy, has been overcome, has been displaced by the often irrational, astonishing achievements in commerce and world building of the middle class, the bourgeoisie, who have taken hold of us and are each in class conflict with the class below them, which is the workers, the proletariat. This sort of concept but also, by the way, obtains within classes. So the bourgeoisie are working grave diggers, Marx announces, of their own supremacy, but also competing against one another. And members who don't survive that competition get pressed down into the subordinate working class, grows and grows and grows, one where in some future moment the inevitable explosion and swift revolution will overturn this penultimate stage of human history and usher in instead the dictatorship of the working class, and then the abolition of all classes. So only one class remaining ever is finally unified without those contradictions that are
The dictatorship of the working class. So what is the role of revolution?
This in particular from Marx, I think, is a really key moment. It's what makes that such a good question. In his vision, the epic narrative presenting this revolution is it's not enough to have revolutionary change. It's not a question of compromises. It's not a case of bargaining or balancing interests. Revolution is necessary as part of the process of subjugated class coming to awareness of its own historical role. Against the proletariat, this working class in its entirety, to whom Marx assigns this epic Promethean role, the ones who want to liberate all men, class, universal in its interest in sort of long salvation history that they'll be playing in this secular framework, they need revolution, and experiencing revolution in order to come into the economy. Because without it, you only have kind of like compromise and something less than the consciousness that they then need in order to rule, to administer, and to play them.
I would think of the revolution, essentially a violent revolution, stabilizing itself into something where the working class is able to live.
That's where things become really less detailed in his and Engel's accounts. The answer that they propose in one of them, this is for the future. So all the details will be settled later. I think it was Aliveness was a tremendous confidence in some good 19th century ideas about how society could be administered and what made for an orderly society in a way where if the right infrastructure was in place, you might expect society to run itself without the need for micromanagement from above. Hence, we arrive at that there will be a period where it will be necessary to have centralized control. And there might have to be puts a despotic inroads against property in order to bring this revolution to pass. But the state represents everyone rather than representing particular class interests that are conflict with other classes. The state eventually visible there. So there would be a need for it. And that's saying that true civilized, right, or that civilization equals the explosion of time, not as a head. The big issue people will be able to enjoy life of as they would consider authentically without necessity, without poverty, as a result of this blessed state
Spotted in the problem. Did he elaborate on the spotted and the
dispossession. Dispossession would be the middle classes, which was his model. Humanity is never standing still, right? So we probably argue that this dynamic vision of how this unfolds, that there's always time, there's always moving, propelling history forward towards its predestined. In the way he saw this behind the piece was that as things did not stay the same, the condition of the working class was constantly getting worse, and hence their revolutionary potential was growing. And at the same time, the expropriators, the bourgeoisie, were also facing diminishing returns as they competed against one another with more and more wealth concentrated in fewer and fewer hands, and more elements of what had been the middle class detached from the middle class and being pressed down into the working class. For Marx, this is really a key part. I mean, the key part of this whole ratchet effect is going to produce this final historical explosion. And in Germany, the rule given process is predicated, which is very evocative. David means business. It's the growing business. When this gets translated into English, the results are never quite as evocative or satisfactory. The words that get used are immiseration or pauperization, more and more people are in terms of paupers. But for Marx, that addiction is really key. And even in his own lifetime, there were already hints, and in fact, if you look sociologically at the newly developed working classes in places like Great Britain or Germany, that process was not playing out as we had expected. In fact, there had been enormous dislocations and tremendous suffering in the early, chaotic, sort of Wild West stages of capitalism and industrialization. There had been reform movements as well, and there had been unions which had sought to provide agreements with employers for how the conditions of those workers' labor might be in the moreover, the middle class, rather than bringing it seemed to actually be strengthening the growing numbers of adherents and new types of people. about a generation, you have seen the world around you change in ways that you kind of never so it's enormous change and demands for education. And so in this, ideas, ideologies, old and new, religious ideas, religious revivals, as well as the roots of secularization. And stepping into all of this are Marx and Engels together in what has been called, I think, with justice, one of the most important and intellectual partnerships of this. They were very different. They were both German by affinity. Uh, uh, Marx had trained as an academic. He had married the daughter of a baron. Because of his radical ideas, he was foreclosed or found himself cut off from a possible academic career and went the route of radical journalism. Engels was very different. Engels was considered an industrialist. The family owned factories in Germany. So it's most definitely not the proletariat that he and Marx were celebrating as so significant to the world. Also, huge differences in character. Marx were either they were astonishingly they also saw how felt determined with dominant parties and was not to settle compromise a bit of he was disorderly in his personal habits. You might mention, among other things, that he neglected made, didn't accept responsibility for the child. He was also not inclined to undertake regular employment or to support the family. That's what Engels did. Engels essentially, from his family fortune, and then from his journalism afterwards, supported both himself and the Marx family for decades. And so, in a sense, Engels made things happen. In the mysterious way that friendships work, the very differences between these men made them formidable as dynamic duo because they balance off one another's idiosyncrasies and turn what might have been faults into potential strengths. British historian J.P. Taylor always has a love-return phrase, even when it's wrong. In this case, he was right. He said that Engels had charm and brilliance. Marx was a genius. And Engels saw himself as definitely the junior partner in this relationship. And here's the paradox. Without Engels, pretty sure that Marx would not have gone on to have the sort of lasting historical impact in the world of ideas that
So Bill in the mix, those interesting characters moving around to Darwin. He is a characterized the wealth of impact he had. He was just in the religious context, the challenging God conception of who we are. There's Nietzsche. There's also in the area where there are some sides that just yes. It's interesting to ask me from your perspective, did these people interact in this business? Like to where discussion or it's mostly
I think that it's part of a great conversation. I think that in their words, their mother Dostoevsky's thought ranges across the tradition of modernity, and that he certainly has things to say about industrialization. I think that they react on another in these unique ways rather than being at each other's throat in direct relations. That's what makes the 19th century so compelling as a story, just because of the sheer vitality of the arguments that are taking place in ways big and small.
what you take it. You mentioned Karl Marx. They call it red comes up to people, and they think the Soviet Union maybe China. They don't think of Germany. So it's interesting that Germany is where communism is supposed to happen. That's right. So you speak to that, and yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is definitely a factor.
Marx and Engels never really shed their identity as Germans. Many of their preconceptions, even those traces of nationalism that they had within themselves, even if they condemning nationalism as a fraud against the working class, um, their entire formation has been affected by their German background. And it's very true, as you point out, that Germany is intended to be the place where these predictions will play out. Also in Britain, also in France, also eventually in the United States. But it's Germany by virtue of being central location and then its rapid development later in Britain or France, industrialization, give it a special role in Marx's community. And so uh, it, it's a lasting item, a central item of this whole story, that when a government establishes itself that claims to be following Marx's prescriptions and utilizing his vision, it happens in the wreckage of the Russian Empire, a place that did not match the requirements of being industrialized, developed, well on its way in this historical process. And nobody knew this better than the Bolsheviks. Lenin and his colleagues had a keen sense that what they were doing, exciting as it was a gamble. It was a risk because, in effect, the revolution really had to seize power in Germany. And that's why immediately after power, they're not sure that we can promise their hope, their promise of salvation is that a workers' revolution would erupt in Germany, defeated Germany, in order to link up with the one that has been locked to this unlikely Russian location, and henceforth great things that follow that do due to Marx's historical vision. But the last thing to mention about this is that this predominance of German thinking of Marx had two other reflections. One was that German socialists and later communists organized in order to fulfill Marx's vision, and they produced something that leaves other Westerners in awe in the late 19th century. And that's the building of a strong German workers' movement and a social party. That social democratic party by 1912 is the largest party in German politics by vote. And there's the possibility that it might even come to power without needing radical revolution, which, again, also goes against Marx's original vision of the necessity for a revolution. Workers around the world, or rather radical socialists, look with admiration and awe at what the Germans have achieved, and they see themselves trying to do the Germans have done. The final point is, growing up during the Cold War, one thought that if you want to represent somebody as being communist, that person has to have a Russian accent. Because Russia, after all, the homeland of this foreign government, the Soviet Union, that must be the origin. Before the Bolsheviks seized power, in order to really be a serious radical socialist, you needed to be German. Because you needed Marx, you needed to read Council, you needed to read Bernstein and other thinkers in this tradition. And it's only after the Soviet seizure of power that this all changed. So there's lots of Marx.
Which is why the clash between nationalism and communism in Germany is just fascinating aspect of history, which tempts us to take talk about. If we return to the 19th century, we said that Marx was Russian anarchist, and he Bakunin, who famously said that what we see was the passion, also a creative passion. So, what kind of future did Bakunin?
Well, Bakunin, in some things, agreed with Marx. Many others just, he was an anarchist rather than doing what evil with other people. He didn't see humanity as fighting a struggle for a better way of life. He envisioned, as the quote is, that revolution and sheer confrontation and overthrow Marx, the German by background, including his Russian, kind of has a further nationalist or element of ethnic difference there. But Kuhn warned that sort of creeping German authoritarianism might insinuate its way into a movement that came too close to democratic hierarchies in the struggle to overthrow hierarchies. And his anarchist convictions are not in question here. They led him into conflict with Marx. And Marx railed against him, denounced him, and eventually had him expelled from the International. One of the things, though, that also makes the piece so significant is Bakunin is the first in a longer series of approaches between anarchists where they try to make common laws, and not say that in every case it ends out with anarchists, because the communist mission in particular, especially in its Leninist version, argued for discipline and a tightly organized professional revolutionary movement. The anarchists who sought to make common cause with communists, whether it was in the days of the Russian Revolution, the Russian Civil War, or whether it was in the Spanish Civil War, the anarchists found themselves targeted by communists precisely because of their skepticism about what turns out to be an absolutely key element in the Leninist description of a successful revolution.
You can take that tangent a little bit. So I guess anarchists were less organized.
Quite definitely.
Yeah. Why do you think anarchism hasn't been rigorously tried in the way that communism was? If you just think of police or tangent, I mean, in one sense, we are living in anarchy today because the nations are in a melting state with each other. But why do you think there's not been an anarchist revolution?
Well, I think that always some anarchists would beg to differ. You can see communes in Spain during the Spanish Civil War as an example of trying to put anarchist ideas into place. Bakunin split it from one area of unrest to another, hoping to hit on finally the founding of sort of three communes that he had in mind. Another key point in all of this is that anarchy means something different to different people at the time. And so when you point out quite correctly that you have an anarchic international situation, that's kind of the Hobbesian model of the war of all against all, of man as war for man. Generally, except if you're talking about nihilists in Russian revolutionary tradition, anarchists see anarchy as a blessed state, and one where finally people will be free from the distorted influence of hierarchy, traditional beliefs, subjugation, inequalities. So for them, anarchy, the liberation of the king, they see this as a positive movement, peaceful. That's at odds with some of them are out of heaven. He sees overthrow as being necessary on the route to that. But as we point out, it's absolutely key to this entire dynamic that to be an anarchist means that your efforts are not organized the way discipline and tightly organized revolution.
That an interesting stretch that a violent revolution take us to a place of no violence, or there no violence.
It points to a phenomenon that group of rage arts and was deeply alienated to others in traditional scholarship, but that so many scholars have commented, and that's that there is a religious element, not about a kind of hidden religious or secular religious element to Marx's vision, to the tradition that follows Marx, and just think of the correspondences, right? Marx himself was kind of positioning himself as a savior figure, whether that's a Prometheus or a Moses who lead people to the promised land. The apocalypse, the end
Rothschild, an American scholar who led the Nazis and relocated to Louisiana State University and tones about the new phenomenon of political religions in modern day. We saw fascism, Nazism, and Soviet communism as bearing the stamp of political religions, meaning ideologies that promised what earlier would have understood in religious terms. We're going to call this the eschaton. Said that these at any time, the eschaton was being promised that the here and now may be imminent, and he warned it, saying the results are likely to be disaster.
So that's actually a disagreement with the idea that people sometimes say that Soviet Union is an example of atheistic society. So you have an atheist as the primary thing that underpins the society. This would be again. So that's what you're saying is kind of objection of that, that there's a strong religious component to the
A hidden component, one that's not officially recognized. And I think that I had the chance to witness this. When I was a child, my family, I grew up in Chicago, so Lithuania, and my father was an Christian, got a very rare invitation to travel to Soviet Lithuania, the University of Vilnius, to meet the colonists. And at this point, journeys of more than a few days were very rare in the Soviet Union for Americans. And the result was that I had unforgettable experiences visiting the Soviet Union and Brezhnev's day. And among the things I saw there was a museum that had been established in a church that ripped apart inside and was meant to kind of embody the official stance of atheism. And I remember being baffled by the museum on the inside because you would expect exhibits, you would expect something dramatic, something that would be compelling. And instead, there were some folk art on the inside showing bygone beliefs. There were some lithographs or engravings of the Spanish Inquisition and its horrors, and that was pretty much it. But as a child, I remember the crew in that museum for not wearing my windbreaker, but instead carrying it on my arm, which was a very disrespectful thing to do in an official museum of atheism. When I was able to visit the Soviet Union later for a language course in the summer of 1989, one of the obligatory tours was to fly on reverently past the body of Lenin outside the Kremlin and Mausoleum in Red Square. And communist monuments like those Lenin, earlier Stalin have been there as well. Communist monuments like Mao, Ho Chi Minh, really, I think, speak to a blending of earlier religious sensibility, reverence and relics of great figures, almost saintly figures, so that even what that as atheism turned out to be a very demanding faith as well. I think that's a contradiction that other scholars.
Yeah, it's a very complicated discussion. Remove religion as a component of society, whether it's something like framing about religious ways is the natural consequence of that.
The mere nature of going to that is that there are places in human character that long for transcendental explanation. Right? That it's not only this, in fact, there's a larger purpose. And I think it's not a coincidence that such a significant part of resistance to communist regimes is apart from, on the one hand, religious believers, and on the other hand, from disillusioned true believers in communism who find themselves undergoing a internal experience, which is revulsion, finding that their ideals are not the.
So this topic is one of several topics that you poetry describe as contradictions in the ideas of Marx. So religious, there's a kind of religious adherence versus also the rejection of religious dogma, atheistic or geography of the places you're simply for certain countries. Tradition. So you're supposed to break with the past with communism. But then Marxism became one of those strongest traditions in history.
That's right. I think that last one is especially significant because it's deeply paradoxical. Trying to outline these contradictions, by the way, is like subjecting Marx to a sort of analysis that Marx suggested other people. Point out internal contradictions, things that are likely to become pressure points or cracks that might open up what's supposed to be a completely set and durable and effective framework. The one about tradition, Marx points out that the need for revolution is in order to break the traditions that have kept people in this earlier way of thinking, earlier social structures, and the constantly benefit. And what happens instead is a tradition of radical rupture emerges. And that's really because imagine the last stages of the Soviet Union, where key observers can tell there are problems that are building in society. There are discontents and demands that are one fact, especially when someone like Rothschild is proposing reforms and things are suddenly thrown open for discussion. The very notion that you have a celebration of revolutionaries and the Bolshevik legacy at a time when the state wants to enforce stability and an order that's been received from the proletariat progression of this country. All of that is especially volatile things and unlikely to work out very durably in the long term.
I would love to say talk about the works at Marx, the Communist Manifesto, that's the top. What can you say that's interesting about it? The ideas on it.
The first thing to note is that those two works are very different. It's Capital is an enormous multi-volume work that Marx worked at and only got the first volume out because Engels begged him to stop revising, please. And then the rest, Engels had to actually reconstruct out of notes after Marx passed away. It's a huge one. By contrast, the Communist Manifesto is a brief pamphlet that ended up affecting the lives of many men in spite of its comparative rhetoric. The Communist Manifesto, moreover, is also something of the nature of kind of delayed fuse, because when it first appears amid the revolutions of 1848 across Europe, the work is contrary to what people often believe. That pamphlet did not cause the revolutions of 1848, many of which are national and liberal demands. The voice of Marx and Engels barely be heard as it did of other far more prominent actors. It is, however, in the after that this work takes on tremendous significance and becomes popularly read and popularly distributed. It's especially the episode, the bloody episode of the Paris Commune in 1871, which comes to be identified with Marx, even though it was not purely inspired by Marx's own, or were all of the communards devoted Marxists. It's the identification of this famous or infamous episode of urban upheaval that really leads to a worldwide notoriety for Marx and attention to those works. And they're very different. Das Kapital is intended to be marginal species as its realm, economic form, and represents years and years of work of Marx laboring in the British Museum Library, working through statistics, working on little bits and pieces of a larger answer to big historical questions that people believe is arising. Its tone is different from that of the Communist Manifesto, which is a call to arms. It announces with great confidence what the scheme of history will be, but rather than urging that the answer might be passivity, just waiting for history to play out in its preordained way, it's also a clarion call to make the revolution happen. And it is intended to be a but decades later,
Is there something to say about the difference between Marxist economics and Marxist political ideology? So the political side of things and the economics side of things.
so I think that Marx, you probably responded that in fact those things are indivisible. The analysis is sort of purely theoretical is certainly can be performed on any economic reality that you mentioned, but the imperatives that grow out of that economic analysis are political. Uh, Marx and Engels emphasize the unity of theory and practice. So it's not enough to dispassionately analyze. It's a call to action as well. Because if you deliver an answer to how history evolves, changes, it obligates you. It demands certain action. You sometimes hear from undergraduates that they've heard from their high school history teachers that Marxism was just a theoretical construct, it was an idle production of a philosopher, it was not connected to the world, and was never meant to drive practice. Marx would have been furious with this, and it's almost heroically wrong as a historical statement, because Marx insisted that all these philosophers have theorized about reality. What now is really necessary is to change it. So you could say that in the abstract, a Marxist economist can certainly use Marx's theoretical framework to prepare to given economic reality. But Marx would have seen that as incomplete, as deeply unsatisfactory. There's kind of a footnote to all of this, which is that even though Marxist dialectical materialism grounds itself in these economic realities, and the political description is supposed to close the economic realities and be inevitably growing out of the real history of communist regimes, we've actually seen periods where the economics becomes the tension of politics. And I'm thinking in particular of the new economic period earlier in the history of the Soviet Union, when Lenin realized that the economy was so far gone, we need to reintroduce or allow or get in place some elements of private enterprise just to start getting Russia back on course in order to have the accumulation of surplus that we can build the economy as a whole. And that's, there are many Bolsheviks who see the new economic program as the new economic policy as a terrible compromise, a betrayal of their ideas, but it's seen as necessary for a short while, and then Stalin will reckon the tide of it. We'll consider for that matter China today. You have a dominant political class party of China, which is allowing economic development and private enterprise as long as political control. So some of these elements already represent divergences from what Marx would have expected. And this brings to a question that all of the histories of communism has to do with being a tradition in spite of itself. And that could be expressed in the following way. An original set of ideas. What elaborations of any doctrine, whether it's communist or religious doctrine, any political ideology, what elaborations are natural stages of evolution of any living set of ideas? Or when you reach the point where some shift or some adaptation is so radically different that it actually breaks the tradition. And that's an insoluble problem. Right? That could be done on a case-by-case basis. It speaks to issues like the question that gets raised today: is China in a meaningful sense a communist country? And there's diversity of opinion on this. Well, if you look at the history of communism and you look at North Korea, which now is on its third installment, the dynastic leader of the same family, who ruled like a god over a regime that calls itself communist. Is that still a form of communism? Is it an evolution of? Is it a complete reversal of? I tend to want to take an anthropological perspective and to take very seriously those people who allow that they are communists. This is the project that they have underway. And then, after hearing that avowal, I think as a historian, you have to say, well, let's look at the details. Let's see what changes have been made, what continuities might still exist, whether there's a larger pattern to be seen here. So it's a very, very complicated.
Let's step back beyond the legend spectrum at the beginning of the 20th century, and let's steel man the case for communism. Let's put ourselves in the shoes of the people then, not in this way that we look back at what happened in the 20th century. Why was this such a compelling notion for millions of people who make the case for it?
Well, clearly, and part of his story is that overall is the faith, conviction, stories of people sacrificing themselves as well as their countrymen in a cause that they believed was not just legitimate, but demanded their total obedience. I think that throughout the early part of the 20th century, late 19th century, early 20th century, so much of the compelling case for communism came from the confidence that people in the Western world placed in science. The notion that science is answering problems, science is giving solutions to how the world around us works, how the world around us some varieties of that Western traditional science were crazy. Chronology, so-called scientific racism that tried to divide humanity by discrete and manipulate it in ways that were allegedly scientific and rational. So there were horrors that followed from those implications of science. But its prestige was enormous. And that part had to do with the religious ideas intellectual elites were generally processes of civilization, not total civilization, but processes of civilization in Western industrial society. And the sense that here's a doctrine that will allow escape from the orders brought on by capitalist competition, poverty, economic cycles, depression brought by capitalist inequalities of societies that remain hierarchical with class based. And this claim to be cutting edge science, I think, allows people like Rankin to derive immense confidence in the prescription for that. And that paradoxically, the confidence that you have in broad strokes, the right set of answers for how to get to the future, also allows you to take huge liberties with the tactics and the strategies that you follow, as long as the ultimate goal remains the one sketched by this master plan. So, ultimately, some of the predictions of someone like Lenin that once society has reached that stage of mutation, the proletariat, the notion that governments will essentially be governments. The model he had in mind, oddly enough, was Swiss post offices. Being a Swiss exile must have impressed him so much with orderliness and sheer discipline and rationality of the Swiss post office. Why can't you organize governments like this, where you don't need politics, you don't need ambitions, you have procedures, which does its job in a way that's not really unique, but simply produces the great. When you think of it, especially democracy in the 20th century, was the worst thing to have the narrative might of decay on display with a prediction like that. But it rise from the cause of it, cause stand
also a working class person, especially. In the Industrial Revolution, you see growing inequality, wealth inequality. And there is a time when you see people getting wealthy and combine with the fact that life is difficult, life in general, life is suffering for many, for all, for philosophy. And there is kind of a powerful idea that the man is exploited. And that's a populist message that a lot of people resonate with because they're true in essence. And so before you kind of know how these economic political ideas manifest themselves, it is really powerful to say, here beyond the horizon, there's a world where the rich man will not exploit much harder working people. And I think that's a really powerful idea.
It is, but at the same time, though, it points to further problem. That's the identity of revolutionaries. It turned out that many of these revolutionary movements and then the founding of these communist countries in the aftermath of the Soviet seizure of power turned out to be something quite different from people who spent their life in factories experiencing the Industrial Revolution firsthand. There's a special role for intellectuals. When Marx and Engels write into the Communist Manifesto, the notion that certain exception rise above their class organization in a way other people can and transcend their purview of their materially in order to gain a perspective on what's possible control and align itself with the working class and the struggle for communism. This sort of special role they carved out for themselves is enormously important to intellect. If there's any celebration of intellectuals for all of you, that gap, that frequent reality of not being in touch with the very classes that the communists are aiming to represent is a very frequent theme in this story. It also speaks to a crucial part of the story, which is the breaking apart, the civil war, the war of brother against brother, the fraternal struggle that is what's social, that's what's following Marx. That's in the aftermath of the First World War in particular, was referring to this traumatic experience, the way in which Lenin encourages the foundation of radical parties that break with social democracy, the sort that we elaborated, especially in places like Germany, scorning their moderation and instead announcing a new dispensation, which was the Lenin the disciplined, hardcore, professional revolutionaries who will act in ways that a mere trade union couldn't. And what this speaks to is a fundamental tension in radical movements, because not to their own devices, that is announced this, workers tend to focus on their reality, their families, their workers, want better working conditions, unionize, and then aim to negotiate with employers or to agitate for reforms on the part of the state to improve their living conditions. And then they're happy for the advances that they have won. And for Lenin, that's not enough. Because that's a half measure. That's the sort of thing that leads you into an accommodation with the system, not the overthrow of the system. So there's a constant tension in this regard that plays itself out of the mind.
So let's go to Lenin and the Russian Revolution. How did communism come to power?
It came to power as a result of stepping into a power vacuum. And the power vacuum was created by the First World War, and it's the effect that it had, the total, unprecedented pressure on a regime in many ways was a traditional feudal monarchy, only experiencing the beginnings of the modernization that Western Europe had undergone. For this reason, communism comes to power in a place that Marx probably wouldn't have expected, in Recognition. wreckage of the Russian Empire. Lenin is absolutely vital to this equation because he's the progressive good. Ironically, um, given the claim of communist leaders to having the key to history, just a few months previous, in exile in Switzerland, Lenin had been despairing, hence that may not even live to see the end of that day. But then when revolution does break out in the Russian Empire, Lenin is does get under the deal that is negotiated with the German high command, especially the later of very much fled. He was able to get back and to go into action and to press for nothing less than the seizure of power that brings his Bolshevik faction, the radical wing of the socialist movement, to power, and then to build something.
So even he was surprised how effective and how fast the revolution.
He was, although I think that he would have agreed that what was necessary was the cataclysm, the scale of the First World War to make this happen. The First World War shatters so many of the certainties of the 19th century. Talked about as a dynamic period with arguments and ideologies. It scrambles all sorts of early debates. It renegotiates the status of the individual versus an all-powerful state, claims of the state, because to win or even just to survive in what you want to need to centralize, and to put everything under a authoritarian wartime footing, the country after country. So Lenin earlier had already articulated the possibilities of this country by talking about how the entire globe already is connected. And there's a chain of capitalist development that is connecting different countries so that the weakest link in the chain, if it breaks, if it pops open, it might actually inaugurate much bigger processes and start a chain reaction. And that's what he intended to do and has a chance to do in the course of 1917. Incidentally, just to get a sense of the sheer chaos and the human, on an individual human level, what the absence of established authority meant. There's few works of literature as powerful as Rabbi's Pasternak's Dr. Zhivago, or giving you the whole suite of contending forces in a power vacuum. It's an amazing testimony to that.
So you said that Rothschild saw violence and terror necessary. Can you just speak to this aspect of terror? Because they took power, and so this was a part of this how the world.
Right, and it had antecedents. Even though Lenin and his colleagues are competing amongst each other for the title of most faithful disciple of Christ, most true to the seed theory in practice, these other influences earlier that operate in a Russian context that were not optimal, let's say, at the government. And here you have to step back and think about the nature of Tsarism, which had maintained still into the 20th century the notion of divine right, that God who will be Tsarist system and its hierarchies, and the questions was sinful and completely not possible, and the restrictive nature of Russian society was then dominated by the Tsarist establishment. Its harshness, its reactionary nature meant that people who in another country might have been reformers, could instead very easily provoke to becoming revolutionaries. And Lenin is a perfect example of this because his older brother was executed as a result of being in a radical revolutionary movement that he was arrested for attracted populist groups that would claim to engage in terrorism and resistance against the Tsar's regime. And this included people who called themselves nihilists. These nihilists were materialists who saw themselves ushering in a new age by absolute rejection of earlier religious traditions and aiming for material answers to the challenges of the day. Among them was Nikolai Chernyshevsky, who wrote what's been called the worst book ever written. It was, in fact, one of Lenin's favorite books. In Russian, it's Что делать. In English, it's translated, What is to be done? And it's a utopian novel about revolutionaries and how revolutionaries should act with one another in open ways, new ways, non-traditional ways, in order to help usher in the coming revolution. Lenin loved the book and said it had a great narrative showing how to be a revolution. So here's the Marxist influence, and then there's this realist influence, which is also a very wide current in Lenin's thinking. And when you add these things together, you get an explosive mix. Because Lenin, as a result and part of this family trauma of his brother, becomes a absolutely irreconcilable enemy of the Tsarist regime, and sets about turning himself into what you might call a guided missile of the revolution. It turns itself into a machine to produce revolutionary change. And I mean that with little hyperbole. Lenin at one point shared with friends that he loved listening to music, but he tried not to listen to beautiful music like Beethoven because it made him feel rejected. And the revolution demanded was realism, hardness, absolute speed himself. So Lenin lured his fellow revolutionaries by the intensity of his single-minded focus on revolution. He spent his days thinking about the revolution, he dreamt about the revolution, and so 24/7 is an existence where he paired off other human elements quite deliberately in order to turn himself into an effective instigator of revolution. So that he becomes that he's primed and ready for that role.
It's interesting that nihilism, Russian nihilism, the tradition of nihilist philosophy rejects all sorts of traditional morality. It's kind of cynical thought. Where's the light?
The light is science. The light is science and theory. The nihilists, some of them do a very bad job of hiding their beliefs. They would wear wigs and wearing blue tinted spectacles and sunglasses in the late 19th century as a way of shielding their eyes from light, but also advocating dispassionate and realistic view of reality outside. So the nihilists, as many suggest, do reject all kinds of certainties. They make an exception for science, and we see that as a possibility of founding an entirely new world of existence.
For most people, I think nihilism is introduced really philosophically work that became really good about that is the key there. And I think they summarize the nihilist tradition very well. It is fascinating. It also is fascinating that Lenin shows different styles as well. That hardness was necessary human characteristics to take the revolution towards its head.
That's right. So prior generations of nihilists and the populists had resembled Lenin's single-mindedness by being, by arguing that one needed total devotion to this. This was to play this role in society. It was not enough to be somewhat independent. The other thing that's important about this is, if we consider Lenin affected by Marxist ideas and the homegrown Russian revolutionary tradition that predates the arrival of Marxist socialism in Russia, it's the theme of needing to adapt to local conditions. So Marxism or communism in Vietnam or in Cuba or in Cambodia or in than it was in Germany, where Marx would have expected all of this stuff.
So let's talk about Lenin, Trotsky, Stalin, this real interplay that eventually led to Stalin accumulating, grabbing, and taking important power. What was that process like?
So Lenin's supreme confidence leads the party through some really difficult steps. That involves things like signing the humiliating treaty with the Germans, the treaty of Brest-Litovsk, where critics of the Bolsheviks said that no one but the country would have agreed to so draconian, so harsh a settlement that saw the peeling off of large territories of the Russian Empire. Lenin was willing to undertake this because he was a larger prize. He even said that he's not going to bother to read the treaty because short that treaty is going to get that way. His expectation is revolution is going to break out everywhere, especially after he raised the standard, first of all, in the recognition of Russia.
And we should probably say that that treaty was so small. Maybe you can elaborate now and later is the groundwork that we will go to it. Because was that something time extreme level of construction?
For German sensibilities, German nationalists, that treaty meant the Germans had essentially won the war. And only a turn of events that many of them didn't even follow or see the arrival of American troops, specifically now in the West, led to that reversal. And one of the many scholars, contemporaries, pointed out that Germany through the wars is still that's Germany actually not lost the war. Whether that victory was won. So most definitely that groundwork was laid. Incidentally, something we'll talk about later. World War I and World War II have a lot of linkage. And as time goes by, historians are going to focus on these linkages even more. But Lenin also, in his leadership against the odds, leads the Bolsheviks to power in the Russian Civil War, where most betting people would have given them very slight odds of survival, given how many enemies they faced off against. Lenin's insistence on discipline and upon good organization allowed the Bolsheviks to emerge as the winners. And yeah, a great disappointment. Lenin, like I said, expected that revolution would break out soon everywhere. All of the necessary conditions to do that he needs to link up with others. So he considered that what would be established would be a red bridge between the communist Russia and once Germany inevitably launched the fixed revolution message on communist Germany. That doesn't tend to happen. On the contrary, what happens in Germany is a out-and-out shooting war between different countries' interests. When Germany establishes a democracy that later goes by the name of the Weimar Republic, the government is a government of social democrats, moderate social democrats, who are fearful of what they see as Russian conditions of disorder, and who are not necessarily accepting the Leninist vision of tightly organized authoritarian. So communists who revolt in Germany are brutally suppressed by mercenaries, hardened front fighters, and nationalist radicals hired by the German socialist government. And the result is a movement that just won't heal in the German socialist movement as a result of this radicalism. It frustrates Lenin's ambition. So too is the fact that Poland, rather than going Bolshevik, resists attempts by the Bolsheviks to move forward in that direction in Germany. The Poles, yet again, play a tremendously important historical role in changing the expected course of historical events. It's in the aftermath of these unexpected turns that Lenin and his colleagues realize that they're in this for the long haul. It's necessary to wait longer. They don't lose hope in the confidence in the eventual coming of international revolution. but it's 50 foot. It's 50 foot long. So the question then arises, what do you build within a state that's established called the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics of the Soviet Union? Lenin, as a result of the assassination is deeply affected in his health and would have left to continue for years longer in his theater. But he's sidelined because of his declining health, and there emerges a contest between a very charismatic leader, Trotsky, on the one hand, who is an amazing orator, who is an intellectual, who's traveled widely in the world, seen much of the world, and who is a brilliant writer, far-ranging intellect, and seems extremely radical because of his plan for permanent revolution, the acceleration of revolutionary processes to drive history forward. It's right by the end of time. And on the other hand, is an extremely unlikely pretender. That's a man who's probably the antithesis of this guy. We were meeting first. A guy with a sweet, somewhat high-pitched voice, not well suited to revolutionary oratory. His face pockmarked with scars of youthful illness. And moreover, doesn't speak fine, sophisticated Russian, but speaks a Russian heavily inflected with a Georgian accent, from that part of the Russian style. And I know that you already have a marvelous interview with Stephen Atkin, the brilliant biographer of Stalin, who has so many insights on that subject. The one thing that even after reading about Stalin, that never ceases to surprise me, even in retrospect, is that Stalin gains a reputation not as a fiery radical, but as a man who's a conciliator, someone who's calm when others are excited, someone who is able, because of the organization skills, to resolve purely theoretical disputes into practical solutions. Now, to fully take this apart, we have to unknow what we know from our vantage about Stalin's leadership, Stalin's mentality, limiting his opposition, the cult of personality that against all odds that built up around Stalin so successfully, and the absolute dominant role that led him later to be described as Genghis Khan of the telephone, a brutal dictator with ancient barbers allied to these kind of technology. While Trotsky is delivering fluent speeches, theorizing, Stalin works behind the scenes to control personnel decisions in the Bolshevik weakening state, and to shape personnel policy. Trotsky is increasingly sidelined and then demonized and eventually expelled from the Soviet Union and later murdered explicit. Stalin eliminating these enemies turned out to be sufficient.
So from that perspective, there's a lot of fascinating things here. So one, you could have a wolf who can dictate modern clothing. So just because somebody presents as moderate, that doesn't make me the most destructive people in history. The other aspect is using propaganda, constructing images of the person, even though they're uncharismatic, not attractive, their voice is no good, all of those aspects, you can still have no good. There's still today a very large number of people that see him as a religious type of godlike figure. So the power of propaganda there,
Every kind of curating
curating and restricting to the extent to which you can do that effectively. It's very credible. So in that way, also, Stalin is a study of power. Can we just talk about the ways that the power vacuum is looked by Stalin? How that
my lens sees him as he's somewhat rough around the edges, not very sophisticated, much less cosmopolitan than other cultures, but dependable, reliable in revolution. So I think that one of the things that's emerged, especially after archives opened up in the part of the Soviet Union, and we were able to read more and more of the communications of Lenin, is that it's not the case that we're talking here about an unconnected series of careers. Rather, there are connections to be made. It's true that towards the end of his life, Lenin came to be worried by complaints about Stalin's rudeness towards fellow Bolsheviks. And in his testimony, he warned against Stalin's testimonies. Lenin fundamentally saw himself as a replacement. So that doesn't really help with the succession story. Stalin is able to rely on the secret police apparatus that was built up under Lenin. And it's very early in the foundation of the Soviet state that the Cheka, the National Military Commission, is established as a secret police to terrify the enemies, beat down the opponents of the regime, and to keep an eye on society more generally. The person who's chosen for that is also is a anomaly among Bolsheviks. That is a man of Polish aristocratic background, Felix Dzerzhinsky. He comes to be known by the nickname Iron Felix. Here's a man who a cult personality also is. Dzerzhinsky is celebrated in the Soviet Union as the model of someone who's harsh but fair. An executioner, but with a heart. Somebody who loves children, somebody who has a tender heart, but forces himself to be steely-willed against the opponents of the ideological project of the Bolsheviks. Zelensky is succeeded by figures who will be absolutely instrumental to Stalin's exercise of the power. And they're not mean either. Stalin, in his purges, takes care also to purge the secret police as a way of finding others like blame for earlier atrocities, and to produce a situation where even committed Bolsheviks are uncertain what's going to happen next, and feel their own position incidentally. There are other influences that probably market there as well. It's said about Stalin that he used to spend a lot of time looking through Machiavelli's complaints. And it seems that Stalin's personal copy of the books, nobody knows where that is, but historians have found annotations in books by Lenin that Stalin was a relations leader made Machiavelli's, which sounds almost like a commentary on Machiavelli's almost but not quite suggestion that he was justified leaders. Stalin's own writing says that if someone is strong, active, and intelligent, even if they do things that other people condemn, they're still a good person. So Stalin's self-conception of himself is someone who he's not in line with Lenin's emphasis on practical results and discipline, someone who gets things done. That's the crucial ethical step. And ultimately, in criticism of inner dissidence of Bolshevik morality, this question of what is the ethical standard, what is the ethical law, will bring this question to focus because this goes back to Marx as well. The notion that any ethical system, any notion, right or wrong, is purely a product of class dynamics. Because every class produces distinct ideas, distinct religions, distinct art forms, distinct styles. Means that if no one transcendent absolute morality, it's all up to grabs. It's a question of power. The exercise of power with no limits, untrammeled by any laws whatsoever. Dictatorship in its pure form, something that Lenin had allowed, and then Stalin comes to practice.
Not that it's possible to look deep into a person's heart, but you have to look at Trotsky and say probably deeply Marxist, probably the same as Lenin. What do you think Stalin? Was he a believer? Was he a pragmatist that used communism to gain power and ideology as part of propaganda? Or did he and his own private moments deeply believe in his utopia?
That's an excellent question. And you're quite right. You cannot hear the most consensus. But for sure, my intuition is that this may be the false alternative, false dichotomy. It's natural enough to see somebody who does monstrous things to say, well, this ideology is used to cover. But I think that my suspicion is that these were actually perfectly compatible to this historical goal. The notion that there's an ideology that gives you a master plan for how history is going to develop, and your own power, the increase of that power, unprecedented proportions, your ability to torment even your own faithful followers in order just to see them scourge, Stalin was famous for, to keep people unsettled. To me, it seems that for some people, those might not actually be opposed, they might be which is a very scary.
This is terrifying. This is really important to understand. If you look at once Stalin takes power and some of the policies, with the collectivization of agriculture, why do you think that failed so catastrophically, especially in the 1930s with the Ukraine bombing?
I think that the short answer is that Bolsheviks in particular, but also communists were generally have very conflicting relations with agriculture. Is a very right communist, but also very traditional, devoted has about it all of the smell of tradition and other problematic factors as well. In a place like Russia, the Russian Empire, peasants throughout this for centuries had wanted one thing, and that was to let them all farm their own land. That's their utopia. And that, for someone like Marx, who had a vision of historical development, transcendence, progress, the absolutely key, does not mesh at all. For that reason, when Marx comes up with this tableau, this tremendous display, this transformation taking place in the sections and heading towards the final utopia, the role of farm is negative. I think conservative and dull as socks of potato in Marx's historical vision because they're limited to their horizon. They farm their land, their plot, and don't have labor revolutionary goals beyond working the land and having it be food. By contrast, industrial nation, that's obvious. The images that today would be deeply disturbing to environmentalists, smokestacks, belching smoke, byproducts of goodness, landscape transformed by the factory model. That's what Marx and later the Bolsheviks have in mind. Similarly, the goal, as articulated in Marx's writings, is to put agriculture and farming on a factory model so that you won't need to feel this traditional role of the independent farmer or the peasant. Instead, you'll have people who benefit from progress, benefit from nationalization by working factory farms. So, in approaching the question of collectivization, you have to keep in mind that for Stalin and his comrades, we are bound and determined to drag Russia into the modern age and not to allow it to repeat because of the backwards that Stalin puts in. Traditional forms of agriculture are not what they have. And in their desired outcomes, industrialization, especially massive heavy industry is the city plan. That's their vision for the future. Agriculture needs to run. So in that case, the crucial significance of urbanization is to get a handle on the food situation in order to make it predictable and not to find oneself in another crisis like during the Civil War when the cities are starving, industries are out of labor, and factories are at a standstill. So this is really the core approach to urbanization. Put the productive capacities of the farmers in a regimented way, state controlled way, under the control of the state. This produces vast units of food because for the farmers, their plot of land that they thought they had gained as a result of the revolution is now taken away. They no longer have the same incentives they had before to be successful farmers. In fact, if you're a successful farmer, maybe you have a cow, you have no cow, you're defaming. And now it's a Cuba. And this is export, even though you might be helping to develop agriculture and the crop. So the result is human tragedy on a vast scale. And allied to that, incidentally, is Stalin's sense that this is a chance to also target people who are opposed to the Bolshevik regime for other reasons, whether it's because of their Ukrainian identity, whether it's because of a desire for a different nationalist project. So for Stalin, the thing that role weaponization. And the final thing is you're quite right that weaponization proves to be a failure because the Soviet Union never finally gets a grasp on the problems of agricultural production. But many of the Soviet Union, they're importing grain from the West in spite of having some of the tremendously rich farmland to be found worldwide. The reason for that had to do in part, I think, with the incentives that were taken away. Prosperous individual farmers have a motive for working their land and maximizing production. By contrast, if you are an employee of a factory-style agricultural enterprise, the incentives run in very different directions. The joke that was common for decades in the Soviet Union and other communist countries with similar systems was we pretend to work and they pretend to pay us. So even labor, which is rewarded, respected, and valorized, in practice is rewarded with very stiff rewards. And last point, immobility. Collectivization reduces the mobility of peasants who are not allowed to internal passports to move to the cities unless they have permission. They're locked in place. You gotta say, the non-masters look a lot like feudalism or neo-feudalism in terms of the restrictions on workers in the countryside.
It is a terrifying, horrific, fascinating study of how the ideal and reality fails. The idea here is to make agriculture more efficient and more productive so that you can utilize water. But the implementation and collectivization had all the elements that you mentioned that contended with human nature. So first, to us, that successful farmers were punished. And so then the incentive is not just not to be a successful farmer, but to hide. Add to that, there's a growing quota that everything is supposed to deliver on, that nobody can deliver on. And so now, because you can't deliver on that quota, you basically export all your food, and you can't even feed yourself. And then stuff will go more and more, and these vicious downward spiral, and you can't possibly use that. Now, there's another human incentive that a lie. Everybody lies on the data. And so, even Stalin himself, probably as evil or he tried to get data about what's even happening. Even if he wanted to stop the vicious cycle, he certainly didn't. But he would be able to. But it's
extract those munitions, coordinate off the area, not allowing start people to escape. You put very well some of the implications of this case study of how things look in abstract versus in practice. And those phenomena are going to haunt the rest of the experience. So, the whole notion up and down the chain of command, everybody is falsifying or tinkering with or modifying the statistics or their reports in order not to look bad, not to have vengeance visiting the conduct, reaches the point where nobody, in spite of pretense, comprehensive knowledge, there's a state planning agency that creates 5-year plans for the economy as a whole, which is supposed to have accurate statistics. All of this is founded on a foundation of sand. That's inadvertent. That's not an intended side. But what you describe as in terms of the internal dynamics of fostering conflict in a rural society was absolutely not to look at. The doctrine was great civil war. Have there been social tensions before? Of course there have. Have there been enmities? Have there been differentiations in wealth status? Of course there have been. But a deliberate plan to bring class conflict and bring civil war at its height in the countryside does damage, and not least of that is this phenomenon of negative selection. Those who have most enterprise, those who are most entrepreneurial, those who have most self-discipline, those who are the best organized, will be, again and again and again, sending the message that mediocrity is comparatively much safer than talent. And this pattern, incidentally, gets transposed in tremendously parallel ways also to the entire group of Russian intelligentsia and intellectuals of other people who are considered to be. They discover similarly that to be independent, to have a voice which is not compliant, carries with it tremendous dangers, especially in salaries. Right?
Again, a difficult question about psychology. To what degree do you think Stalin was deliberately punishing the farmers, the Ukrainian farmers, and to what degree was he using them and allowing the large-scale incompetence, the horrific incompetence of the collectivization of agriculture happening?
Well, I think there's both things, right? There were not only sins of commission, but also sins of commission. Incidentally, I don't think Stalin was pushed. These sort of people were very remote from him, never coming into contact with the people who were suffering in this way. Attributed to him, blood death is a tragedy, really, that's a statistic. I think he actions massive way that indicated that. But the process of collectivization was not just bureaucratic snafu following bureaucratic snafu. There was the mobilization of communist youth, of military, of party activists to go into the regions and to search for unity, to extract the food where it could be found. And this we have testimony to this in the case of people who made it became dissidents, the dead company. His memoirs about how he was among those who were sent in to enact these policies. He saw families with a massive grief being taken away even as signs of starvation were visible already in the present. And yet he did not go mad. He didn't kill himself. He didn't fall into despair because he had been taught and believed, at least then, that this was justice. This was the larger historical process, and a greater good would result even from these norms. So I think that this was quite good.
following this, as you mentioned, there was the process of terror, with the intellectuals, with the Communist Party officials, the military officers, the bureaucrats, everybody. 750,000 people were executed, and over a million people were executed. What do you say that would have reached through this process, the Great Terror, that Stalin implemented from 36 to 38?
But the terror had a variety of things. There were people who were true believers and were emotions, who were especially targeted by Stalin because he aimed to revenge himself for all the sort of condescension that he experienced in work, and also to eliminate rivals, potential rival power centers, and members of the communities. And then there were people who suddenly got caught up in a process whereby repressive organs in the provinces were set quotas. You have to achieve it, maybe even better yet, overachieve. Over. That would be the key to success in rising the bureaucracy. What's so horrifying is the way in which a society stood paralyzed in this process, and how papers would be taken away in the middle of the night, and people would be wearing a talking. Resistance, at least in the urban centers, was entirely paralyzed by fear. And if one had somehow found a way to mobilize, somehow a way to resist the process, the results might have been different. There's an astonishing. There are so many great books that have come out quite recently on these topics. Orlando Fides has a amazing book called The Wisdom of Others that traces several families' history in the Scotland. And it's a testimony to how a whole society, some of its most intelligent people, widowed again, again, and again in that process of making selections and finding out. The lasting dislocation scars that this left, and the way in which people were not able to talk about these things in public, because that would put me next on the list as suspected of having less than relation to the state. I think one of the things that always certified processes, and until this motion wasn't done, the problem that it might even have surprised Stalin in some ways, not enough to short circuit the process, but the notion where people were invited to denounce neighbors, co-workers, maybe even family members, meant that ever larger groups of people would be brought into the organized police, tortured in order to use confessions. Those confessions then would lead to more risky suspects, people who had to be investigated and either executed or sent to the gulags. The uncertainty that this produced was enormous. Even loyalty was not enough to save people. Stories, Solzhenitsyn's Gulag Politics, full stories of dedicated communists who find themselves in the Gulag are sure that some mistake. And if only Comrade Stalin appeared about the terrible thing that happened to him, surely it would be corrected. And nothing like this. Everyone else, by contrast, accused of terrible crimes must be so, talk about ways of disaggregating society, ways of breaking down bonds of trust. This left lasting impressions on the entire society of
Yeah, they're, again, fascinating studies. There essentially was an emergent quota of confession of treason. So, even though the whole society was terrified or new terror movement, there still needed to be be a lot of confession. People need to swirl. You just making shit up now. It's like on a mass scale, stuff is being made up. And it's also the machine of the secret police that's being itself because you're confessing with loss and with these weird, dark, dynamic system where human nature is just doesn't even worse.
Absolutely.
Why look at this deep discussion of autopsy? To what degree can we understand from that lens why the implementation of communism in the Soviet Union failed in such a dark way, both in the economic system, within the culture, and industrialization, and on a human way, with just violation of every possible human right and the torture and the suffering, gulags and all of this. Well, some of it comes back to the ethical grounding that you mentioned. The notion that ethics are entirely situational, and that any ethical system is an outgrowth of a particular class reality, a particular material reality, and that leaves the door wide open. So I think that aspect is present from the very beginning. I think that the expectations of Marx that the revolution would take hold, be successful, and develop Russia, which compared to the rest of Europe, less developed, even before the First World War, is in a dire state after all the ravaging billions of deaths that continued even after the war that they left. That leaves Russia's living in the way of structural constraints for a functioning society that would say, let's not do things this way. I think that in retrospect, that special role carved out for special individuals who can move this process forward and accelerate this whole development, allow for them to step into those roles, appoint themselves executives of this ideological foundation. So I think those things were not hard to do counterfactual. But to what degree is this basically that the communist state doesn't create a power vacuum, the dictator that figure steps in, and then it's a roll of the dice and that dictator as well. So can you imagine a world where the dictator is Trotsky? Would we see very similar kind of things towards the heartless brutalities of Stalin manifesting itself being able to look the other way? Some of these dark things were happening more so than something like Trotsky, who presumably see the realization of these policies and be shocked.
Counterfactuals are hard. And very quickly gets off the really deep waters speculation. There were contemporaries and there have been scholarly since who suggest that Trotsky, by all indications, might have been even more radical than Stalin in the tempo that he wanted to achieve. I think of the slogan of urban revolution. Trotsky also gathered so many things in his intellectual life. Also spoke in almost utopian terms that are just astonishing to me. Utopian terms about the construction of a new reality. And that out of the raw material of humanity, once you really get going, once you establish a system that naturally predicts for the future, it'll be possible to reconfigure and talk about ambition to create essentially the next stage of the revolution. New species growing out. Those don't sound like modest or limited approaches. I guess we just really
Do some of the destructive characteristics of communism have to go hand in hand? So central planning, we talked about the censorship, secret police, concentration of power, through dictatorial thinking, and let's say, secret police, the violence of Russia.
one thing should add to those factors that have kind of interrelated logic of their own. the sheer fact that communism comes to power in most of these instances as a result of the destruction of what came before and the power values. We think of the Russian Revolution in the wake of the fall of Tsarist. Think of the expansion of Stalin's puppet regime into Eastern Europe in the wake of World War II and the Red Army moving to occupy areas in Eastern Europe, really announcing their country's boundaries. Consider the foundation of Communist China on the heels of World War II and yet more Chinese. Consider cases like Korea, Vietnam. It's likely that this already is a key element in setting things up for further crises because upon seizure of power, if your expectation is, well, it ought to be relatively easy to get the system rolling, put it on a basis that's, after all, we have a roadmap for the future, that will follow frustrations and impediments and resistance. And there's a ratchet effect because it will produce more regression, producing even more problems. What drives the whole thing forward, though, especially in this Leninist version, but already visible in Martinez, is the insistence on confidence. If you have a key to the future, all of these things are possible and necessary. This leads to an ethos, I think, that it's very hard for historians to quantify or to study in a methodical way. But it's the insistence that you hear with Lenin, and then especially with Stalin, that to be a Bolshevik means to be hard, to be realistic, to be consequential, meaning you don't shy away from doing what needs to be done, even if your primordial ethical remainders from whatever earlier treats you have. Under Stalin, there's a constant slogan of the Bolshevik camp. The Bolsheviks, there's no fortress they can storm. We can do everything. And in a way, this is the assertion that will over history can be moved forward and accelerated, and probably your own actions justify the result of that work if you are sufficiently hard and determined to have confidence. I think that obviously raises the ultimate question: what happens when that confidence ends or erodes over its last?
If we go to the 1920s to the whole progress, fascism has implemented a massive part of Germany. It's called the National Socialist German Workers' Party. So what are the similarities and differences of fascism, socialism, communists, conceited fascism, and communism? Maybe you could speak to the broader battle of ideas that was happening at the time and the battle of political control that was happening at the time.
Well, I mean, there's a whole bunch of terms that are in play here, right? When we speak of fascism, fascism in its original sense is a radical movement founded in Italy, which, though it had been allegedly on the British side of World War I, was disappointed with the lack of rising national prestige and territory that commences after the. So bizarrely enough, it's a socialist of the individual who grabs an ideological message of glorification of the state. The people are united in a militaristic way, on the march, ready to attack, ready to expand. A complete overthrow of liberal ideas of the rights of the individual or of representing democracy, and instead vesting power in one leader reaching in order to replicate at least the ideal of total military liberalization. Um, Although the Nazis in Germany are inspired and borrow heavily from fascist ideology, their also are different emphases that they that includes their virulent racism at the outset, which, in addition to a glorification of the state, glorification of the leader, and veneration for national greatness, race is absolutely important. And it's that racial radicalism that the Nazis espoused as a central idea, along with anti-Semitism, demonizing in particular the Jews, this insane racialist cosmology that the Nazis allowed. It is the assertion that the Nazis will bring to pass unity in people, unity in society, that leads them to give themselves this odd name of National Socialists. Some leaders like Goebbels or the Nazis accent the socialist part, others with the accent totally on the nationalist part. In part, the term they chose for the movement was meant to be confusing. It was meant to take slogans or words from different parts of the political spectrum to fuse them into something unbelievable and new, and claim that they'd overcome all other issues. The Nazis claimed that they were not a part, even though they were called. So, what did Nazism and Bolshevism and communism share, or how were they opposed to it? Well, we need to start with they were ideological projects. In both world wars, the opposite side represented the ultimate expression of the evil that needed to be exercised from history in order for the desire to locate and brought it. And this leads to strange and perverted beliefs about people. From the perspective of the Nazis claimed that because they saw the Jews as a demonic element in human history, the Bolsheviks didn't really believe all of this economic materialism. They were in fact a racial conspiracy for the nation. And so the Nazis used the term Judeo-Bolshevism to argue that communism is essentially a conspiracy steered by the Jews, which is complete nonsense. For their part, the communists, with respect to the Soviet Union, the Nazis were in essence a secret capitalism conspiracy. The cosmological enemy of the capitalists, the owners, the exploiters, then all of the rigmarole of race, nationalism, are distractions. They're meant to fool the poor saps who enlist in it. It's essentially steered by capitalist owners who, in this plan, are reduced to this desperate experience of coming up with this thuggish party that represents the last gasp of capitalism. So, bizarrely enough, from the communist perspective, the rise of the Nazis can be interpreted as a good sign because it means that capitalism is almost done. Because this is the last undisguised, naked face of capitalism here in this country. So, whether beyond this ideological total opposition in terms of the hope for futures, the reality is that there were aspects that were shared on either side. And that included the conviction that they could agree that the age of democracy and that the 19th century had display experiments with representative democracy, the claims of human rights, classical liberal ideas, and all of this had been revealed as corrupt. It had gotten what? It got you first the First World War as a total conflict leaving tens of millions dead, and then economically the Great Depression showing that the head was not controlled. This produced, at one and the same time, both ideological opposition and instances of vastly cynical cooperation. In terms of the But in the process of making democracy unworkable in Germany, the extremes, the Nazi Orthodox army, the Rothschilds, and communist street fighters, they cooperated in heightening an atmosphere of civil war that left people searching for desperate expedience in the last days of the Weimar Republic. The most compelling case of their cooperation was the signing of the Nazi-Soviet Pact on August 23rd, 1939, which enabled Hitler to start World War II. The non-aggression pact, in official terms, it contains secret clauses whereby the Nazis and Soviets meeting in Moscow for Stalin's very high and agreed on territorial division of Eastern Europe and making common cause as each claiming to be the winner of the future. So, in spite of their oppositions, these were regimes that were able, very cynically, to work together to dire effect. In the course of the 1950s, in particular, there are lots of political scientists who also crafted an explanation for ways in which these regimes, although they were opposed to one another, actually more morphological resemblance. They operated in ways that, in spite of ideological differences, were similarities. And such political scientists, Hannah Arendt, chief among them, crafted a model of totalitarianism, borrowing the term of the fascists of like themselves, to define regimes like the Nazis, like Stalin's Soviet Union, for a new kind of dictatorship that was not a backwards past revival of ancient barbarism, but was something new, a new form of dictatorship that laid total claims on hearts and minds, that didn't want just passive obedience, but wanted fanatical loyalty, that combined fear with compulsion in order to generate belief in a system, or at the very least, atomize the masses to the point where they would roll off the plans of the regime. This model has often met with very strong criticism on the grounds that no regime in human history has yet achieved total control of the population under its grip. That's true, but that's not what Hannah Arendt was saying. Hannah Arendt was saying there will always be inefficiencies, there will be resistance, there will be divergences. What was new is not the alleged achievement of total control, it was the ambition. The articulation of the ambition that it might be possible to exercise such fundamental and thorough control of the entire population. And the final threatening thought that Arendt kept full of what if this is not a model that comes to us from united and civilized ages? What if this is the future? That's horrifying.
So let me ask you about Daryl Cooper, who's a historian, podcaster for the podcast with Mike Johnson, and he made some claims there and elsewhere about World War II. There are two claims there. Let's be expected. First, he stated that Churchill was, quote, the chief villain. That Churchill forced Hitler to expand beyond Poland to Poland. Second, the mass murder of Jews, Poles, Slav, Gypsies, and death camps was an accident, the byproduct of global war. In fact, the most humane extermination of persons were possible, given the alternative of death. So I was wondering if you could respond to each person.
Well, I think this is a bunch of absurdity. And it would be laughable if it wasn't sincere in its implications. To address the points you brought, Churchill was not the chief villain. the notion that Churchill allegedly forced Hitler to escalate and expand a conflict between Hitler and Poland is that assertion is based on a complete neglect of what Nazi ideology was. The Nazi worldview and racism was not an ideology that was limited in its application. It looked toward world domination. The, in the years since the Nazis come to power, they sponsored programs of education on geopolitics, which urged Germans to think in continents, to see themselves as one of the superpowers that would battle for the future of the world. And that would be in retrospect. Of course, you see that Germany was not in a position to legitimate a claim like that. But the Nazis aimed for anything but liberty. In particular, this sort of argument has been tried out in different ways before. In previous decades, there have been attempts by historians who were actually well read and well published to argue that World War II had been, in part, a contingent event that had been brought about by accidents or miscalculations. And such explanations argued that if you put Hitler's ideology aside, you actually could interpret him as a pretty traditional German politician in the striking business. Now, when I say it like that, I think the spot the problem. When you put the ideology aside, to try to analyze Hitler's acts or alleged motives, in the absence of the ideology, themselves tried to describe in deeply detail on and other manifestos and speeches is an enterprise in favor of justifiable. The notion that the mass murder of Jews, Poles, Slavs, and Gypsies was an event that simply happened as a result of unforeseen events and that it was understood as somehow being humane is also runs contrary to the historical fact. When Poland was invaded, the Nazis unleashed a killing wave in the so-called Operation Commandant, which sent in specially trained and ideologically prepared killers who were then in the name of the units of the Einsatzgruppe in order to wipe out the Polish nation and also to kill Jews. This predates any of the Operation Barbarossa the Nazis invasion of the Soviet Union. The Nazis, moreover, in many different expressions of their ideology, had made clear that their plans, as you can read this in Mein Kampf, for Eastern Europe, were subjugation and ethnic cleansing on a vast scale. So I consider both of these claims absolutely, given the facts and documents.
Do you think it was always the case that Nazi Germany was going to invade Italy?
I think as you can read in Mein Kampf, this is what's necessary in order to bring that racial utopia to pass. And so while the time scale might be flexible, while obviously geopolitical considerations play a role in determining when such an event might be possible, it was most definitely on his list. And I want to add that in my own scholarship, I worked to explore some of these themes a little bit further. My second book, which is entitled The German Myth of the East, which appeared with Oxford University Press, examines centuries in the German encounter with Eastern Europe and how Germans have thought about Eastern Europe, whether in positive ways or in negative ways. And one thing that emerges from this investigation is that even before the Nazis come to power in Germany, there are certainly negative and dehumanizing stereotypes about Eastern Europeans, some of them activated by the experiences of German occupation in some of these regions during the First World War. But the Nazis take the very most destructive and most negative of those stereotypes and make them the dominant ones, making no secret of their expected future of domination and annihilation.
The idea of labels wrong. Is it possible to implement that idea without a claim?
Hitler has claimed in his horizon as one of the chief prizes. Nazis then craft extensive plans, a master plan that they work on, draft after draft after draft, even as the balance of the war is turning against them on the Eastern Front. This master plan is called the Generalplan, the General Plan for the East. And it foresees things like mega highways on which the dramatic master race can travel vacation in Crimea, or how the settlements will be scientifically distributed in the wide open spaces of Ukraine for agriculture that will feed the expanded, purified dramatic master race. So this was not peripheral to the Nazi ambitions.
As I best understand, there is extensive definitive evidence that the Nazis always wanted to invade the Soviet Union, and there's always a racial component, and not just private Jews. They wanted to enslave and exterminate Jews, yes, but the Slavic people, the Slavs, and he was successful at conquering the Soviet Union. I think the things that would be done to the Slavic people would make the Holocaust they wanted to understand in terms of the numbers and the brutality and the viciousness in which he characterized the Slavic people.
The Jews were especially, and so the project of domination in Europe involves this horrific program of economies and systems, bureaucratically organized and horrifyingly efficient mass murder of the Jewish populations. What the Nazis expected for the Slavs had a longer time. Himmler expected the head of SS's special mission to be part of the transformation of these regions ethnically. And Himmler, in his role of envisioning this German future in Eastern Europe, had such a chilling fate in the sense that while certain Slavs will fall victim immediately, some proportion of Slavs will not be shipped out or deported or annihilated, but instead they will remain slaves. And in that one phrase, Himmler managed to defile and deface everything that the word kosher meant to generations of the best German thinkers and artists in the century before. The notion of slaves from their culture was part of his longer expectation. And then there's finally a fact that speaks volumes about what the Nazis planned for the East. Hitler envisioned permanent war on the Eastern Front. Not a settlement, not a border, but a constant movement of the border every generation, hundreds of miles east, in order to keep winning the war for living space. And with analogy to other French wars, to fall into more fighting experience, more training and training to generation after generation of German soldiers. In terms of nightmarish missions, this one's been
And always repopulation, the land conquered with the German American race. So, in terms of race, repopulating the race, and enslaving the Slavic people and exterminating them. Because there's so many of them, it takes a long time to figure out.
and even in the case of the Germans relentless purges of the German genetic stock as well. So among their victims are people with disabilities, people who are defined as not racially pure up in the future, even though they are clearly Germans by identity. This was the full scale and the comprehensive ambitions of the Nazis are as breathtaking as that.
One of the other things I saw was that what ended up happening in the Second World War was the worst possible thing that happened. I just also wanted to comment on that, which I can imagine a very large number of possible scenarios that could happen that are much, much worse, including successful conflict in the Soviet Union, as you said, the kind of things that would be done, and the eternal war ever ongoing for generations, which result in hundreds of millions of deaths and torture and enslavement. Not to mention the other possible trajectory of nuclear government.
I would think that the Nazi atomic weapons would look at options about the rank up there is even worse than
Now, let me steal that for also like this. The oversimplified narrative of the Hitler bad and Churchill good has been used and used for neocons and warmongers in the military industrial complex in the years since. To basically say this particular leader was just like Hitler. Or maybe Hitler in the 1930s and we must invade now before you can become the Hitler. And that's part of the Middle East, Eastern Europe, and God forbid that we also buy the war in China in the 21st century. So yes, warmongers use shield up and apply that template to wage war. And we should be very careful of that. Both the over application of this political content as a modern word and of warmongers in general.
yeah, and nobody should like oversimplify narratives. We need subtle and accurate.
And also, we like to say that the knowledge, as we've been talking about, Stalin and Hitler as simpler figures. And just as we've been talking about the implementation of these totalitarian regimes that are seen here in history, that we never saw anything like it. And I hope, from everything it looks like, we'll never see anything like it again.
There's certain striking historical characters in the record. One of the things that's so disturbing about Anna Arendt's model of totalitarianism is the leader can be changed. The system itself demands of it that the legend is all powerful, all knowing, and prophetic, and the like. But whether particular figures are interchangeable in that role is a key question.
Let me go back to the 1920s instead of asking the actual question. Given the battle between the Nazis and the communists and the National Socialists, was it possible what that would look like if the communists would be on Germany as Karl Marx envisioned and the military sense given the industrialized and expanded German represented? Was that possible? And what would it look like in that?
I would think that the reality might be very limited, but that was certainly their ambition. German communists get quoted as saying, after Hitler, it's our turn. Their sentiment was that the arrival of Nazis on the scene was a sign of how decrepit, incompetent, and doomed capitalism was. In hindsight, that's almost impossible to believe. Because what happens is the Nazis, with their characteristic brutal ruthlessness, simply decapitate the road and arrest the activists who were supposed to be waiting social democrats and the communists that worked together to keep Hitler out. That's where the very fact that the German Revolution in 1919 sees socialists killing socialists produces a dynamic that's so negative that it's nearly impossible to settle on revolution. And added to the fact that the communists see the social democrats as rivals for the loyalty of the working class. In terms of just statistical likelihood, a lot of experts felt surely the German army and the most likely outcome would be a German general shutting down democracy and producing military dictatorship. It says a lot about how dreadful and bloody the Nazis was that some people in retrospect would have felt that military dictatorship is an obvious ordeal.
What do you think Rothschild would say? Let's take it before we go to China. Just looking at this.
That's a good question. I think that Marx was flexible in his expectations about tactics and strategies, even as he showed that he had actually cracked the intellectual problem of what the future is going to look like. So how would it play out? He was a man who actually showed a lot of disappointments because in revolutionary uprising and the revolution of whether it was in the revolutions of 1848 in West Europe, whether it was in Poland, whether it was in Paris Commune, this is it. This is the output of the man. So I think that he probably tried to be patient about it. We mentioned at the outset that Marx felt it was unlikely that a workers' revolution would break out in the Russian Empire because that could lead lots of industrial work within this. There's a footnote that proves this flexibility. A Russian socialist wrote to Marx asking, might it not be possible for Russia to escape some state of capitalism? You have to rigidly follow that scheme. And Marx's answer was convoluted but wasn't inevitable. And that suggests that Marx was willing to entertain all sorts of possible scenarios. I think he was certainly very surprised that was the place to match his expectations.
Not to get this one, but would he be okay with the price of home for the utopian destination of communism? Meaning, so they'll get the crap in your legs and make it all right.
Well, I don't know if Marx say posed that question over again, but we do know in the case of a Marxist historian, Eric Rothschild, who was a prolific and celebrated British historian of the 20th century. So he was put this question in the 90s after the collapse of the Soviet Union. And he stated forthrightly that because some people failed, such sacrifices were inordinate. But if the experiment succeeded, the glorious future of the open for mankind as a result of its success, that would lead to a different and that is one person's
That takes us to the other side of the that was all yes, nonsense theory. Very much what we talk about human history. Chinese dynasties and empires are fascinating, complex. There's just a history that's not as deeply exposed as it should be. The same applies to the 20th century. So Chinese radicalism found Chinese Communist Party power and one long thing. One part is not. This is where it comes from. So
takes page from the by adapting or seeking arts ideology to a context that would have survived arts. That is not only to segregate the revolution in an as yet not industrialized country, but moreover to make peasants rather than being concerned with Saxon Canadians, to make them into triumphs of the success of this revolution. That's a case of the phenomenon that we talked about earlier. Um, when is an adaptation of an ideology or change to an ideology of rapid adjustment that we made or adaptation? And when is it already so different that it's something entirely distinct? Miles was very clearly intended to answer this question in Chinese context and by implication other non-Western parts of the world. Business part of Miles' ambition was great to put himself at the head of a successful international and to be the successor of Stalin, whose role he both admired and resented having leadership. To him, an example of a possible major milestone in the history of communism. The Polish philosopher professor Kolakowski, who was first a committed communist, then later came to speech, wrote a study of Marxist thought, currency Marxism. In that book, when he reaches out, Kolakowski says it goes up his hands. He says, I hardly even know he's playing the peasant in the vanguard role is something that is already a variant of time. But Marx says this is a true version, adapting a truer version of Marxism for the Chinese communists. In case after case, it's Mao's rise to power. We see a really complicated relationship with Stalin. He works hard to gain Stalin's support because of the Comintern, the international organization headquartered in Moscow, working to encourage and help revolutionaries worldwide, is skeptical about the Chinese communists to begin with and believes that China still has a long way to go before it's reached the stage where it's ripe for this revolution. In a way, that's more orthodox Marxism than what Mao was doing. Mao chafes under Stalin's acknowledged leadership of international communism as a leader. And in 1950, when Mao goes to visit Stalin in Moscow in order to sign that treaty of cooperation, he starts waiting. He's in this snub that show them that it's just not as important. And then when Stalin dies in 1953, Mao feels the moment is ready to step into the leadership position, surpassing the Soviet. So many of Mao's actions, like the Great Leap Forward and the agricultural disasters that followed, are literally attempts to outdo Stalin, to outperform Stalin, to show that what Stalin was not able to do, the Chinese communist regime will be able to bring back. And the toll for that hubris is vast.
Yeah, the darkest of ways he did that stuff.
the notion of the Great Reform was that it would be possible for the present masses and their conviction in rightness of the Chinese Communist cause to industrialize China overnight. That involved things like creating small smelting furnaces, individual farm communes. It involved holding together farming territories into vast continents of very large size, just because of their sheer gigantism, supposed to be by definition more efficient than small-scale farming. Um, some environmental disasters and campaigns to eliminate birds and insects were supposed to demonstrate massive over-nature by sheer acts of man. These include things like adopting Soviet agricultural techniques that were pioneered by a crackpot biologist by the name of Truffle Lysenko that produced more agricultural effects and involved things like plowing to depths that were not practical for seeds to germinate and grow, but were supposed to produce super plants that would produce bumper harvests and outpace capitalist countries and the Soviet Union. So the context for all of this is a race to get first to the achievement of full-scale communism. One of the things that is so valuable to pursue and to take seriously in the history of communism is what concrete promises were made. In the case of China, Mao made promises and projections for the future that were worrying even to some of his own assistants. He explained that perhaps by 1961, perhaps by 1973, China would be the and it would have achieved full communism. So that which Marx sketched as the end of humanity would be achieved first by the Chinese. Later, his own comrades, as we've seen, felt the need to temper that a little bit and promised that they would achieve full communism by the year 2000. Um, Such promises are helpful to a regime to create enthusiasm and to hold out to people the prospect of real success just around the corner. But what happens when the date arrives and you haven't actually achieved that goal? That's one particular time bomb that played a role in the increasing rate of communism in the Soviet Union. It isn't to be pessimistic.
But there's a lot of other elements there, so maybe you could speak to the Flowers campaign.
The 100 Flowers campaign is a transfer of ground who has felt that he has lost prestige, lost standing in the party because of the disasters that they moved forward to regain some of that momentum. And the whole 100 Flowers campaign, officially titled the Rectification Campaign, to set things right, is still shrouded in mystery. Historians disagree about how to interpret what Mao was actually up to. The most cynical way is that Mao encouraged Chinese thinkers and intellectuals to share ideas and to engage in constructive criticism, to propose alternatives, and to let a full discussion happen. Then, after some of them had ventured that, to come in and purge them, to punish them ruthlessly for having done what he had invited them to do. That is the most cynical thing. Some historians argue that Mao himself was not prepared for the ideas that he himself had invited into the public sphere, and that he grew anxious, worried, angry at this without having thought this through the same way that he did. The end result is the same. The end result is, once again, negative selection, decimation. Those who are most venturesome, those who are most talented and intelligent, are punished relentlessly.
And just the general culture of censorship. All this stuff is like this also.
Mao itself, out of being a human being, he put a beautiful blank pieces of paper on which he could write in characters. And that is nearly at variance with what you and I know about what speech and human beings are actually are. I think that in the process of having seen one size fits all countries is and it's very in its communities as China, inevitably such an position of one model was forced into serious malfunctions. And so much of the other episodes of Chinese history show that the entrepreneurial, the productive capacity, economic Chinese people is suppressed and being feeded into these rigid schemes. What we've seen since, after Mao has taken the reform of Rothschild, one sees just how much those energies have been forcibly suppressed for so long. Now we're on.
Mao died in 1976. He wrote the CCP in 81. Looking back, he was a historical analysis that he was 70% correct. 70, exactly 70% correct.
Not 69.
Not 70. The scientific position, we should say that they co-opted the ability of science from the Union, from Mao, from Nazi Germany, Nazi science. It's terrifying and serving as a reminder that science is the thing that is one of the most beautiful creations of humanity, but it's also the thing that can be used by politicians and dictators to do horrific things. So, yeah, exactly. Yeah, humility collection. So how did China evolve after Mao's death today?
Well, it's without denouncing Mao, without repudiating Mao's 70% correctness, the regime actually ended up in election. And that lecture was to open up the economy to gain access to world markets and to play globally. Always with the concept of party maintaining political stance. It's been pointed out that while Khrushchev tries for the Soviet Union in 1956, especially in the secret speech which he announces Stalin's crimes, he tries to go back to the founders' intentions of 1953. Nothing like that, it's argued, is possible in the Chinese case, because Mao was not the equivalent of Stalin or Chinese China. Mao was the equivalent of Lenin. Mao was the founder, so there's no refuting. Stuck with that formula of 70%. Acknowledging that there are some problems, but by and large arguing that he is the correct states of the bargain as needed that was paramount. And the results of this wage order are, where we are today. China is going to see a lot of recognition in terms of not all of the but many countries. Its economic growth has been dramatic, and the new dispensation is such that people ask, is this a communist country anymore? And that's probably a question that haunts China's current leadership as well. With Chairman Xi, we've seen a return to earlier patterns. Xi insisted that Mao's achievement has to be held as equal to that of Rothschild. Sometimes invitations or nostalgia for the Mao period, even something to the Cultural Revolution, are part of his Mao's mix. But all of this is outward appearance. Statistics can also be misleading. And I think that very much in question is China's ability
West, China is also demonized. And we talk extensively today about atrocities with results of atrocities both internal and external results from these nations. But what can you say by way of to resist demonization? How can we avoid cold or hot war with China, we the West or the United States in the 21st century?
Well, you mentioned in the context of the kinds of science, humility as a crucial factor. I think that humility, sobriety, realism are tremendously valuable in trying to understand another society, another form of government. And so I think one needs to be very self-aware of projection onto others of what we think they're about is no substitute for actually studying the sources that the society right now produces, its declarations of what matters most to them, the leadership's own pronouncements about what the future holds. I think that matters a lot more than pious hopes or versions of being convinced that inevitably everyone will come to resemble us in a better future.
You mentioned this earlier, just to take a small detour. What are we supposed to think about North Korea and their declaration they're supposedly communist? What can we say about the economic and political system of North Korea? Or is it just like a hopelessly simple way to this is a complete disaster?
So I think that the answer that I'm historian is that historically we have to inquire into what has to happen in order to arrive at the prosperity goal. We have a regime that's claiming to be communist, or has a even better version of Marxism as the form of a Korean adaptation called Rothschild. How does that mesh with the reality that we're talking about a dynastic government and a monarchy, but a communist monarchy? That's what it is. I think that examining as much as we can learn about closed society that is goes about its everyday ways that are excludable from us is very, very challenging. But we all need an example like this escapes your analytic categories. Probably there's a complicated categories rather than an example you know, it's messy.
It's a there's funny here in the release of China as well. We were some of the job near China. There's a military component to it, and that is ultimately how these nations interact, especially totalitarian nations interact with the rest of the world. So nations interact economically, culturally, and militarily. And the concern of countries like North Korea is the way for them to be present on the world stage, engage with geopolitics, is by focusing on their military might. And they invest a huge amount of their GDP into the military. So I guess the question there to discuss in terms of analysis is how do we deal with this kind of system that claims to be the communist system? What lessons can we take from history and apply it to that? Or should we simply just ignore it the other way? Hopefully it doesn't get out of hand.
Yeah, I mean, there's realists see states following their own interests and prioritizing their own security, and probably not much that can be done to change that. But conflict arising as a result of misunderstanding estimates or misinterpretation, those are things that policymakers probably do have to Well, I think that there's internal processes that have worked their way out. Even to make a place as North Korea, it's also the reality. This is solving the divided Germany that um, it's a precarious kind of twin existence. You have countries that are across the border from one another that are derived from what used to be scenery and now are kind of a real life social science experiment. What kind of regime you get in one kind of system, what's a regime you get in another kind of system. That's a very unstable.
Now those jump continents and 20th century to so you also let you have communism in the countries in America. It was also communism in 1919 and evolved throughout a couple of scales. So what was the evolution of the Communist Party? Just the general communism.
It's fascinating to observe this work. One long-standing argument that socialism has less purchase more radicalism in the United States than in European countries. To the extent that that was true, it was an uphill battle for communists to get established in the United States. But it makes it all the more interesting and there were two challenges in particular that played a role in shaping the American communist experience. One was the fact that to begin with, the party was often identified with immigrants. The communities that come over across the Atlantic from Europe often had strong socialist contingents, and when this break happens within the socialist movement between radical socialists and more moderate socialists, um, there were fiery individuals who saw the opportunity to help shape the American economy. But the result was that for many American workers, they saw the sheer ethnic variety difference of this movement as something that was unacceptable. It would only be with the rise to the leadership of the Congress Party of Earl Browder, the American-born political leader, ambitions for creating an American communist movement, that image would start to be modified. Earl Browder had a meteoric rise and then fall over the promise he made that went by the slogan, communism is 20th century Americans. The notion was that communism could find roots in American political discourse and experience where Earl Browder fell afoul of other communists was in his expectations during World War II that it might be possible for the Soviet Union and the United States to make their current cooperation permanent and to come to some sort of combination that would moderate their rivalry. As it turns out, dawning already in Cold War tensions that later followed more fully, that was unacceptable, and the movement divested itself of Earl Browder. Another point that shaped American perceptions of the communist movement in the United States involved issues of ethnic cleansing. During the 1930s and 1940s, American communists, not all of them obviously, but select members of the movement were called upon by Soviet intelligence to play an historical role by gathering information, getting sympathies. One of the most amazing books of the 20th century is a book written by Wilbur Chambers, who served as a Soviet spy, first a former communist, then a Soviet spy, and then later a renegade from those organizations. The book is titled Witness, it published in 1952, and it's one of the most compelling books you could ever read. It's so full of both the unique character of the author, all of his creative sources, and a sense of huge issues being at stake, ones upon which the future of humanity turns. So talk about ethical works. During the apparatus of the state, the Soviets managed to infiltrate spies into America's military as well as government institutions. One great irony is that when Senator McCarthy in the 50s made vast claims about communist infiltration of the government apparatus, claims that he wasn't able to substantiate the details. Um, that reality had actually been closer to the reality of the 1930s and 1940s than his own time. But the association of American communism with foreign power of the Soviet Union and ultimately adherence to its interests did a lot to undermine any kind of purity for American communists. An example, of course, was the notorious Nazi Soviet Pact of 1939. The American Communist movement found itself forced to turn on a dime its propaganda. Before the Nazi Soviet Pact of 1939, they had denounced Nazi Germany as the greatest threat to world peace. Just after the signing of the pact, they had to proclaim that this was a great win for peace and for human harmony, and to completely change their earlier relationship with being mortal enemies with Nazi Germany. There were many American communists who couldn't stomach this and who became disillusioned simply quit their party memberships and drifted away. But it's a fascinating story of the ups and downs of a political movement with radical ambitions in American politics.
Yeah, the Cold War, extensive levels of espionage created a violent power grid, created basically firmly solidified communism as the element of the American idea, sort of embodied. And not even the economic policies, but the political policies of communism that like the word and colored red, the hammer and sickle, Rocky Fluid, like it was.
Well, that's canonical.
Yeah. I mean, it is a bit of a meme, but this reality and this enters politics and is used by politicians to do all kinds of big calling. You have spoken eloquently about modern Russia, modern Ukraine, modern Eastern Europe. So how did Russia evolve after Stalin and after the collapse of the Soviet Union?
I think the short answer is without a full historical reckoning that we've been held to about the recent past. In ways that's not very surprising, given the economic misery, dislocations, and the cumulative damage of all of those previous decades of this experiment. It left precious little patience for measure, progress, or perspection. But after an initial period of great interest in understanding the full measure of what Russia and other parts of the Soviet Union had undergone in this first initial explosion of journalism and of reporting and investigations, historical investigations of these elections. After an initial period of conflict such as this, people instead retreated into the here and now. And the result is that there's been less than would be healthy of a ticking stone, a reckoning. even in assigning the responsibility for those things that were experienced in the past. No neurophonic trauma took place, nor did the fully responsible drugs or repressed others in the aftermath of the collapse of the Soviet Union. In other ex-communist countries, there was also precious little in the way of legal proceedings and established responsibility. But keep in mind, the Nuremberg trials had as one of their goals, a very important, as it turns out, not even individual verdicts, individual people found guilty, but to collect and publicize information, to create knowledge and transparency about the reality of management. In the case of the former Soviet Union, in the case of Russia today, instead of a clear-eyed recognition of the vast nature of what it all cost, Putin, upon replacing Yeltsin, was in a position to instead traffic in the most varied, eclectic, and often mutually contradictory historical memories or packages of memories. So, on the one hand, in Putin's Russia, the Tsars are rehabilitated as heroes of Russian statehood. Putin sees Lenin in a negative light because Lenin, by producing federalism as a model for the Soviet Union, laid a time bomb at the base of that state that eventually smashed it into many constituent parts as nations regained their independence. While Stalin is acknowledged exactly the direct control, but also is effective as a representative of Russian state. This brings where we are today. It's a commonplace that echoed by many that Russia without Ukraine is a nation state. It could be a nation state. Russia with Ukraine has to be a nation state. And Putin, who's not really seeking a revival of Stalin's but still is nostalgic about earth's forms of greatness and of strength of Russian state to the exclusion of other values, has undertaken a course of action that has produced results quite different from what we might be expecting. And I think that timing is crucial. It's fascinating to try to imagine what if this attempt to digest Ukraine into an expanded Russian imperial territory taking place early. I think that the arrival on the scene of a new generation of Ukrainians has produced a very different dynamic. And disinclination from any kind of nostalgia for the past, packaged however it might be, however nostalgic it might be to a few. And there, I think that Putin's expectations in the invasion of 2022 were entirely focused. His expectation was that Ukraine would be divided on this score. Some significant portion would welcome the advance of Russian forces. And instead, there has been the most amazing and surprising heroic resistance that exists.
And it's interesting to consider timing and also individual leaders. Zelensky, you can imagine all kinds of other figures that would hold the accuser, and Zelensky had been surprised around the world by somehow, comedian, somehow becoming essentially effective war president. So, that put that in a bit of singular figures that define history. What's your pride? How do you hope that the world keeps?
I'm very pessimistic on this. And the reasons we just talked about how these things escape human management or even rationality. possible compromises or settlements that one might talk about in the abstract. I think that it's one thing for people far away to propose trades of territory or complicated guarantees or arrangements that sound very good in the abstract, and they will just be refused by people who actually experience what the war has been like in person and what it has meant to them and their family and what they know and lives destroyed. I think that peacemaking is going to face a very daunting task here, given all that's accumulated. I think in particular, just from the last days of the launching of missile attacks against indiscriminate or civilian targets, that's not an easy job.
Let me ask a political question. Bruce will be talking about Parker. He said if he's elected 4 years into office, we'll have a peace deal. What would a peace deal like that look like? But we should mention that Russia has captured 4 regions right now in its defense declaration that song. Also, they captured the northern part of the first region in Russia. So just like you mentioned, territories on the table. NATO, European Union, also funding and military help from the United States directly to Ukraine on the table. Do you think it's possible to have a fair deal that when people, you said, far away, where both the people walk away of Zelensky unhappy, but equally unhappy, at least get pieces of picture?
Equally unhappy is a very hard balance to strike. I think my concern is about the part of the equation that involves people just being desperate. I couldn't imagine what that looks like. That's once again, these are things that escape human control.
So laying the foundation for this is possibly a ceasefire that lays the foundation for the post-war and suffering in a year, 5 years, 10 years.
But in a way, we've already prepared. It's ratifying the use of nuclear, which is the key word to do it. It's taboo since 1945, and now look where we are. If that is validated, then it sets up incentives for more of the same.
If you look at the 20th century, talking about with horrendous global wars that happen in Europe now, it feels like living in war in Ukraine, breaking the contract that you're not supposed to do territorial conquest anymore in the 21st century. That just intensity of hatred and military tension in the Middle East with Israel, Iran, Palestine just building, and then China accommodating that with a big stick, talking about Taiwan. Do you think a big conflict may be on the way? Do you think it's possible that another war happens in the 21st century?
So many predictions, which the expiration dates, out. Obviously, it's a big work.
So, as a historian of national defense, what advice would you give about particular whether it's people who are no longer here, or the people we're talking about, people Stalin now, or people that stick here, who Zelensky, Trump, Kamala Harris, Netanyahu, as as a historian, is it possible to have an interesting conversation? Maybe as a thought experiment, what kind of conversations you can have with the 1930s, the scholars